Chapter 27 of Uncle Silas. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to find out how you can volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Uncle Silas by J. Sheridan Fanu. Chapter 27. More about Tom Charke's suicide. So, the inquest was held, and Mr. Manwaring of Whale Forest was the only juryman who seemed to entertain the idea during the inquiry that Mr. Charke had died by any hand but his own. "And how could he fancy such a thing?" I exclaimed indignantly. "Well, you will see the result was quite enough to justify them in saying, as they did, that he died by his own hand. The window was found fastened with a screw on the inside, as it had been when the chambermaid had arranged it at 9 o'clock. No one could have entered through it. Besides, it was on the third story, and the rooms are lofty, so it stood a great height from the ground, and there was no ladder long enough to reach it. The house is built in the form of a hollow square, and Mr. Charke's room looked into the narrow courtyard within. There is but one door leading into this, and it did not show any sign of having been opened for years. The door was locked upon the inside, and the key in the lock, so that nobody could have made an entrance that way either, for it was impossible, you see, to unlock the door from the outside." "And how could they affect to question anything so clear?" I asked. There did come, nevertheless, a kind of mist over the subject, which gave those who chose to talk unpleasantly an opportunity of insinuating suspicions, though they could not themselves find the clue of the mystery. In the first place, it appeared that he had gone to bed very tipsy, and that he was heard singing and noisy in his room while getting to bed, not the mood in which men make away with themselves. Then, although his own razor was found in that dreadful blood, it is shocking to have to hear all this. Near his right hand, the fingers of his left were cut to the bone. Then the memorandum book in which his bets were noted was nowhere to be found. That, you know, was very odd. His keys were attached to a chain. He wore a great deal of gold and trinkets. I saw him, wretched man, on the course. They had got off their horses. He and your uncle were walking on the course." "Did he look like a gentleman?" I inquired, as I dare say other young ladies would. "He looked like a Jew, my dear. He had a horrid brown coat with a velvet cape, curling black hair over his collar, and great whiskers, very high shoulders, and he was puffing a cigar straight up into the air. I was shocked to see Silas in such company." "And did his keys discover anything?" I asked. "On opening his travelling desk and a small japanned box within it, a vast deal less money was found than was expected. In fact, very little. Your uncle said that he had won some of it in the night before at play, and that Charke complained to him when tipsy of having had severe losses to counterbalance his gains on the races. Besides, he had been paid but a small part of those gains. About his book, it appeared that there were little notes of bets on the back of letters, and it was said that he sometimes made no other memorandum of his wagers. But this was disputed, and among those notes there was not one referring to Silas. But then there was an omission of all allusion to his transactions with two other well-known gentlemen, so that was not singular." "No, certainly, that was quite accounted for," said I. "And then came the question," continued she, "what motive could Mr. Charke possibly have had for making away with himself?" "But is not that very difficult to make out in many cases?" I interposed. "It was said that he had some mysterious troubles in London, at which he used to hint. Some people said that he really was in a scrape, but others that there was no such thing, and that when he talked so he was only jesting. There was no suspicion during the inquest that your uncle Silas was involved, except those questions of Mr. Manwaring's." "What were they?" I asked. "I really forget, but they greatly offended your uncle, and there was a little scene in the room. Mr. Manwaring seemed to think that someone had somehow gotten into the room. Through the door it could not be, nor down the chimney, for they found an iron bar across the flute near the top of the masonry. The window looked into the courtyard no bigger than a ballroom. They went down and examined it, but though the ground beneath was moist, they could not discover the slightest trace of a footprint. So as far as they could make out, Mr. Charke had hermetically sealed himself into his room, and then cut his throat with his own razor. "Yes," said I, "for it was all secured, that is, the window and the door, upon the inside, and no sign of any attempt to get in." "Just so; and when the walls were searched, and, as your uncle Silas directed, the wainscoting removed, some months afterwards, when the scandal grew loudest, then it was evident that there was no concealed access to the room." "So the answer to all those calumnies was simply that the crime was impossible," said I. "How dreadful that such a slander should have required an answer at all." "It was an unpleasant affair, even then, although I cannot say that anyone supposed Silas guilty. But you know the whole thing was disreputable, that Mr. Charke was a discreditable inmate. The occurrence was horrible, and there was a glare of publicity which brought into relief the scandals of Bartram Haugh. But in a little time it became, all on a sudden, a great deal worse." My cousin paused to recollect exactly. "There were very disagreeable whispers among these sporting people in London. This person Charke had written 2 letters. Yes, 2. They were published about 2 months after by the villain to whom they were written. He wanted to extort money. They were first talked of a great deal among that set in town, but the moment they were published they produced a sensation in the country, and a storm of newspaper commentary. The first of these was of no great consequence, but the second was very startling, embarrassing, and even alarming." "What was it, Cousin Monica?" I whispered. "I can only tell you in a general way, it is so very long since I read it, but both were written in the same kind of slang, and parts as hard to understand as a prize fight. I hope you never read those things." I satisfied this sudden educational alarm, and Lady Knollys proceeded. "I am afraid you hardly hear me, the wind makes such an uproar. Well, listen. The letter said distinctly that he, Mr. Charke, had made a very profitable visit to Bartram Haugh, and mentioned in exact figures for how much he held your uncle Silas's IOUs, for he could not pay him. I can't say what the sum was. I only remember that it was quite frightful. It took away my breath when I read it." "Uncle Silas had lost it?" I asked. "Yes, and owed it, and had given him those papers called IOUs, promising to pay, which of course Mr. Charke had locked up with his money. The insinuation was that Silas had made away with him to get rid of this debt, and that he had also taken a great deal of his money. I just recollect these points, which were exactly what made the impression," continued Lady Knollys, after a short pause. "The letter was written in the evening of the last day of the wretched man's life, so that there had not been much time for your uncle Silas to win back his money, and he stoutly alleged that he did not owe Mr. Charke a guinea. It mentioned an enormous sum as being actually owed by Silas, and it cautioned the man, an agent, to whom he wrote, not to mention the circumstance, as Silas could only pay by getting the money from his wealthy brother, who would have the management. And he very distinctly said that he had kept the matter very close at Silas's request. That, you know, was a very awkward letter, and all the worse that it was written in brutally high spirits, and not at all like a man meditating an exit from the world. You can imagine what a sensation the publication of these letters produced. In a moment the storm was up, and certainly Silas did meet it bravely, yes, with great courage and ability. What a pity he did not early enter upon some career of ambition! Well, it is idle regretting. He suggested that the letters were forgeries. He alleged that Charke was in the habit of boasting and telling enormous falsehoods about his gambling transactions, especially in his letters. He reminded the world how often men affected high animal spirits at the very moment of meditating suicide. He alluded, in a manly and graceful way, to his family and their character. He took a high and menacing tone with his adversaries, and he insisted that what they dared to insinuate against him was physically impossible. I asked in what form this vindication appeared. It was a letter, printed as a pamphlet. Everybody admired its ability, ingenuity, and force, and it was written with immense rapidity. Was it at all in the style of his letters? I innocently asked. My cousin laughed. Oh dear, no. Ever since he avowed himself a religious character, he had written nothing but the most vapid and nerveless twaddle. Your poor dear father used to send his letters to me to read, and I sometimes really thought that Silas was losing his faculties. But I believe he was only trying to write in character. I suppose the general feeling was in his favour, I said. I don't think it was anywhere, but in his own county it was certainly unanimously against him. There is no use in asking why, but so it was, and I think that it would have been easier for him with his unaided strength to uproot the Peak than to change the convictions of the Derbyshire gentlemen. They were all against him. Of course they were predisposing causes. Your uncle published a very bitter attack upon them, describing himself as a victim of a political conspiracy. And I recollect he mentioned that from the hour of the shocking catastrophe in his house, he had forsworn the turf and all pursuits and amusements connected with it. People sneered, and said he might as well go as wait to be kicked out. Were there lawsuits about all this? I asked. Everybody expected there would, for there were very savage things printed on both sides, and I think too that the persons who thought worst of him expected that evidence would yet turn up to convict Silas of the crime they chose to impute. And so years have glided away, and many of the people who remembered the tragedy of Bartram Haugh, and took the strongest part in the denunciation and ostracism that followed, are dead, and no new light has been thrown upon the occurrence, and your uncle Silas remains an outcast. At first he was quite wild with rage, and would have fought the whole county man by man if they would have met him. But he had since changed his habits and, as he says, his aspirations altogether. He has become religious, the only occupation remaining to him. He owes money, he is poor, he is isolated, and, he says, sick and religious. Your poor father, who was very decided and inflexible, never helped him beyond the limit he had prescribed. After Silas's mesalliance, he wanted to get him into Parliament, and would have paid his expenses and made him an allowance, but either Silas had grown lazy, or he understood his position better than poor Austin, or he distrusted his powers, or possibly he really is in ill health. But he objected his religious scruples. Your poor papa thought self-assertion possible where an injured man has right to rely upon. But he had been very long out of the world, and the theory won't do. Nothing is harder than to get a person who has once been effectually slurred, received again. Silas, I think, was right. I don't think it was practicable. Dear child, how late it is! Exclaimed Lady Knollys suddenly, looking at the Louis Quatorze clock that crowned the mantelpiece. It was near 1 o'clock. The storm had a little subsided, and I took a less agitated and more confident view of Uncle Silas than I had at an earlier hour of that evening. And what do you think of him? I asked. Lady Knollys drummed on the table with her finger points as she looked into the fire. I don't understand metaphysics, my dear, nor witchcraft. I sometimes believe in the supernatural, and sometimes I don't. Silas Ruthyn is himself alone, and I can't define him, because I don't understand him. Perhaps other souls than humans are sometimes born into this world, and clothed in flesh. It is not only about that dreadful occurrence, but nearly always throughout his life. Early and late he has puzzled me. I have tried in vain to understand him, but at one time of his life I am sure he was awfully wicked, eccentric indeed in his wickedness, gay, frivolous, secret, and dangerous. At one time I think he could have made poor Austin do almost anything, but his influence vanished with his marriage, never to return again. No, I don't understand him. He always bewildered me, like a shifting face, sometimes smiling, but always sinister, in an unpleasant dream. End of chapter 27. Chapter 28 of Uncle Silas. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to find out how you can volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Uncle Silas, by J. Sheridan Le Fanu. Chapter 28. I am persuaded. So now at last I had heard the story of Uncle Silas's mysterious disgrace. We sat silent for a while, and I, gazing into vacancy, sent him in a chariot of triumph, chapletted, ringed, and robed, through the city of imagination, crying after him, "Innocent, innocent, martyred and crowned!" All the virtues and honesties, reason and conscience, in myriad shapes, tier above tier of human faces, from the crowded pavements, crowded windows, crowded roofs, joined in the jubilant acclamation, and trumpeters trumpeted, and drums rolled, and great organs and choirs through open cathedral gates rolled anthems of praise and thanksgiving, and the bells rang out and cannon sounded, and the air trembled with roaring harmony. And Silas Ruthyn, the full-length portrait, stood in the burnished chariot, with a proud, sad, clouded face, that rejoiced not with the rejoicers, and behind him the slave, thin as a ghost, white-faced, and sneering something in his ear, while I and all the city went on crying, "Innocent, innocent, martyred and crowned!" And now the reverie was ended, and there was only Lady Knollys's stern, thoughtful face, with the pale light of sarcasm on it, and the storm outside thundering and lamenting desolately. It was very good of Cousin Monica to stay with me so long. It must have been unspeakably tiresome. And now she began to talk of business at home, and plainly to prepare for immediate flight, and my heart sank. I know that I could not then have defined my feelings and agitations. I am not sure that I even now could. Any misgivings about Uncle Silas was, in my mind, a questioning the foundations of my faith, and in itself an impiety. And yet I am not sure that some such misgiving, faint perhaps, and intermittent, may not have been at the bottom of my tribulation. I was not very well. Lady Knollys had gone out for a walk. She was not easily tired, and sometimes made a long excursion. The sun was setting now, when Mary Quince brought me a letter which had just arrived by the post. My heart throbbed violently. I was afraid to break the broad black seal. It was from Uncle Silas. I ran over in my mind all the unpleasant mandates which it might contain, to try and prepare myself for a shock. At last I opened the letter. It directed me to hold myself in readiness for the journey to Bartram Haugh. It stated that I might bring 2 maids with me if I wished so many, and that his next letter would give me the details of my route, and the day of my departure for Derbyshire. And he said that I ought to make arrangements about Knowl during my absence, but that he was hardly the person properly to be consulted on that matter. Then came a prayer that he might be enabled to acquit himself of his trust to the full satisfaction of his conscience, and that I might enter upon my new relation in a spirit of prayer. I looked round my room, so long familiar, and now so endeared by the idea of parting and change. The old house, dear, dear Knowl, how could I leave you and all your affectionate associations, and kind looks and voices, for a strange land? With a great sigh I took Uncle Silas's letter, and went downstairs to the drawing room. From the lobby window, where I loitered for a few moments, I looked out upon the well-known forest trees. The sun was down. It was already twilight, and the white vapours of coming night were already filming their thinned and yellow foliage. Everything looked melancholy. How little did those who envied the young inheritrix of a princely fortune suspect the load that lay at her heart, or bating the fear of death, how gladly at that moment she would have parted with her life. Lady Knollys had not yet returned, and it was darkening rapidly. A mass of black clouds stood piled in the west, through the chasms of which was still reflected a pale metallic lustre. The drawing room was already very dark, but some streaks of this cold light fell upon a black figure, which would otherwise have been unseen, leaning beside the curtains against the window frame. It advanced abruptly with creaking shoes. It was Dr. Bryerly. I was startled and surprised, not knowing how he had got there. I stood staring at him in the dusk rather awkwardly. I am afraid. "How do you do, Miss Ruthyn?" said he, extending his hand, long, hard, and brown as a mummy's, and stooping a little so as to approach more nearly, for it was not easy to see in the imperfect light. "You're surprised, I dare say, to see me here so soon again."
"I did not know you had arrived. I am glad to see you, Dr. Bryerly. Nothing unpleasant, I hope, has happened."
"No, nothing unpleasant, miss. The will has been lodged, and we shall have probate in due course. But there has been something on my mind, and I'm come to ask you 2 or 3 questions, which you had better answer very considerately. Is Miss Knollys still here?"
"Yes, but she is not returned from her walk."
"I am glad she is here. I think she takes a sound view, and women understand one another better. As for me, it is plainly my duty to put it before you as it strikes me, and to offer all I can do in accomplishing, should you wish it, a different arrangement. You don't know your uncle, you said the other day."
"No, I've never seen him."
"You understand your late father's intention in making you his ward."
"I suppose he wished to show his high opinion of my uncle's fitness for such a trust."
"That's quite true. But the nature of the trust in this instance is extraordinary."
"I don't understand."
"Why, if you die before you come to the age of 21, the entire of the property will go to him, do you see? And he has the custody of your person in the meantime. You are to live in his house, under his care and authority. You see now, I think, how it is. And I did not like it when your father read the will to me, and I said so. Do you?" I hesitated to speak, not sure that I quite comprehended him. "The more I think of it, the less I like it, miss," said Dr. Bryerly, in his calm, stern tone.
"Merciful heaven, Dr. Bryerly, you can't suppose that I should not be safe in my uncle's house, as in the Lord Chancellor's," I ejaculated, looking full in his face.
"But don't you see, miss, it is not a fair position to put your uncle in," replied he, after a little hesitation.
"But suppose he does not think so? You know, if he does, he may decline it."
"Well, that's true, but he won't. Here is his letter," and he produced it, announcing officially that he means to accept the office. But I think he ought to be told it is not delicate, under all circumstances. You know, miss, that your uncle, Mr. Silas Ruthyn, was talked about unpleasantly once."
"You mean—"
I began. "I mean about the death of Mr. Charke at Bartram Haugh."
"Yes, I have heard about that," I said.
He was speaking with a shocking aplomb. "We assume, of course, unjustly, but there are many who think quite differently."
"And possibly, Dr. Bryerly, it was for that very reason that my dear papa made him my guardian."
"There can be no doubt of that, miss. It was to purge him of that scandal."
"And when he has acquitted himself honourably of that trust, don't you think such a proof of confidence so honourably fulfilled must go far to silence his traducers?"
"Why, if all goes well, it may do a little, but a great deal less than you fancy. But take it that you happen to die, miss, during your minority. We are all mortal, and there are 3 years and some months to go. How will it be then, don't you see? Just fancy how people will talk."
"I think you know that my uncle is a religious man," said I.
"Well, miss, what of that?" he asked again.
He has suffered intensely," I continued. "He has long retired from the world. He is very religious. Ask our curate, Mr. Fairfield, if you doubt it."
"But I am not disputing it, miss. I'm only supposing what may happen. An accident, we'll call it. Smallpox, diphtheria, that's going very much. 3 years and 3 months, you know, is a long time. You proceed to Bartram Haugh, thinking you have much goods laid up for many years, but your Creator, you know, may say, 'Thou fool, this day is thy soul required of thee.' You go, and what, pray, is thought of your uncle, Mr. Silas Ruthyn, who walks in for the entire inheritance, and who has long been abused like a pickpocket, or worse, in his own county, I'm told."
"You are a religious man, Dr. Bryerly, according to your lights," I said.
The Swedenborgian smiled.
"Well, knowing that he is too, and having yourself experienced the power of religion, do not you think him deserving of every confidence? Don't you think it well that he should have this opportunity of exhibiting both his own character and the reliance which my dear papa reposed on it, and that we should leave all consequences and contingencies in the hands of Heaven?"
"It appears to have been the will of Heaven hitherto," said Dr. Bryerly. I could not see with what expression of face, but he was looking down and drawing little diagrams with a stick on the dark carpet, and spoke in a very low tone, "that your uncle should suffer under this ill report. In countervailing this appointment of Providence, we must employ our reason, with conscientious diligence. As to the means, and if we find that they are as likely to do mischief as good, we have no right to expect a special interposition to turn our experiment into an ordeal. I think you ought to weigh it well. I am sure there are reasons against it. If you make up your mind that you would rather be placed under the care of, say, Lady Knollys, I will endeavour all I can to effect it."
"That could not be done without his consent, could it?"
said I. "No, but I don't despair of getting that. On terms, of course," remarked he.
"I don't quite understand," I said.
"I mean, for instance, if he were allowed to keep the allowance of your maintenance,
"I mistake my uncle Silas very much," I said, "if that allowance is any object whatever to him, compared with the moral value of the position. If he were deprived of that, I am sure he would decline the other."
"We might try him at all events," said Dr. Bryerly, on whose dark sinewy features, even in this imperfect light, I thought I detected a smile.
"Perhaps," said I, "I appear very foolish in supposing him actuated by any but sordid motives; but he is my very near relation, and I can't help it, sir."
"That is a very serious thing, Miss Ruthyn," he replied. "You are very young, and cannot see at present, as you will hereafter. He is very religious, you say, and all that, but his house is not a proper place for you. It is a solitude, its master an outcast, and it has been the repeated scene of all sorts of scandals, and of one great crime, and Lady Knollys thinks your having been domesticated there will be an injury to you all the days of your life."
"So I do, Maud,"
said Lady Knollys, who had just entered the room unperceived.
"How do you do, Dr. Bryerly? A serious injury. You have no idea how entirely that house is condemned and avoided, and the very name of its inmates tabooed." "How monstrous, how cruel!" I exclaimed. "Very unpleasant, my dear, but perfectly natural. You are to recollect that quite independently of the story of Mr. Charke, the house was talked about, and the county people had cut your uncle Silas long before that adventure was dreamed of. And as to the circumstance of your being placed in his charge by his brother, who took, from strong family feeling, a totally one-sided view of the affair from the first, having the slightest effect in restoring his position in the county, you must quite give that up. Except me, if he will allow me, and the clergyman, not a soul in the country will visit at Bartram Haugh. They may pity you, and think the whole thing the climax of folly and cruelty, but they won't visit at Bartram, or know Silas, or have anything to do with his household. They will see, at all events, what my dear papa's opinion was."
"They know that already," answered she,
"and it has not, and ought not to have, the slightest weight with them. There are people there who think themselves just as great as the Ruthyns, or greater; and your poor father's idea of carrying it by a demonstration was simply the dream of a man who had forgotten the world, and learned to exaggerate himself in his long seclusion. I know he was beginning himself to hesitate, and I think if he had been spared another year, that provision of his will would have been struck out."
Dr. Bryerly nodded, and he said, "And if he had the power to dictate now, would he insist on that direction? It is a mistake every way, injurious to you, his child; and should you happen to die during your sojourn under your uncle's care, it would woefully defeat the testator's object, and raise such a storm of surmise and inquiry as would awaken all England, and send the old scandal on the wing throughout the world again."
"Dr. Bryerly will, I have no doubt, arrange it all. In fact, I do not think it would be very difficult to bring Silas to terms, and if you do not consent to his trying, Maud, mark my words, you will live to repent it." Here were two persons viewing the question from totally different points, both perfectly disinterested, both in their different ways, I believe, shrewd and even wise, and both honourable, urging me against it, and in a way that undefinably alarmed my imagination, as well as moved my reason. I looked from one to the other. There was a silence. By this time the candles had come, and we could see one another. "I only wait your decision, Miss Ruthyn," said the trustee, "to see your uncle. If his advantage was the chief object contemplated in this arrangement, he will be the best judge whether his interest is really best consulted by it or no. And I think he will clearly see that it is not so, and will answer accordingly." "I cannot answer now. You must allow me to think it over. I will do my best. I am very much obliged, my dear cousin Monica. You were so very good, and you too, Dr. Bryerly." Dr. Bryerly by this time was looking into his pocket book, and did not acknowledge my thanks even by a nod. "I must be in London the day after tomorrow. Bartram Haugh is nearly 60 miles from here, and only 20 of that by rail, I find. 40 miles of posting over those Derbyshire mountains is slow work, but if you say try, I'll see him tomorrow morning." "You must say try, you must, my dear Maud." "But how can I decide in a moment? Oh, dear cousin Monica, I am so distracted." "But you need not decide at all. The decision rests with him. Come, he is more competent than you. You must say yes." Again I looked from her to Dr. Bryerly, and from him to her again. I threw my arms about her neck, and hugging her closely to me, I cried, "Oh, cousin Monica, dear cousin Monica, advise me. I am a wretched creature. You must advise me." I did not know till now how irresolute a character was mine. I knew somehow by the tone of her voice that she was smiling as she answered, "Why, dear, I have advised you. I do advise you." And then she added impetuously, "I entreat and implore, if you really think I love you, that you will follow my advice. It is your duty to leave your uncle Silas, whom you believe to be more competent than you are, to decide, after full conference with Dr. Bryerly, who knows more of your poor father's views and intentions in making that appointment than either you or I." "Shall I say yes?" I cried, drawing her close and kissing her helplessly. "Oh, tell me to say yes." "Yes, of course, yes. She agrees, Dr. Bryerly, to your kind proposal."
"Am I to understand so?" he asked.
"Very well, yes, Dr. Bryerly," I replied.
"You have resolved wisely and well," said he, briskly, like a man who has got a care off his mind.
"I forgot to say, Dr. Bryerly, it was very rude, that you must stay here to night." "He can't, my dear," interposed Lady Knollys. "It's a long way." "He will dine, won't you, Dr. Bryerly?" "No, he can't. You know you can't, sir," said my cousin, peremptorily. "You must not worry him, my dear, with civilities he can't accept. He'll bid us good bye this moment. Good bye, Dr. Bryerly. You'll write immediately. Don't wait till you reach town. Bid him good bye, Maud. I'll say a word to you in the hall." And thus she literally hurried him out of the room, leaving me in a state of amazement and confusion, not able to review my decision, unsatisfied, but still unable to recall it. I stood where they had left me, looking after them, I suppose, like a fool. Lady Knollys returned in a few minutes. If I had been a little cooler, I was shrewd enough to perceive that she had sent poor Dr. Bryerly away upon his travels, to find board and lodging half way to Bartram, to remove him forthwith from my presence, and thus to make my decision, if mine it was, irrevocable. "I applaud you, my dear," said cousin Knollys, in her turn embracing me heartily. "You are a sensible little darling, and have done exactly what you ought to have done." "I hope I have," I faltered. "Hope, fiddle, stuff! The thing's as plain as a pikestaff." And in came Branston to say that dinner was served. End of chapter 28.
Chapter 29 of Uncle Silas. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to find out how you can volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Uncle Silas by J. Sheridan Le Fanu. Chapter 29. How the Ambassador Fared. Lady Knollys, I could plainly see, when we got into the brighter lights at the dinner table, was herself a good deal excited. She was relieved and glad, and was garrulous during our meal, and told me all her early recollections of my dear papa. Most of them I had heard before, but they could not be told too often. Notwithstanding, my mind sometimes wandered, often indeed, to the conference so unexpected, so suddenly decisive, possibly so momentous, and with a dismayed uncertainty, the question, had I done right, was always before me. I dare say my cousin understood my character better, perhaps, after all my honest self-study, than I do even now. Irresolute, suddenly reversing my own decision, impetuous in action as she knew me, she feared, I am sure, a revocation of my commission to Dr. Bryerly, and thought of the countermand I might send galloping after him. So, kind creature, she laboured to occupy my thoughts, and when one theme was exhausted, found another, and had always her parry prepared as often as I directed a reflection or an enquiry to the reopening of the question which she had taken so much pains to close. That night I was troubled. I was already upbraiding myself. I could not sleep, and at last sat up in bed and cried. I lamented my weakness in having assented to Dr. Bryerly's and my cousin's advice. Was I not departing from my engagement to my dear papa? Was I not consenting that my Uncle Silas should be induced to second my breach of faith by a corresponding perfidy? Lady Knollys had done wisely in dispatching Dr. Bryerly so promptly, for most assuredly had he been at Knowl next morning when I came down, I should have recalled my commission. That day in the study I found 4 papers which increased my perturbation. They were in dear papa's handwriting, and had an endorsement in these words: Copy of my letter addressed to one of the trustees named in my will. Here, then, were the contents of those 4 sealed letters which had excited mine and Lady Knollys's curiosity on the agitating day on which the will was read. It contained these words: I name my oppressed and unhappy brother, Silas Ruthyn, residing at my house of Bartram Haugh, as guardian of the person of my beloved child, to convince the world, if possible, and failing that, to satisfy at least all future generations of our family, that his brother, who knew him best, had implicit confidence in him, and that he deserved it. A cowardly and preposterous slander, originating in political malice, and which never had been whispered had he not been poor and imprudent, is best silenced by this ordeal of purification. All I possess goes to him if my child dies under age, and the custody of her person I commit meanwhile to him alone, knowing that she is as safe in his as she could have been under my own care. I rely upon your remembrance of our early friendship to make this known whenever an opportunity occurs, and also to say what your sense of justice may warrant. The other letters were in the same spirit. My heart sank like lead as I read them. I quaked with fear. What had I done? My father's wise and noble vindication of our dishonoured name I had presumed to frustrate. I had, like a coward, receded from my easy share in the task, and, merciful heaven, I had broken my faith with the dead. With these letters in hand, white with fear, I flew like a shadow to the drawing room where Cousin Monica was, and told her to read them. I saw by her countenance how much alarmed she was by my looks, but she said nothing, only read the letters hurriedly, and then exclaimed, "Is this all, my dear child? I really fancied you had found a second will, and had lost everything. Why, my dearest Maud, we knew all this before. We quite understood poor dear Austin's motive. Why are you so easily disturbed?" "Oh, Cousin Monica, I think he was right. It all seems quite reasonable now, and oh, what a crime! It must be stopped." "My dear Maud, listen to reason. Dr. Bryerly has seen your uncle at Bartram at least 2 hours ago. You can't stop it. And why on earth should you if you could? Don't you think your uncle should be consulted?" said she. "But he has decided. I have his letter speaking of it as settled. And Dr. Bryerly, oh, Cousin Monica, he's gone to tempt him." "Nonsense, girl. Dr. Bryerly is a good and just man, I do believe, and has, beside, no imaginable motive to pervert either his conscience or his judgment. He's not gone to tempt him. Stuff! But to unfold the facts and invite his consideration. And I say, considering how thoughtlessly such duties are often undertaken, and how long Silas has been living in lazy solitude, shut out from the world and unused to discuss anything, I do think it only conscientious and honourable that he should have a fair and distinct view of the matter in all its bearings submitted to him before he indolently incurs what may prove the worst danger he was ever involved in." So Lady Knollys argued with feminine energy, and, I must confess, with a good deal of the repetition which I have sometimes observed in logicians of my own sex, and she puzzled without satisfying me. "I don't know why I went to that room," I said, quite frightened, "or why I went to that press. How it happened that these papers, which we never saw there before, were the first things to strike my eye today." "What do you mean, dear?" said Lady Knollys. "I mean this. I think I was brought there, and that there is poor papa's appeal to me, as plain as if his hand had come and wrote it upon the wall." I nearly screamed the conclusion of this wild confession. "You are nervous, my darling. Your bad nights have worn you out. Let us go out. The air will do you good. And I do assure you that you will very soon see that we are quite right, and rejoice conscientiously that you have acted as you did." But I was not to be satisfied, although my first vehemence was quieted. In my prayers that night my conscience upbraided me. When I lay down in bed my nervousness returned fourfold. Everybody at all nervously excitable has suffered some time or another by the appearance of ghastly features presenting themselves in every variety of contortion one after another the moment the eyes are closed. This night my dear father's face troubled me, sometimes white and sharp as ivory, sometimes strangely transparent like glass, sometimes all hanging in cadaverous folds, always with the same unnatural expression of diabolical fury. From this dreadful vision I could only escape by sitting up and staring at the light. At length, worn out, I dropped asleep, and in a dream I distinctly heard papa's voice say sharply outside the bed curtain, "Maud, we shall be late at Bartram Haugh." And I awoke in a horror, the wall, as it seemed, still ringing with the summons, and the speaker, I fancied, standing at the other side of the curtain. A miserable night I passed. In the morning, looking myself like a ghost, I stood in my nightdress by Lady Knolly's bed. "I have had my warning," I said. "Oh, Cousin Monica, papa has been with me, and ordered me to Bartram Haugh, and go I will." She stared in my face uncomfortably, and then tried to laugh the matter off. But I know she was troubled at the strange state to which agitation and suspense had reduced me. "You are taking too much for granted, Maud," said she. "Silas Ruthyn most likely will refuse his consent, and insist on your going to Bartram Haugh." "Heaven grant!" I exclaimed. "But if he doesn't, it is all the same to me. Go I will. He may turn me out, but I'll go, and try to expiate the breach of faith that I fear is so horribly wicked." We had several hours still to wait for the arrival of the post, for both of us, The delay was a suspense. For me, an almost agonizing one. At length, at an unlooked-for moment, Branston did enter the room with the post-bag. There was a large letter, with the Feltram postmark, addressed to Lady Knollys. It was Dr. Bryerly's dispatch. We read it together. It was dated on the day before, and its purport was thus: Respected Madam, I, this day, saw Mr. Silas Ruthyn at Bartram Haugh, and he peremptorily refuses on any terms to vacate the guardianship, or to consent to Miss Ruthyn's residing anywhere but under his own immediate care. As he bases his refusal first upon conscientious difficulty, declaring that he has no right, through fear of personal contingencies, to abdicate an office imposed in so solemn a way, and so naturally devolving on him as only brother to the deceased; and secondly, upon the effect such a withdrawal, at the instance of the acting trustee, would have upon his own character, amounting to a public self-condemnation; and, as he refused to discuss these positions with me, I could make no way whatsoever with him. Finding, therefore, that his mind was quite made up, after a short time I took my leave. He mentioned that preparations for his niece's reception are being completed, and that he will send for her in a few days; so that I think it will be advisable that I should go down to Knowl to assist Miss Ruthyn with any advice she may require before her departure, to discharge servants, get inventories made, and provide for the care of the place and grounds during her minority. I am, respected Madam, yours truly, Hans E. Bryerly. I can't describe to you how chapfallen and angry my cousin looked. She sniffed once or twice, and then said, rather bitterly, in a subdued tone, "Well, now, I hope you are pleased." "No, no, no, you know I'm not. Grieved to the heart, my only friend, my dear cousin Monica, but my conscience is at rest. You don't know what a sacrifice it is. I am a most unhappy creature. I feel an indescribable foreboding. I am frightened. But you won't forsake me, cousin Monica?" "No, darling, never," she said, sadly. "And you'll come and see me, won't you, as often as you can?" "Yes, dear, that is, if Silas allows me." "And I'm sure he will," she added hastily, seeing, I suppose, my terror in my face. "All I can do, you may be sure I will. And perhaps he will allow you to come to me now and then for a short visit. You know I am only 6 miles away, little more than half an hour's drive; and though I hate Bartram and detest Silas, yes, I detest Silas," she repeated in reply to my surprised gaze, "I will call at Bartram. That is, I say, if he allows me, for you know I haven't been there for a quarter of a century; and though I never understood Silas, I fancy he forgives no sins, whether of omission or commission." I wondered what old grudge could make my cousin judge Uncle Silas so hardly. I could not suppose it was justice. I had seen my hero indeed lately so disrespectfully handled before my eyes, that he had, as idols will, lost something of his sacredness. But as an article of faith, I still cultivated my trust in his divinity, and dismissed every intruding doubt with an exorcism, as a suggestion of the evil one. But I wronged Lady Knollys in suspecting her of pique, or malice, or anything more than that tendency to take strong views which some persons attribute to my sex. So, then, the little project of Cousin Monica's guardianship, which, had it been for papa's wish, would have made me so very happy, was knocked on the head, to revive no more. I comforted myself, however, with her promise to reopen communications with Bartram Haugh, and we grew resigned. I remember next morning, as we sat at a very late breakfast, Lady Knollys, reading a letter, suddenly made an exclamation and a little laugh, and read on with increased interest for a few minutes, and then with another little laugh she looked up, placing her hand, with the open letter in it, beside her teacup.
You'll not guess whom I've been reading about, she said, with her head the least thing on one side and an arch smile. I felt myself blushing, cheeks, forehead, even down to the tips of my fingers. I anticipated the name I was to hear. She looked very much amused. Was it possible that Captain Oakley was married? I really have not the least idea, I replied, with that kind of overdone carelessness which betrays us. No, I see quite plainly you have not, but you can't think how prettily you blush, answered she, very much diverted. I really don't care, I replied, with some little dignity, and blushing deeper and deeper. Will you make a guess? She asked. I can't guess. Well, shall I tell you? Just as you please. Well, I will. That is, I'll read a page of my letter, which tells it all. Do you know Georgina Fanshawe? She asked. Lady Georgina? No. Well, no matter. She's in Paris now, and this letter is from her, and she says... Let me see the place. Yesterday, what do you think? Quite an apparition. You shall hear. My brother Craven yesterday insisted on my accompanying him to Lebet's shop in that odd little antique street near the grave. It is a wonderful old curiosity shop. I forget what they call them here. When we went into this place, it was very nearly deserted, and there were so many curious things to look at all about, that for a minute or two I did not observe a tall woman in a grey silk and black velvet mantle, and quite a nice new Parisian bonnet. You will be charmed, by the by, with the new shape. It is only out 3 weeks, and is quite indescribably elegant, I think, at least. They have them, I am sure, by this time at Molnitz's, so I need say no more. And now that I am on this subject of dress, I have got your lace, and I think you will be very ungrateful if you are not charmed with it. Well, I need not read all that. Here is the rest. And she read, But you'll ask about my mysterious dame in the new bonnet and velvet mantle. She was sitting on a stool at the counter, not buying, but evidently selling a quantity of stones and trinkets which she had in a card box, and the man was picking them up one by one, and, I suppose, valuing them. I was near enough to see a darling little pearl cross, with at least half a dozen really good pearls in it, and had begun to covet them for my set, when the lady glanced over my shoulder, and she knew me. In fact, we knew one another. And who do you think she was? Well, you'll not guess in a week, and I can't wait so long, so I might as well tell you at once. She was that horrid old Mademoiselle Blasmar, whom you pointed out to me at Elverston, and I never forgot her face since, nor she, it seems, mine, for she turned away very quickly, and when I next saw her, her veil was down. Did not you tell me, Maud, that you had lost your pearl cross while that dreadful Madame de la Rougierre was here? Yes, but... I know, but what has she to do with Mademoiselle de Blasmar, you were going to say? They are one and the same person. Oh, I perceive, answered I, with that dim sense of danger and dismay with which one hears suddenly of an enemy of whom one has lost sight for a time. All right, and tell Georgie to buy that cross. I wager my life it is yours, said Lady Knollys, firmly. The servants indeed made no secret of their opinion of Madame de la Rougierre, and frankly charged her with a long list of larcenies. Even Anne Wickstead, who had enjoyed her barren favour while the gouvernante was here, hinted privately that she had bartered a missing piece of lace belonging to me with a gipsy pelder, for French gloves and an Irish poplin. And so surely as I find it is yours, I'll set the police in pursuit. But you must not bring me into court, said I, half amused and half alarmed. No occasion, my dear. Mary Quince and Miss Rusk can prove it perfectly. And why do you dislike her so very much? I asked. Cousin Monica leaned back in her chair, and searched the cornice from corner to corner, with upturned eyes, for the reason, and at last laughed a little, amused at herself.
Well, really, it is not easy to define, and perhaps it is not quite charitable, but I know I hate her. And I know, you little hypocrite, you hate her as much as I. And we both laughed a little. But you must tell me all you know of her history. Her history? Echoed she. I really know next to nothing about it, only that I used to see her sometimes about the place that Georgina mentions, and there were some unpleasant things said about her. But you know they may be all lies. The worst I know of her is her treatment of you, and her robbing the desk. Cousin Monica always called it her robbery. And I think that's enough to hang her. Suppose we go out for a walk? So together we went, and I resumed about Madame. But no more could I extract. Perhaps there was not much more to hear. End of chapter 29. Chapter 30 of Uncle Silas. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to find out how you can volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Uncle Silas by J. Sheridan Le Fanu. Chapter 30 On the Road. All at Knoll was indicative of that break-up that was so near at hand. Dr. Bryerly arrived according to his promise. He was in a whirl of business all the time. He and Mr. Danvers conferred about the management of the estate. It was agreed that the grounds and gardens should be let, but not the house, of which Mrs. Rusk was to take the care. The gamekeeper remained in office, and some outdoor servants, but the rest were to go, except Mary Quince, who was to accompany me to Bartram Haugh as my maid. "Don't part with Quince," said Lady Knollys peremptorily. "They'll want you, but don't." She kept harping on this point, and recurred to it half a dozen times every day. "They'll say, you know, that she is not fit for a lady's maid, as she certainly is not, if it in the least signified in such a wilderness as Bartram Haugh. But she is attached, trustworthy, and honest, and those are qualities valuable everywhere, especially in solitude. Don't allow them to get you a wicked young French milliner in her stead." Sometimes she said things that jarred unpleasantly on my nerves, and left an undefined sense of danger, such as, "I know she is true to you, and a good creature, but is she shrewd enough?" Or with an anxious look, "I hope Mary Quince is not easily frightened." Or suddenly, "Can Mary Quince write, in case you were ill?" Or, "Can she take a message exactly?" Or, "Is she a person of any enterprise and resource, and cool in an emergency?" Now these questions did not come all in a string as I write them down here, but at long intervals, and were followed quickly by ordinary talk. But they generally escaped from my companion after silence and gloomy thought. And though I could extract nothing more defined than these questions, yet they seemed to me to point at some possible danger, contemplated in my good cousin's dismal ruminations. Another topic that occupied my cousin's mind a good deal was obviously the larceny of my pearl cross. She made a note of the description furnished by the recollection respectively of Mary Quince, Mrs. Rusk, and myself. I had fancied her little vision of the police was no more than the result of a momentary impulse, but really, to judge by her methodical examination of us, I should have fancied that she had taken it up in downright earnest. Having learned that my departure from Knowl was to be so very soon, she resolved not to leave me before the day of my journey to Bartram Haugh. And as day after day passed by, and the hour of our leave-taking approached, she became more and more kind and affectionate. A feverish and sorrowful interval it was to me. Of Dr. Bryerly, though staying in the house, we saw almost nothing, except for an hour or so at tea-time. He breakfasted very early, and dined solitarily, and at uncertain hours, as business permitted. The second evening of his visit, Cousin Monica took the occasion to introduce the subject of his visit to Bartram Haugh. "You saw him, of course?" said Lady Knollys.
"Yes, he saw me. He was not well. On hearing who I was, he asked me to go to his room, where he sat in a silk dressing gown and slippers."
"About business principally," said Cousin Monica laconically.
That was dispatched in very few words, for he was quite resolved, and placed his refusal upon grounds which it was difficult to dispute. But difficult or no, mind you, he intimated that he would hear nothing more on the subject. So that was closed.
"Well, and what is his religion now?" inquired she, irreverently.
We had some interesting conversation on the subject. He leans much to what we call the doctrine of correspondence. He has read rather deeply in the writings of Swedenborg, and seems anxious to discuss some points with one who professes to be his follower. To say truth, I did not expect to find him either so well read or so deeply interested in the subject.
"Was he angry when it was proposed that he should vacate the guardianship?"
"Not at all. Contrariwise, he said he had at first been so minded himself. His years, his habits, and something of the unfitness of the situation, the remoteness of Bartram Haugh from good teachers, and all that, had struck him, and nearly determined him against accepting the office. But then came the views which I stated in my letter, and they governed him, and nothing could shake them, he said, or induce him to reopen the question in his own mind."
All the time Dr. Bryerly was relating his conference with the head of the family at Bartram Haugh, my cousin commented on the narrative with a variety of little pishes and sneers, which I thought showed more of vexation than contempt. I was glad to hear all that Dr. Bryerly related. It gave me a kind of confidence, and I experienced a momentary reaction. After all, could Bartram Haugh be more lonely than I had found Knowl? Was I not sure of the society of my cousin Millicent, who was about my own age? Was it not quite possible that my sojourn in Derbyshire might turn out to be a happy though very quiet remembrance through all my after life? Why should it not? What time or place would be happy if we gave ourselves over to dismal imaginations? So the summons reached me from Uncle Silas. The hours at Knowl were numbered. The evening before I departed, I visited the full-length portrait of Uncle Silas, and studied it for the last time carefully, with deep interest, for many minutes, but with results vaguer than ever. With a brother so generous and so wealthy, always ready to help him forward, with his talents, with his lithe and gorgeous beauty, the shadows of which hung on that canvas, what might he not have accomplished? Whom might he not have captivated? And yet where and what was he? A poor and shunned old man, occupying a lonely house and place that did not belong to him, married to degradation, with a few years of suspected and solitary life before him, and then swift oblivion his best portion. I gazed on the picture, to fix it well and vividly in my remembrance. I might still trace some of its outlines and tints in its living original, whom I was next day to see for the first time in my life. So the morning came, my last for many a day at Knowl, a day of partings, a day of novelty and regrets. The travelling carriage and post horses were at the door. Cousin Monica's carriage had just carried her away to the railway. We had embraced with tears, and her kind face was still before me, and her words of comfort and promise in my ears. The early sharpness of morning was still in the air. The frosty dew still glistened on the window panes. We had made a hasty breakfast, my share of which was a single cup of tea. The aspect of the house, how strange! Uncarpeted, uninhabited, the doors, for the most part, locked. All the servants but Mrs. Rusk and Branston departed. The drawing-room door stood open, and a charwoman was washing the bare floor. I was looking my last, for who could say how long, on the old house, and lingered. The luggage was all up. I made Mary Quince get in first, for every delay was precious. And now the moment was come. I hugged and kissed Mrs. Rusk in the hall.
God bless you, my darling. You must not fret, mind. The time won't be long going over, no time at all. And you'll be bringing back a fine young gentleman, who knows, as great as the Duke of Wellington for your husband. And I'll take the best care of everything, and the birds and the dogs till you come back, and I'll go and see you and Mary if you'll allow in Derbyshire.
And so forth. I got into the carriage, and bid Branston, who shut the door, good-bye, and kissed hands to Mrs. Rusk, who was smiling and drying her eyes and curtsying on the hall-door steps. The dogs, who had started gleefully with the carriage, were called back by Branston, and driven home, wondering and wistful, looking back with ears oddly cocked and tails dejected. My heart thanked them for their kindness, and I felt like a stranger and very desolate. It was a bright, clear morning. It had been settled that it was not worth the trouble changing from the carriage to the railway for the sake of 25 miles, and so the entire journey of 60 miles was to be made by the post road, the pleasantest travelling if the mind were free. The grander and more distant features of the landscape we may see well enough from the windows of the railway carriage, but it is the foreground that interests and instructs us, like a pleasant gossiping history. And that we had in the old days from the post-chaise window. It was more than travelling piquet. Something of all conditions of life, luxury and misery, high spirits and low, all sorts of costumes, livery, rags, millinery, faces buxom, faces wrinkled, faces kind, faces wicked, no end of interest and suggestion, passing in a procession silent and vivid, and all in their proper scenery, the golden corn sheafs, the old dark-alleyed orchards, and the high streets of antique towns. There were few dreams brighter, few books so pleasant. We drove by the dark wood. It always looked dark to me, where the mausoleum stands, where my dear parents both lay now. I gazed on its sombre masses, not with a softened feeling, but a peculiar sense of pain, and was glad when it was quite past. All the morning I had not shed a tear. Good Mary Quince cried at leaving Knowl. Lady Knollys's eyes were not dry as she kissed and blessed me, and promised an early visit, and the dark, lean, energetic face of the housekeeper was quivering, and her cheeks wet, as I drove away. But I, whose grief was sorest, never shed a tear. I only looked about from one familiar object to another, pale, excited, not quite apprehending my departure, and wondering at my own composure. But when we reached the old bridge, with the tall osiers standing by the buttress, and looked back at poor Knowl, the places we loved and are leaving look so fairy-like and so sad in the clear distance, and this is the finest view of the gabled old house, with its slanting meadowlands and noble timber reposing in solemn groups. I gazed at the receding vision, and the tears came at last, and I wept in silence long after the fair picture was hidden from view by the intervening uplands. I was relieved when we had made our next change of horses, and got into a country that was unknown to me. The new scenery and the sense of progress worked their accustomed effects on a young traveller who had lived a particularly secluded life, and I began to experience, on the whole, a not unpleasurable excitement. Mary Quince and I, with the hopefulness of inexperienced travellers, began already to speculate about our proximity to Bartram Haugh, and were sorely disappointed when we heard from the nondescript courier, more like an ostler than a servant, who sat behind in charge of us and the luggage, and represented my guardian's special care, at nearly 1 o'clock, that we still had 40 miles to go, a considerable portion of which was across the high Derbyshire mountains, before we reached Bartram Haugh. The fact was, we had driven at a pace accommodated rather to the convenience of the horses than to our impatience, and finding, at the quaint little inn where we now halted, that we must wait for a nail or two in a loose shoe of one of our relay, we consulted and being both hungry, agreed to beguile the time with an early dinner, which we enjoyed very sociably in a queer little parlour with a bow window, and commanding, with a little garden for foreground, a very pretty landscape. Good Mary Quince, like myself, had quite dried her tears by this time, and we were both highly interested, and I a little nervous too, about our arrival and reception at Bartram. Some time, of course, was lost in this pleasant little parlour before we found ourselves once more pursuing our way. The slowest part of our journey was the pull up the long mountain road, ascending zigzag, as sailors make the way against a head wind, by tacking. I forget the name of the pretty little group of houses, it did not amount to a village, buried in the trees, where we got our 4 horses and 2 postilions, for the work was severe. I can only designate it as the place where Mary Quince and I had our tea, very comfortably, and bought some gingerbread, very curious to look upon, but quite uneatable. The greater portion of the ascent, when we were fairly upon the mountain, was accomplished at a walk, and at some particularly steep points we had to get out and go on foot. But this to me was quite delightful. I had never scaled a mountain before, and the ferns and heath, the pure boisterous air, and above all the magnificent view of the rich country we were leaving behind, now gorgeous and misty in the sunset tints, stretching in gentle undulations far beneath us, quite enchanted me. We had just reached the summit when the sun went down. The low grounds at the other side were already lying in the cold grey shadow, and I got the man who sat behind to point out, as well as he could, the site of Bartram Haugh. But the mist was gathering over all by this time. The filmy disk of the moon, which was to light us on, so soon as twilight faded into night, hung high in the air. I tried to see the sable mass of wood which he described, but it was in vain, and to acquire a clear idea of the place, as of its master, I must only wait that nearer view which an hour or 2 more would afford me. And now we rapidly descended the mountain side. The scenery was wilder and bolder than I was accustomed to. Our road skirted the edge of a great heathy moor. The silvery light of the moon began to glimmer, and we passed a gipsy bivouac with fires alight and cauldrons hanging over them. It was the first I had seen. 2 or 3 low tents, a couple of dark withered crones, veritable witches, a graceful girl standing behind, gazing after us, and men in odd-shaped hats, with gaudy waistcoats and bright-coloured neck handkerchiefs and gaitered legs, stood lazily in front. They had all a wild tawdry display of colour, and a group of alders in the rear made a background of shade for tents, fires, and figures. I opened a front window of the chariot and called to the postboys to stop. The groom from behind came to the window. "Are not those gipsies?" I inquired. "Yes, please 'em. Them's gipsies, sure, miss," he answered, glancing with that odd smile, half contemptuous, half superstitious, which I have often since observed the peasants of Derbyshire eyeing those thievish and uncanny neighbours. End of chapter 30. Chapter 31 of Uncle Silas. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to find out how you can volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Uncle Silas by J. Sheridan Le Fanu. Chapter 31. Bartram Haugh. In a moment, a tall, lithe girl, black-haired, black-eyed, and, as I thought, inexpressibly handsome, was smiling, with such beautiful rings of pearly teeth, at the window, and in her peculiar accent, with a suspicion of something foreign in it, proposing with many courtesies to tell the lady her fortune. I had never seen this wild tribe of the human race before, children of mystery and liberty. Such vagabondism and beauty in the figure before me, I looked at their hovels and thought of the night, and wondered at their independence, and felt my inferiority. I could not resist. She held up her slim oriental hand. "Yes, I'll hear my fortune," I said, returning the Sibyl's smile instinctively. "Give me some money, Mary Quince." "No, not that," I said, rejecting the thrifty sixpence she tendered, for I had heard that the revelations of this weird sisterhood were bright in proportion to the kindness of their clients, and was resolved to approach Bartram with cheerful auguries. "That 5-shilling piece," I insisted, and honest Mary reluctantly surrendered the coin. So the feline beauty took it, with curtsies and thankies, smiling still, and hid it away as if she stole it, and looked upon my open palm still smiling, and told me, to my surprise, that there was somebody I liked very much, and I was almost afraid she would name Captain Oakley; that he would grow very rich, and that I should marry him; that I should move about from place to place a great deal for a good while to come; that I had some enemies, who should be sometimes so near as to be in the same room with me, and yet they should not be able to hurt me; that I should see blood spilt and yet not my own, and finally be very happy and splendid, like the heroine of a fairy tale. Did this strange girlish charlatan see in my face some signs of shrinking when she spoke of enemies, and set me down for a coward whose weakness might be profitable? Very likely. At all events, she plucked up a long brass pin with a round bead for a head, for some part of her dress, and holding the point in her finger, and exhibiting the treasure before my eyes, she told me that I must get a charmed pin like that, which her grandmother had given to her, and she ran glibly through a story of all the magic expended on it, and told me she could not part with it, but its virtue was that you were to stick it through the blanket, and while it was there, neither rat nor cat nor snake. Then came 2 more terms in the catalogue which I suppose belonged to the gipsy dialect, and which she explained to mean, as well as I could understand, the first a malevolent spirit, and the second a cove to cut your throat, could approach or hurt you. A charm like that, she gave me to understand, I must by hook or by crook obtain. She had not a second. None of her people in the camp over there possessed one. I am ashamed to confess that I actually paid her £1 for this brass pin. The purchase was partly an indication of my temperament, which could never let an opportunity pass away irrevocably without a struggle, and always apprehended, some day or another I'll reproach myself for having neglected it, and partly a record of the trepidations of that period of my life. At all events, I had her pin, and she had my £1, and I venture to say I was the gladder of the two. She stood on the roadside bank, curtsying and smiling, the first enchantress I had encountered, and I watched the receding picture with its patches of firelight, its dusky groups and donkey carts, white as skeletons in the moonlight, as we rapidly drove away. They, I suppose, had a wild sneer and a merry laugh over my purchase, as they sat and ate their supper of stolen poultry about their fire, and were duly proud of belonging to the superior race. Mary Quince, shocked at my prodigality, hinted a remonstrance. "It went to my heart, miss, it did. There's such a lot, young and old, all alike thieves and vagabonds, and many a poor body wanting." "Tut, Mary, never mind. Everyone has her fortune told some time in her life, and you can't have a good one without paying. I think, Mary, we must be near Bartram now." The road now traversed the side of a steep hill, parallel to which, along the opposite side of a winding river, rose the dark steeps of a corresponding upland, covered with forest that looked awful and dim in the deep shadow, while the moonlight rippled fitfully upon the stream beneath. "It seems to be a beautiful country," I said to Mary Quince, who was munching a sandwich in the corner, and thus appealed to, adjusted her bonnet, and made an inspection from her window, which, however, commanded nothing but the heathy slope of the hill, whose side we were traversing.
"Well, miss, I suppose it is, but there's a deal of mountains, is not there?"
And so saying, honest Mary leaned back again and went on with her sandwich. We were now descending at a great pace. I knew we were coming near. I stood up as well as I could in the carriage to see over the postilions' heads. I was eager, but frightened too, agitated as the crisis of the arrival and meeting approached. At last, a long stretch of comparatively level country below us, with masses of wood, as well as I could see, irregularly overspreading it, became visible as the narrow valley through which we were speeding made a sudden bend. Down we drove, and now I did perceive a change. A great grass-grown park wall, overtopped with mighty trees, but still on and on we came at a canter that seemed almost a gallop. The old grey park wall flanking us at one side, and a pretty pastoral hedgerow of ash trees irregularly on the other. At last the postilions began to draw bridle, and at a slight angle, the moon shining full upon them, we wheeled into a wide semicircle formed by the receding park walls, and halted before a great fantastic iron gate, and a pair of tall fluted piers, of white stone, all grass-grown and ivy-bound, with great cornices, surmounted with shields and supporters. The Ruthen bearings, washed by the rains of Derbyshire for many a generation of Ruthens, almost smooth by this time, and looking bleached and phantasmal, like giant sentinels, with each a hand clasped in his comrade's, to bar our passage to the enchanted castle. The florid tracery of the iron gate showing like the draperies of a white robe hanging from their extended arms to the earth. Our courier got down and shoved the great gate open, and we entered, between sombre files of magnificent forest trees, one of those very broad straight avenues whose width measures the front of the house. This was all built of white stone, resembling that of cane, which parts of Derbyshire produce in such abundance. So this was Bartram, and here was Uncle Silas. I was almost breathless as I approached. The bright moon shining full on the white front of the old house revealed not only its highly decorated style, its fluted pillars and doorway, rich and florid carvings, and balustraded summit, but also its stained and moss-grown front. Two giant trees, overthrown at last by the recent storm, lay with their upturned roots, and their yellow foliage still flickering on the sprays that were to bloom no more, where they had fallen at the right side of the courtyard, which, like the avenue, was studded with tufted weeds and grass. All this gave to the aspect of Bartram a forlorn character of desertion and decay, contrasting almost awfully with the grandeur of its proportions and richness of its architecture. There was a ruddy glow from a broad window in the second row, and I thought I saw someone peep from it and disappear. At the same moment there was a furious barking of dogs, some of whom ran scampering into the courtyard from a half-closed side door, and amid their uproar, the bawling of the man in the back seat, who jumped down to drive them off, and the crack of the postilions' whips, who struck at them, we drew up before the lordly doorsteps of this melancholy mansion. Just as our attendant had his hand on the knocker, the door opened, and we saw, by a not very brilliant candlelight, 3 figures. A shabby little old man, thin and very much stooped, with a white cravat, and looking as if his black clothes were too large and made for someone else, stood with his hand upon the door. A young, plump, but very pretty female figure, in unusually short petticoats, with fattish legs and nice ankles, in boots, stood in the centre, and a dowdy maid, like an old charwoman, behind her. The household paraded for welcome was not certainly very brilliant. Amid the riot, the trunks were deliberately put down by our attendant, who kept shouting to the old man at the door, and to the dogs in turn, and the old man was talking and pointing stiffly and tremulously, but I could not hear what he said. Was it possible? Could that mean-looking old man be Uncle Silas? The idea stunned me, but I almost instantly perceived that he was much too small, and I was relieved and even grateful. It was certainly an odd mode of procedure to devote primary attention to the trunks and boxes, leaving the travellers still shut up in the carriage, of which they were by this time pretty well tired. I was not sorry for the reprieve, however. Being nervous about first impressions, and willing to defer mine, I sat shyly back, peeping at the candle and moonlight picture before me, myself unseen.
"Will you tell, yes or no, is my cousin in the coach?"
screamed the plump young lady, stamping her stout black boot in a momentary lull. Yes, I was there, sure.
"And why the puck don't you let her out, you stoop, you? Run down, Giblets, you never do nowt without driving, and let Cousin Maud out. You're very welcome to Bartram."
This greeting was screamed at an amazing pitch, and repeated before I had time to drop the window and say, "Thank you."
"I'd a let you out myself, there's a good dog. You wouldn't a bite cousin."
The parenthesis was to a huge mastiff, who thrust himself beside her, by this time quite pacified.
"Only I daren't go down the steps, for the governor said I shouldn't."
The venerable person, who went by the name of Giblets, had by this time opened the carriage door, and our courier, or Boots, he looked more like the latter functionary, had lowered the steps, and in greater trepidation than I experienced when in after days I was presented to my sovereign, I glided down, to offer myself to the greeting and inspection of the plain-spoken young lady who stood at the top of the steps to receive me. She welcomed me with a hug and a hearty buss, as she called that salutation, on each cheek, and pulled me into the hall, and was evidently glad to see me.
"And you're tired a bit, I warrant. And who's the old un, who?"
she asked eagerly in a stage whisper, which made my ear numb for 5 minutes after.
Oh, the maid. What a precious old un. Ha, ha, ha. But Locke, how grand she is, with her black silk, cloak and crape, and I only in twilled cotton and rotten old Coburg for Sundays. Odd, it's a shame, but you'll be tired, you will. It's a smartish pull, they do say, from Knoll. I know a spell of it, only so far as the Cat and the Fiddle near the Lunnon road. Come up, will you? Would you like to come in first and talk a bit with the governor? Father, you know, he's a bit silly, he is, this while."
I found that the phrase meant only bodily infirmity.
"He took a pain o' Friday, neuralgy, something or other he called it. Rheumatics it is when it takes old Giblets here, and he's sitting in his own room. Or maybe you'd like better to come to your own bedroom first, for it's dirty work travelling, they do say."
Yes, I preferred the preliminary adjustment. Mary Quince was standing behind me, and as my voluble kinswoman talked on, we had each ample time and opportunity to observe the personnel of the other, and she made no scruple of letting me perceive that she was improving it, for she stared me full in the face, taking in evidently feature after feature, and she felt the material of my mantle pretty carefully between her finger and thumb, and manually examined my chain and trinkets, and picked up my hand as she might a glove to con over my rings. I can't say, of course, exactly what impression I might have produced on her, but in my cousin Milly I saw a girl who looked younger than her years, plump, but with a slender waist, with light hair, lighter than mine, and very blue eyes, rather round, on the whole very good looking. She had an odd swaggering walk, a toss of her head, and a saucy and imperious, but rather good-natured and honest, countenance. She talked rather loud, with a good ringing voice, and a boisterous laugh when it came. If I was behind the fashion, what would Cousin Monica have thought of her? She was arrayed, as she had stated, in black twilled cotton, expressive of her affliction, but it was made almost as short in the skirt as that of the prince of the Bavarian broom girls. She had white cotton stockings, and a pair of black leather boots with leather buttons, and, for a lady, prodigiously thick soles, which reminded me of the navy boots I had so often admired in Punch. I must add that the hands with which she assisted her scrutiny of my dress, though pretty, were very much sunburnt indeed. "And what's her name?" she demanded, nodding to Mary Quince, who was gazing on her awfully with round eyes, as an inland spinster might upon a whale beheld for the first time. Mary curtsied, and I answered. "Mary Quince," she repeated. "You're welcome, Quince. What shall I call her? I've a name for all of them. Old Giles there is Giblets. He did not like it at first, but he answers quick enough now. And old Lucy Wyatt there," nodding toward the old woman, "is Lucia de l'Amour." A slightly erroneous reading of Lammermoor, for my cousin sometimes made mistakes and was not much versed in the Italian opera. "You know it's a play, and I call her L'Amour for shortness." And she laughed hilariously, and I could not forbear joining, and was winking at me, and called aloud, "L'Amour!" To which the crone, with a high cauled cap, resembling Mother Hubbard, responded with a curtsy and a "Yes'm." "Are all the trunks and boxes took up?" They were. "Well, we'll come now. And what shall I call you, Quince? Let me see." "According to your pleasure, miss," answered Mary, with dignity and a dry courtesy. "Why, you're as hoarse as a frog, Quince. We'll call you Quinsy for present. That'll do. Come along, Quinsy." So my cousin Milly took me under the arm and pulled me forward. But as we ascended, she let me go, leaning back to make inspection of my attire from a new point of view. "Hello, cousin!" she cried, giving my dress a smack with her open hand. "What a plague do you want with all that bustle? You leave it behind, lass, the first bush you jump over." I was a good deal astounded. I was also very near laughing, for there was a short importance in her plump countenance, and an indescribable grotesqueness in the fashion of her garments, which heightened the outlandishness of her talk in a way which I cannot describe at all. What palatial wide stairs those were which we ascended, with their prodigious carved banisters of oak, and each huge pillar on the landing place crowned with a shield and carved heraldic supporters. Florid oak panelling covered the walls. But of the house I could form no estimate, for Uncle Silas's housekeeping did not provide light for hall and passages, and we were dependent on the glimmer of a single candle. But there would be quite enough of this kind of exploration in the daylight. So along dark oak flooring we advanced to my room, and I had now an opportunity of admiring at my leisure the lordly proportions of the building. Two great windows with dark tarnished curtains rose half as high again as the windows of Knoll, and yet Knoll, in its own style, is a fine house. The door frames, like the window frames, were richly carved. The fireplace was in the same massive style, and the mantelpiece projected with a mass of very rich carving. On the whole, I was surprised. I had never slept in so noble a room before. The furniture, I must confess, was by no means on par with the architectural pretensions of the apartment. A French bed, a piece of carpet about 3 yards square, a small table, 2 chairs, a toilet table, no wardrobe, no chest of drawers. The furniture painted white, and of the light and diminutive kind, was particularly ill adapted to the scale and style of the apartment, one end only of which it occupied, and that but sparsely, leaving the rest of the chamber in the nakedness of a stately desolation. My cousin Milly ran away to report progress to the governor, as she termed Uncle Silas. "Well, Miss Maud, I never did expect to see the like of that," exclaimed honest Mary Quince. "Did you ever see such a young lady? She's no more like one of the family than I am. Law bless us! And what's she dressed like? Well, well, well!" And Mary, with a rueful shake of her head, clicked her tongue pathetically to the back of her teeth, while I could not forbear laughing. "And such a scrap of furniture! Well, well, well!" And the same ticking of the tongue followed. But in a few minutes back came Cousin Milly, and, with a barbarous sort of curiosity, assisted in unpacking my trunks and stowing away the treasures, on which she ventured a variety of admiring criticisms in the presses which, like cupboards, filled recesses in the walls, with great oak doors, the keys of which were in them. As I was making my hurried toilet, she entertained me now and then with more strictly personal criticisms. "Your hair's a shade darker than mine. It's none the better o' that, though, is it? Mine's said to be the right shade. I dunno, what do you say?" I conceded the point with a good grace. "I wish my hands were as white, though. You do lick me there. But it's all gloves. I never could abide 'em. I think I'll try, though. They are very white, sure. I wonder which is the prettiest, you or me? I don't know, I'm sure. Which do you think?" I laughed outright at this challenge, and she blushed a little, and for the first time seemed, for a moment, a little shy. "Well, you are a half an inch longer than me, I think, don't you?" I was fully an inch taller, so I had no difficulty in making the proposed admission. "Well, you do look handsome, doesn't she, Quinsy lass? But your frock comes down almost to your heels, it does." And she glanced from mine to hers, and made a little kick up with the heel of the navy boot to assist her in measuring the comparative distance. "Maybe mine's a thought too short," she suggested. "Who's there? Oh, it's you, is it?" she cried as Mother Hubbard appeared at the door. "Come in, L'Amour. Don't you know, lass, you're always welcome." She had come to let us know that Uncle Silas would be happy to see me whenever I was ready, and that my cousin Millicent would conduct me to the room where he awaited me. In an instant, all the comic sensations awakened by my singular cousin's eccentricities vanished, and I was thrilled with awe. I was about to see in the flesh, faded, broken, aged, but still identical, that being who had been the vision and the problem of so many years of my short life. End of chapter 31. Chapter 32 of Uncle Silas. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to find out how you can volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Uncle Silas by J. Sheridan Le Fanu. Chapter 32. Uncle Silas. I thought my odd cousin was also impressed with a kind of awe, though different in degree from mine, for a shade overcast her face, and she was silent as we walked side by side along the gallery, accompanied by the crone who carried the candle, which lighted us to the door of that apartment which I may call Uncle Silas's present chamber. Milly whispered to me as we approached, "Mind how you make a noise. The governor's as sharp as a weasel, and nothing vexes him like that." She was herself toppling along on tiptoe. We paused at a door near the head of the great staircase, and L'Amour knocked timidly with her rheumatic knuckles. A voice, clear and penetrating, from within summoned us to enter. The old woman opened the door, and the next moment I was in the presence of Uncle Silas. At the far end of a handsome wainscoted room, near the hearth in which a low fire was burning, beside a small table on which stood 4 wax lights, in tall silver candlesticks, sat a singular-looking old man. The dark wainscoting behind him, and the vastness of the room, in the remoter parts of which the light which fell strongly upon his face and figure expended itself with hardly any effect, exhibited him with the forceful and strange relief of a finely painted Dutch portrait. For some time I saw nothing but him, a face like marble, with a fearful monumental look, and, for an old man, singularly vivid strange eyes, the singularity of which rather grew upon me as I looked, for his eyebrows were still black, though his hair descended from his temple in long locks of the purest silver and finest silk, nearly to his shoulders. He rose, tall and slight, a little stooped, all in black, with an ample black velvet tunic, which was rather a gown than a coat, with loose sleeves, showing his snowy shirt some way up the arm, and a pair of wrist buttons, then quite out of fashion, which glimmered aristocratically with diamonds. I know I can't convey in words an idea of this apparition, drawn as it seemed in black and white, venerable, bloodless, fiery-eyed, with a singular look of power, and an expression so bewildering. Was it derision, or anguish, or cruelty, or patience? The wild eyes of this strange old man were fixed upon me as he rose. An habitual contraction, which in certain lights took the character of a scowl, did not relax as he advanced towards me with his thin-lipped smile. He said something in his clear, gentle, but cold voice, the import of which I was too much agitated to catch, and he took both my hands in his, welcomed me with a courtly grace which belonged to another age, and led me affectionately, with many inquiries which I only half comprehended, to a chair near his own. I need not introduce my daughter. She has saved me that mortification. You'll find her, I believe, good-natured and affectionate. A rest, I fear, a very rustic Miranda, and fitted rather for the society of Caliban than of a sick old Prospero. Is that not so, Millicent?" The old man paused sarcastically for an answer, with his eyes fixed severely on my odd cousin, who blushed and looked uneasy to me for a hint.
"I do not know who they be, neither one nor t'other."
"Very good, my dear," he replied, with a little mocking bow. "You see, my dear Maud, what a Shakespearean you have got for a cousin. It's plain, however, she has made acquaintance with some of our dramatists. She has studied the role of Miss Hoyden so perfectly." It was not a reasonable peculiarity of my uncle that he resented, with a good deal of playful acrimony, my poor cousin's want of an education, for which, if he were not to blame, certainly neither was she. "You see her, poor thing, a result of all the combined disadvantages of want of refined education, refined companionship, and, I fear naturally, of refined tastes. But a sojourn at a good French conventual school will do wonders, and I hope to manage by and by. In the meantime, we jest at our misfortunes, and love one another, I hope, cordially." He extended his thin white hand with a chilly smile towards Milly, who bounced up and took it with a frightened look, and he repeated, holding her hand rather slightly, I thought, "Yes, I hope very cordially," and then turning again to me, he put it over the arm of his chair and let it go, as a man might drop something he did not want from a carriage window. Having made this apology for poor Milly, who was plainly bewildered, he passed on, to her and my relief, to other topics, every now and then expressing his fears that I was fatigued, and his anxiety that I should partake of some supper or tea. But these solicitudes somehow seemed to escape his remembrance almost as soon as uttered, and he maintained the conversation, which soon degenerated into a close and to me a painful examination respecting my dear father's illness and its symptoms, upon which I could give no information, and his habits upon which I could. Perhaps he fancied that there might be some family predisposition to the organic disease of which his brother died, and that his questions were directed rather to the prolonging of his own life than to the better understanding of my dear father's death. How little there was left to this old man to make life desirable, and yet how keenly I afterwards found he clung to it. Have we not all of us seen those to whom life was not only undesirable, but positively painful? A mere series of bodily torments, yet hold to it with a desperate and pitiable tenacity. Old children or young, it is all the same. See how a sleepy child will put off the inevitable departure for bed. The little creature's eyes blink and stare and it needs constant jogging to prevent his nodding off into the slumber which nature craves. His waking is a pain, he is quite worn out and peevish and stupid, and yet he implores a respite and deprecates repose, and vows he is not sleepy, even to the moment when his mother takes him in her arms and carries him in a sweet slumber to the nursery. So it is with us old children of earth, and the great sleep of death, and nature, our kind mother. Just so reluctantly we part with consciousness. The picture is, even to the last, so interesting. The bird in the hand, though sick and molting, so inestimably better than all the brilliant tenants of the bush. We sit up, yawning and blinking and stupid, the whole scene swimming before us, and the stories and music humming off into the sound of distant winds and waters. It is not time yet. We are not fatigued. We are good for another hour still, and so protesting against bed, we falter and drop into the dreamless sleep which nature assigns to fatigue and satiety. He then spoke a little eulogy of his brother, very polished, and indeed, in a kind of way, eloquent. He possessed in a high degree that accomplishment, too little cultivated, I think, by the present generation, of expressing himself with perfect precision and fluency. There was, too, a good deal of slight illustrative quotation, and a sprinkling of French flowers over his conversation, which gave to it a character at once elegant and artificial. It was all easy, light, and pointed, and being quite new to me, had a wonderful fascination. He then told me that Bartram was the temple of liberty, that the health of the whole life was founded in a few years of youth, air, and exercise, and that accomplishments at least, if not education, should wait upon health. Therefore, while at Bartram, I should dispose of my time quite as I pleased, and the more I plundered the garden and gipsied in the woodlands, the better. Then he told me what a miserable invalid he was, and how the doctors interfered with his frugal tastes. A glass of beer in a mutton shop, his ideal of dinner, he dared not touch. They made him drink light wines which he detested, and live upon those artificial abominations, all liking for which vanishes with youth. There stood on a side table in a silver coaster a long-necked Rhenish bottle, and beside it a thin pink glass, and he quivered his fingers in a peevish way toward them. But unless he found himself better very soon, he would take his case into his own hands, and try the dietary to which nature pointed. He waved his fingers toward the bookcase, and told me his books were altogether at my service during my stay. But this promise ended, I must confess, disappointingly. At last, remarking that I must be fatigued, he rose, and kissed me with a solemn tenderness, placed his hand upon what I now perceived to be a large Bible, with two broad silk markers, red and gold, folded in it. The one, I might conjecture, indicating the place in the Old Testament, the other in the New Testament. It stood on the small table that supported the wax lights, with a handsome cut bottle of eau de cologne, his gold and jewelled pencil case, and his chased repeater, chain, and seals beside it. There certainly were no indications of poverty in Uncle Silas's room, and he said impressively, "Remember that book. In it your father placed his trust. In it he found his reward. In it lives my only hope. Consult it, my beloved niece, day and night, as the oracle of life." Then he laid his thin hand on my head, and blessed me, and then kissed my forehead. "No, exclaimed Cousin Milly's lusty voice. I had quite forgotten her presence, and looked at her with a little start. She was seated on a very high old-fashioned chair. She had palpably been asleep. Her round eyes were blinking and staring glassily at us, and her white legs and navy boots were dangling in the air. "Have you anything to remark about Noah?" inquired her father, with a polite inclination and an ironical interest. "Noah?" she repeated in the same blunt accents. "I didn't snore, did I? No, The old man smiled and shrugged a little at me. It was the smile of disgust. "Good night, my dear Maud." And turning to her, he said with a peculiar gentle sharpness, "Had not you better wake, my dear, and try whether your cousin would like some supper?" He accompanied us to the door, outside which we found L'Amour's candle awaiting us.
"I'm awful afraid of the governor, I am. Did I snore that time?" "No, dear, at least I did not hear it," I said, unable to repress a smile. "Well, if I didn't, I was awfully near it," she said reflectively.
We found poor Mary Quince dozing over the fire, but we soon had tea and other good tidings, of which Milly partook with a wonderful appetite.
"I was in a qualm about it,"
said Milly, who by this time was quite herself again.
"When he spies me a napping, maybe he don't fetch me a prod with his pencil case over the head. Odd. Girl, it is sore."
When I contrasted the refined and fluent old gentleman whom I had just left with this amazing specimen of young ladyhood, I grew sceptical almost as to the possibility of her being his child. I was to learn, however, how little she had, I won't say of his society, but even of his presence; that she had no domestic companion of the least pretensions to education; that she ran wild about the place, never, except in church, so much as saw a person of that rank to which she was born; and that the little she knew of reading and writing had been picked up, in desultory half hours, from a person who did not care a pin about her manners or decorum, and perhaps rather enjoyed her grotesqueness; and that no one who was willing to take the least trouble about her was competent to make her a particle more refined than I saw her. The wonder ceased. We don't know how little is heritable, and how much simply training, until we encounter some such spectacle as that of my poor cousin Milly. When I lay down in my bed and reviewed the day, it seemed like a month of wonders. Uncle Silas was always before me, the voice so silvery for an old man, so preternaturally soft, the manners so sweet, so gentle, the aspect smiling, suffering, spectral. It was no longer a shadow. I had now seen him in the flesh. But after all, was he more than a shadow to me? When I closed my eyes, I saw him before me still, in necromantic black, ashy with a pallor on which I looked with fear and pain, a face so dazzlingly pale, and those hollow, fiery, awful eyes. It sometimes seemed as if the curtain opened and I had seen a ghost. I had seen him, but he was still an enigma and a marvel. The living face did not expound the past, any more than the portrait pretended the future. He was still a mystery and a vision, and thinking of these things I fell asleep. Mary Quince, who slept in the dressing room, the door of which was close to my bed, and lay open to secure me against ghosts, called me up, and the moment I knew where I was, I jumped up and peeped eagerly from the window. It commanded the avenue and courtyard, but we were many windows removed from that over the hall door, and immediately beneath ours lay the 2 giant lime trees, prostrate and uprooted, which I had observed as we drove up the night before. I saw more clearly in the bright light of morning the signs of neglect and almost of dilapidation which had struck me as I approached. The courtyard was tufted over with grass, seldom from year to year crushed by the carriage wheels, or trodden by the feet of visitors. This melancholy verdure thickened where the area was more remote from the centre, and under the windows and skirting the walls to the left was reinforced by a thick grove of nettles. The avenue was all grass grown, except in the very centre, where a narrow track still showed the roadway. The handsome carved balustrade of the courtyard was discoloured with lichens, and in 2 places gapped and broken, and the air of decay was heightened by the fallen trees, among whose sprays and yellow leaves the small birds were hopping. Before my toilet was completed, in marched my cousin Milly. We were to breakfast alone that morning. "And so much the better," she told me.
Sometimes the governor ordered her to breakfast with him, and never left off chaffing her till his newspaper came, and sometimes he said such things as he made her cry, and then he only boshed her more, and packed her away to her room. But she was by chalks nicer than him, talk as he might. Was not she nicer? Was not she? Was not she? Upon this point she was so strong and urgent that I was obliged to reply by a protest against awarding the palm of elegance between parent and child, and declaring that I liked her very much, which I attested by a kiss. "I know right well which of us you do think's the nicest, and no mistake, only you're afraid of him, and he had no business boshing me last night before you. I knew he was at it, though I couldn't twig him altogether, but wasn't he a sneak now, wasn't he?" This was a still more awkward question, so I kissed her again, and said she must never ask me to say of my uncle in his absence anything I could not say to his face. At which speech she stared at me for a while, and then treated me to one of her hearty laughs, after which she seemed happier, and gradually grew into better humour with her father. "Sometimes when the curate calls he has me up, for he is as religious as six, he is, and they read Bible and praise, oh, don't they? You'll have that lass like me to go through, and maybe I don't hate it, oh no." We breakfasted in a small room, almost a closet, off the great parlour, which was evidently quite disused. Nothing could be homelier than our equipage, or more shabby than the furniture of the little apartment. Still, somehow, I liked it. It was a total change, but one likes roughing it a little at first. End of chapter 32. Chapter 33 of Uncle Silas. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to find out how you can volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Uncle Silas by J. Sheridan Le Fanu. Chapter 33 The Windmill Wood. I had not time to explore this noble old house as my curiosity prompted, for Milly was in such a fuss to set out for the Blackberry Dell that I saw little more than just so much as I necessarily traversed in making my way to and from my room. The actual decay of the house had been prevented by my dear father, and the roof, windows, masonry, and carpentry had all been kept in repair. But short of indications of actual ruin, there are many manifestations of poverty and neglect which impress with a feeling of desolation. It was plain that not nearly a tithe of this great house was inhabited. Long corridors and galleries stretched away in dust and silence, and were crossed by others whose dark arches inspired me in the distance with an awful sort of sadness. It was plainly one of those great structures in which you might easily lose yourself, and with a pleasing terror it reminded me of that delightful old abbey in Mrs. Radcliffe's romance, among whose silent staircases, dim passages, and long suites of lordly but forsaken chambers, begirt without by sombre forest, the family of La Motte secured a gloomy asylum. My cousin Milly and I, however, were bent upon an open-air ramble, and traversing several passages, she conducted me to a door which led us out upon a terrace overgrown with weeds, and by a broad flight of steps we descended to the level of the grounds beneath. Then on, over the short grass, under the noble trees, we walked. Milly in a high good humour, and talking away volubly in her short garment, navy boots, and a weather-beaten hat. She carried a stick in her gloveless hand. Her conversation was quite new to me, and resembled very much what I would have fancied the holiday recollections of a schoolboy. And the language in which it was sustained was sometimes so outlandish that I was forced to laugh outright, a demonstration which she plainly did not like. Her talk was about the great jumps she had made, how she snowballed the chaps in winter, how she could slide twice the length of her stick beyond Bridles the cowboy. With this and similar conversation she entertained me. The grounds were delightfully wild and neglected, but we had now passed into a vast park beautifully varied with hollows and uplands, and such glorious old timber massed and scattered over its slopes and levels. Among these we got at last into a picturesque dingle. The grey rocks peeped from among the ferns and wild flowers, and the steps of soft sward along the sides were dark in the shadows of silver-stemmed birch, and russet thorn, and oak, under which, in the vaporous night, the Earl King and his daughter might glide on their aerial horses. In the lap of this pleasant dell were the finest blackberry bushes I think I ever saw, bearing fruit quite fabulous, and plucking these and chatting we rambled on very pleasantly. I had first thought of Milly's absurdities, to which in description I cannot do justice, simply because so many details have, by distance of time, escaped my recollection. But her ways and her talk were so indescribably grotesque that she made me again and again quiver with suppressed laughter. But there was a pitiable and even a melancholy meaning underlying the burlesque. This creature, with no more education than a dairymaid, I gradually discovered had fine natural aptitudes for accomplishment, a very sweet voice, a wonderfully delicate ear, and a talent for drawing which quite threw mine into the shade. It was really astonishing. Poor Milly, in all her life, had never read 3 books, and hated to think of them. One, over which she was wont to yawn and sigh, and stare fatiguedly for an hour every Sunday, by command of the governor, was a stout volume of sermons of the earlier school of George III, and a drier collection you can't fancy. I don't think she read anything else, but she had notwithstanding 10 times the cleverness of half the circulating library misses one meets with. Besides all this, I had a long sojourn before me at Bartram Haugh, and I had learned from Milly, as I had heard before, what a perennial solitude it was, with a ludicrous fear of learning Milly's preposterous dialect, and turning at last into something like her. So I resolved to do all I could for her, teach her whatever I knew, if she would allow me, and gradually, if possible, effect some civilising changes in her language, and, as they term it in boarding schools, her demeanour. But I must pursue at present our first day's ramble in what was called Bartram Chase. People can't go on eating blackberries always, so after a while we resumed our walks along this pretty dell, which gradually expanded into a wooded valley, level beneath and enclosed by irregular uplands, receding, as it were, in mimic bays and harbours at some points, and running out at others into broken promontories, ending in clumps of forest trees. Just where the glen which we had been traversing expanded into this broad but wooded valley, it was traversed by a high and close paling, which, although it looked decayed, was still very strong. In this there was a wooden gate, rudely but strongly constructed, and at the side we were approaching stood a girl, who was leaning against the post, with one arm resting on top of the gate. This girl was neither tall nor short, taller than she looked at a distance. She had not a slight waist, sooty black was her hair, with a broad forehead, perpendicular but low. She had a pair of very fine, dark, lustrous eyes, and no other good feature, unless I may so call her teeth, which were very white and even. Her face was rather short and swarthy as a gipsy's, observant and sullen too, and she did not move, only eyed us negligently from under her dark lashes as we drew near. Altogether a not unpicturesque figure, with a dusky red petticoat of drugget, and tattered jacket of bottle green stuff, with short sleeves, which showed her brown arms from the elbow. 'That's Pegtop's daughter,' said Milly. 'Who is Pegtop?' I asked. 'He's the miller. See, yonder it is.'
and she pointed to a very pretty feature in the landscape, a windmill, crowning the summit of a hillock which rose suddenly above the level of the tree-tops, like an island in the centre of the valley.
"The mill not going today, Beauty?"
bawled Milly.
"No, a beauty it bain't,"
replied the girl, loweringly and without stirring.
"And what's gone with the stile?"
demanded Milly, aghast.
"It's tore away from the paling."
"Well, so it be," replied the wood nymph in the red petticoat, showing her fine teeth with a lazy grin.
"Who's a been and done all that?"
demanded Milly.
"Not you nor me, lass,"
said the girl.
"'Twas Pegtop, your old father, did it,"
cried Milly in rising wrath.
"Oppen it were,"
she replied.
"And the gate locked?" "That's it, the gate's locked,"
she repeated, sulkily, with a defiant side glance at Milly.
"And where's Pegtop?"
"At t'other side somewhere. How should I know where he'd be?" she replied.
"Who's got the key?"
"Here it be, lass," she answered, striking her hand on her pocket.
"And how durst you stay us here? Unlock it, huzzy, this minute!"
cried Milly with a stamp. Her answer was a sullen smile.
"Open the gate this instant!"
bawled Milly.
"Well, I won't."
I expected that Milly would have flown into a frenzy at this direct defiance, but she looked instead puzzled and curious. The girl's unexpected audacity bewildered her.
"Why, you fool, I could get over the paling as soon as look at you, but I won't. What's come over you? Open the gate, I say, or I'll make you."
"Do let her alone, dear," I entreated, fearing a mutual assault. "She has been ordered, maybe, not to open it. Is it so, my good girl?"
"Well, thou art not the biggest fool of the two,"
she observed commendatively.
"Thou'st hit it, lass." "And who ordered you?"
exclaimed Milly.
"Father." "Old Pegtop. Well, that's something to laugh at, it is. Our servant a shutting us out of our own grounds." "No servant o' yourn." "Come, lass, what do you mean? He be old Silas's miller, and what's that to thee?"
With these words, the girl made a spring on the hasp of the padlock, and then got easily over the gate.
"Can't you do that, cousin?"
whispered Milly to me with an impatient nudge.
"I wish you'd try."
"No, dear, come away, Milly," and I began to withdraw.
"Look'ee, lass, 'twill be an ill's day work for thee when I tell the governor,"
said Milly, addressing the girl who stood on a log of timber at the other side, regarding us with a sullen composure.
"We'll be over in spite of you,"
cried Milly.
"You lie,"
answered she.
"And why not, huzzy?"
demanded my cousin, who was less incensed at the affront than I expected. And all this time I was urging Milly in vain to come away.
"Yon lass is no wild cat like thee, that's why,"
said the sturdy portress.
"Fie cross, I'll give you a knock,"
said Milly.
"And I'll give thee another,"
she answered with a vicious wag of the head. "Come, Milly, I'll go if you don't," I said.
"But we must not be beat,"
whispered she, vehemently, catching my arm.
"And ye shall get over and see what I will give her."
"I'll not get over."
"Then I'll break the door, for ye shall come through,"
exclaimed Milly, kicking the stout paling with her ponderous boot.
"Parrot, parrot, parrot,"
cried the lass in the red petticoat with a grin.
"Do you know who this lady is?"
cried Milly suddenly.
"She is a prettier lass than thou,"
answered Beauty.
"She's my cousin Maud, Miss Ruthyn of Knoll, and she's a deal richer than the Queen, and the governor's taking care of her, and he'll make old Pegtop bring you to reason."
The girl eyed me with a sulky listlessness, a little inquisitively, I thought.
"See if he don't,"
threatened Milly.
"You positively must come,"
I said, drawing her away with me.
"Well, shall we come in?"
cried Milly, trying a last summons.
"You'll not come in that much,"
she answered surlily, measuring an infinitesimal distance on her finger with her thumb, which she pinched against it, the gesture ending with a snap of defiance and a smile that showed her fine teeth.
"I've a mind to shy a stone at you." shouted Milly.
"Fare away, and I'll shy with ye as long as ye like, lass. Take heed o' yourself."
And Beauty picked up a round stone as large as a cricket ball. With difficulty I got Milly away without an exchange of missiles, and much disgusted at my want of zeal and agility.
"Well, come along, cousin. I know an easy way by the river when it's low,"
answered Milly.
"She's a brute, is not she?"
As we receded, we saw the girl slowly wending her way towards the old thatched cottage, which showed its gable from the side of a little rugged eminence embowered in spreading trees, and dangling and twirling from its string on the end of her finger the key for which a battle had so nearly been fought. The stream was low enough to make our flank movement round the end of the paling next it quite easy, and so we pursued our way, and Milly's equanimity returned, and our ramble grew very pleasant again. Our path lay by the river bank, and as we proceeded, the dwarf timber was succeeded by grander trees, which crowded closer and taller, and, at last, the scenery deepened into solemn forest, and a sudden sweep in the river revealed the beautiful ruin of a steep old bridge, with the fragments of a gatehouse on the farther side.
"Oh, Milly, darling," I exclaimed, "what a beautiful drawing this would make! I should so like to make a sketch of it." "So it would. Make a picture, do. Here's a stone that's pure and flat to sit upon, and you look very tired. Do make it, and I'll sit by you."
"Yes, Milly, I am tired a little, and I will sit down; but we must wait for another day to make the picture, for we have neither pencil nor paper. But it is much too pretty to be lost, so let us come again tomorrow."
"Tomorrow be hanged! You'll do it today, bury me wick, but you shall. I'm wearying to see you make a picture, and I'll fetch your conundrums out of your drawer, for do it you shall."
End of chapter 33. Chapter 34 of Uncle Silas. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to find out how you can volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Uncle Silas by J. Sheridan Le Fanu. Chapter 34 Zamiel. It was all in vain my remonstrating. She vowed that by crossing the stepping stones close by, she could, by a short cut, reach the house and return with my pencils and block book in a quarter of an hour. Away then, with many a jump and fling, scampered Milly's queer white stockings and navy boots across the irregular and precarious stepping stones, over which I dared not follow her. So I was fain to return to the stone so pure and flat, on which I sat, enjoying the grand Sylvian solitude, the dark background and the grey bridge midway, so tall and slim, across whose ruins a sunbeam glimmered, and the gigantic forest trees that slumbered round, opening here and there in dusky vistas, and breaking in front into detached and solemn groups. It was the setting of a dream of romance. It would have been the very spot in which to read a volume of German folklore, and the darkening colonnades and silent nooks of the forest seemed already haunted with the voices and shadows of those charming elves and goblins. As I sat here enjoying the solitude and my fancies among the low branches of the wood, at my right I heard a crashing, and saw a squat broad figure in a stained and tattered military coat, and loose short trousers, one limb of which flapped about a wooden leg. He was forcing himself through. His face was rugged and wrinkled, and tanned to the tint of old oak. His eyes black, bead-like, and fierce, and a shock of sooty hair escaped from under his battered wide awake nearly to his shoulders. This forbidding-looking person came stumping and jerking along toward me, whisking his stick now and then viciously in the air, and giving his fell of hair a short shake, like a wild bull preparing to attack. I stood up involuntarily, with a sense of fear and surprise,
almost fancying I saw in that wooden-legged old soldier the forest demon who haunted der Freischütz. So he approached, shouting,
"Hello, you! How came you here? Das dear!"
And he drew near, panting, and sometimes tugging angrily in his haste at his wooden leg, which sunk now and then deeper than was convenient in the sod. This exertion helped to anger him, and when he halted before me, his dark face smirched with smoke and dust, and the nostrils of his flat drooping nose expanded and quivered as he panted, like the gills of a fish. An angrier or uglier face it would not be easy to fancy.
"Ye all come when ye like, will ye? And do nowt but what pleases yourself, won't you? And who are thou? Das dear, who are ye, I say? And what the deil seek ye in the woods here? Come, bestir thee."
If his wide mouth and great tobacco-stained teeth, his scowl, and loud discordant tones were intimidating, they were also extremely irritating. The moment my spirit was roused, my courage came. "I am Miss Ruthyn of Knoll, and Mr. Silas Ruthyn, your master, is my uncle."
"Ho!"
he exclaimed more gently.
"And if Silas be thy uncle, thou'lt be come to live with him, and thou art she as come overnight, eh?"
I made no answer, but I believe I looked both angrily and disdainfully.
"And what make ye alone here? And how was I to know it? And Milly not with ye, nor no one? But Maud or no Maud, I wouldn't let the Duke hisself set foot inside the palin without Silas said let him. And you may tell Silas them's the words o' Dickon Hawkes, and I'll stick to 'em. And what's more, I'll tell him myself, I will. I'll tell him there'll be no use o' my striving and straining he, day and night and day, watching again poacher and thieves and gypsies, and they robbing lads, if rules won't be kept, and folk do just as they please. Dang it, lass, thou are in luck I didn't heave a brick at thee when I saw thee first."
"I'll complain of you to my uncle," I replied.
"So do, and happen thou find thyself in the wrong box, lass. Thou canst not say I set the dogs arter thee, nor called thee so much as a wry name, nor heave a stone at thee, did I? Well, and where's the complaint, then?"
I simply answered, rather fiercely, "Be good enough to leave me."
"Well, I make no objections, mind. I'm taking thy word. Thou'rt Maud Ruthyn. Appen thou be'st, and appen thou bain't. I'm not aware on it, but I takes thy word, and all I want to know's just this. Did Meg open the gate to thee?"
I made him no answer, and to my great relief, I saw Milly striding and skipping across the unequal stepping stones.
"Hallo, Pegtop! And what are you after now?"
she cried, as she drew near.
"This man has been extremely impertinent. You know him, Milly?"
I said.
"Why, that's Pegtop Dickens, dirty old Hawkes that never was washed. I tell you, lad, you'll see what the governor thinks it. Aha, he'll talk to you."
"I done or said not but I should, and there's the fact. She can't deny it. She hadn't a hard word from I, and I don't care the top of that thistle what no one says, not I. But I tell thee, Milly, I stopped some of thy pranks, and I'll stop more. You'll be shying no more stones at the cow."
"Tell your tales and welcome," cried Milly. "I wish I was here when you jawed cousin. If Winnie was here, she'd catch you by the timber toe and put you on your back."
"Aye, she'll be a good un yet if she takes arter thee,"
retorted the old man with a fierce sneer.
"Drop it and get away with ye," cried she. "Or maybe I'll call Winnie to smash your timber leg for you."
"Aha! There's more on it. She's a sweet un, isn't she?"
he replied sardonically.
"You did not like it last Easter when Winnie broke it with a kick."
"'Twas the kick of a horse,"
he growled with a glance at me.
"'Twas no such thing. 'Twas Winnie did it, and he laid on his back for a week while Carpenter made him a new one."
And Milly laughed hilariously.
"I'll no more fool with ye, losing my time, I won't. But mind ye, I'll speak with Silas."
and going away, he put his hand to his crumpled wide awake, and said to me with a surly difference,
"Good evening, Miss Ruthven. Good evening, ma'am. And you please remember I did not mean not to vex thee."
And so he swaggered away, jerking and waddling over the sward, and was soon lost in the wood.
It's well he's a little bit frightened. I never saw him so angry, I think. He is awful mad.
Perhaps he really is not aware of how very rude he is, I suggested.
I hate him. We were twice as pleasant with poor Tom Driver. He never meddled with anyone, and was always in liquor. Old Gin was the name he went by. But this brute, I do hate him. He comes from Wigan, I think, and he's always spoiling sport, and he whops Meg. That's Beauty, you know, and I don't think she'd be half as bad only for him. Listen to him whistling.
I did hear whistling at some distance among the trees.
I declare if he isn't calling the dogs. Climb up here, I tell ye.
And we climbed up the slanting trunk of a great walnut tree, and strained our eyes in the direction from which we expected the onset of Pegtop's vicious pack. But it was a false alarm.
Well, I don't think he would do that after all. Hardly. But he is a brute, sure.
And that dark girl who would not let us through is his daughter, is she?
Yes, that's Meg. Beauty I christened her, when I called him Beast. But I call him Pegtop now, and she's Beauty still, and that's the way it. Come, sit down now and make your picture,
she resumed, so soon as we had dismounted from our position of security.
I'm afraid I'm hardly in the vein. I don't think I could draw a straight line. My hand trembles. I wish you could, Maud,
said Milly, with a look so wistful and entreating that, considering the excursion she had made for the pencils, I could not bear to disappoint her.
Well, Milly, we must only try, and if we fail, we can't help it. Sit you down beside me, and I'll tell you why I begin with one part and not another, and you'll see how I make trees and the river and... Yes, that pencil. It is hard, and answers for the fine light lines, but we must begin at the beginning, and learn to copy drawings before we attempt real views like this. And if you wish it, Milly, I'm resolved to teach you everything I know, which, after all, is not a great deal, and we shall have such fun making sketches of the same landscapes, and then comparing.
And so on. Milly, quite delighted, and longing to begin her course of instruction, sat down beside me in a rapture, and hugged and kissed me so heartily that we were very near rolling together off the stone on which we were seated. Her boisterous delight and good nature helped to restore me, and both laughing heartily together, I commenced my task.
Dear me, who's that?
I exclaimed suddenly, as looking up from my block book I saw the figure of a slight man in the careless morning dress of a gentleman, crossing the ruinous bridge in our direction, with considerable caution, upon the precarious footing of the battlement, which alone offered an unbroken passage. This was a day of apparitions. Milly recognized him instantly. The gentleman was Mr. Carysbrook. He had taken the Grange only for a year. He lived quite to himself, and was very good to the poor, and was the only gentleman for ever so long who had visited at Bartram, and oddly enough nowhere else. But he wanted leave to cross through the grounds, and having obtained it, had repeated his visit, partly induced, no doubt, by the fact that Bartram boasted no hospitalities, and that there was no risk of meeting the country folk there. With a stout walking stick in his hand, and a short shooting coat, and a wide-awake hat in much better trim than Zamiel's, he emerged from the copse that covered the bridge, walking at a quick but easy pace.
"He's a-going to see old Snoddles, I guess,"
said Milly, looking a little frightened and curious. For Milly, I need not say, was a bumpkin, and stood in awe of this gentleman's good breeding, though she was as brave as a lion, and would have fought the Philistines at any odds with the jawbone of an ass.
"'Appen he won't see us,"
whispered Milly hopefully. But he did, and raising his hat with a cheerful smile that showed very white teeth, he paused.
Charming day, Miss Ruthyn." I raised my head suddenly as he spoke, from habit appropriating the address. It was so marked that he raised his hat respectfully to me, and then continued to Milly. "Mr. Ruthyn, I hope, quite well. But I need hardly ask, you seem so happy. Will you kindly tell him that I expect the book I mentioned in a day or two, and when it comes I'll either send or bring it to him immediately." Milly and I were standing by this time, but she only stared at him, tongue-tied, her cheeks rather flushed, and her eyes very round, and to facilitate the dialogue, as I suppose, he said again, "He's quite well, I hope." Still no response from Milly, and I, provoked, though myself a little shy, made answer, "My uncle, Mr. Ruthyn, is very well, thank you," and I felt that I blushed as I spoke. "Ah, pray excuse me. May I take a great liberty? You are Miss Ruthyn of Knowl. Will you think me very impertinent, I'm afraid you will, if I venture to introduce myself? My name is Carysbrook, and I had the honour of knowing poor Mr. Ruthyn when I was quite a little boy, and he has shown a kindness for me since, and I hope you will pardon the liberty I fear I've taken. I think my friend, Lady Knollys, too, is a relation of yours. What a charming person she is!" "Oh, is not she? Such a darling!" I said, and then blushed at my outspoken affection. But he smiled kindly, as if he liked me for it, and he said, "You know, whatever I think, I dare not quite say that, but frankly I can quite understand it. She preserves her youth so wonderfully, and her fun and her good nature are so entirely girlish. What a sweet view you have selected," he continued, changing all at once. "I've stood just at this point so often to look back at the exquisite old bridge. Do you observe, you're an artist, I see, something very peculiar in the tint of the grey, with those odd cross stains of faded red and yellow?" "I do indeed. I was just remarking the peculiar beauty of the colouring, was not I, Milly?" Milly stared at me, and uttered an alarmed "Yes," and looked as if she had been caught in a robbery. "Yes, and you have so very peculiar a background," he resumed. "It was better before the storm, though, but it is very good still." Then a little pause, and "Do you know this country at all?" rather suddenly. "No, not in the least. That is, I've only had the drive to this place, but what I see interested me very much." "You will be charmed with it when you know it better. The very place for an artist. I am a wretched scribbler myself, and I carry this little book in my pocket." And he laughed deprecatingly while he drew forth a thin fishing book, as it looked. "They are mere memoranda, you see. I walk around so much, and come unexpectedly on such pretty nooks and studies, I just try to make a note of them. But it is really more writing than sketching. My sister says it is a cipher which nobody but myself understands. However, I'll try to explain just two, because you really ought to go and see the places. Oh no, not that." He laughed, as accidentally the page blew over. "That's the Cat and Fiddle, a curious little pot-house, where they gave me some very good ale one day." Milly, at this, exhibited some uneasy tokens of being about to speak, but not knowing what might be coming, I hastened to observe on the spirited little sketch to which he meant to draw my attention. "I want to show you only the places within easy reach, a short ride or drive." So he proceeded to turn over 2 or 3, in addition to the 2 he had first proposed, and then another, then a little sketch just tinted, and really quite a charming little gem of Cousin Monica's pretty gabled old house, and every subject had its little criticism, or its narrative, or adventure. As he was about returning this little sketch book to his pocket, still chatting to me, he suddenly recollected poor Milly, who was looking rather lowering, but she brightened a good deal as he presented it to her, with a little speech which she palpably misunderstood, for she made one of her odd courtesies, and was about, I thought, to put it into her large pocket and accept it as a present. Look at the drawings, Milly, and then return it, I whispered. At his request, I allowed him to look at my unfinished sketch of the bridge, and while he was measuring distances and proportions with his eye, Milly whispered rather angrily to me, "And why should I?" "Because he wants it back, and only meant to lend it to you," whispered I. "Lend it to me? And after you? Bury me wick if I look at a leaf of it," she retorted in high dudgeon. "Take it, lass, give it him yourself, I'll not." And she popped it into my hand, and made a sulky step back. "My cousin is very much obliged," I said, returning the book and smiling for her, and he took it, smiling also, and said, "I think if I had known how very well you draw, Miss Ruthyn, I should have hesitated about showing you my poor scrawls. But these are not my best, you know. Lady Knollys will tell you that I can really do better. A great deal better, I think." And then, with more apologies for what he called his impertinence, he took his leave, and I felt altogether very much pleased and flattered. He could not be more than 29 or 30, I thought, and he was decidedly handsome. That is, his eyes and teeth and clear brown complexion were, and there was something distinguished and graceful in his figure and gesture. And altogether there was the indescribable attraction of intelligence, and I fancied, though this of course was a secret, that the moment he spoke to us he felt an interest in me. I am not going to be vain, it was a grave interest, but still an interest, for I could see him studying my features while I was turning over his sketches, and he thought I saw nothing else. It was flattering, too, his anxiety that I should think well of his drawing, and referring me to Lady Knollys. Carysbrook. Had I ever heard my dear father mention that name? I could not recollect it. But then he was habitually so silent, that his not doing so argued nothing. End of chapter 34. Chapter 35 of Uncle Silas. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to find out how you can volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Uncle Silas by J. Sheridan Le Fanu. Chapter 35. We visit a room in the second story. Mr. Carysbrook amused my fancy sufficiently to prevent my observing Milly's silence till we had begun our return homeward. "The Grange must be a pretty house, if that little sketch be true. Is it far from this?" "'Twill be 2 mile." "Are you vexed, Milly?" I asked, for both her tone and her looks were angry. "Yes, I am vexed, and why not, lass?" "What has happened?" "Well, now, that is rich. Why, look at that fellow Carysbrook. He took no more notice to me than a dog, and kept talking to you all the time of his pictures, and his walks, and his people. Why, a pig's better manners than that." "But, Milly dear, you forget. He tried to talk to you, and you would not answer him," I expostulated. "And is not that just what I say? I can't talk like other folk, ladies, I mean. Everyone laughs at me, and I'm dressed like a show, I am. It's a shame. I saw Polly Shives, what a lady she is, my eyes, laughing at me in church last Sunday. I was minded to give her a bit of my mind, and I know I'm queer. It's a shame, it is. Why should I be so rum? It is a shame. I don't want to be so, nor it isn't my fault." And poor Milly broke into a flood of tears, and stamped on the ground, and buried her face in her short frock, which she whisked up to her eyes, and an odder figure of grief I never beheld. "And I could not make head or tail of what he was saying," cried poor Milly through her buff cotton, with a stamp. "And you twigged every word it. And why am I so? It's a shame, a shame. Oh, ho, ho, it's a shame." "But, my dear Milly, we are talking of drawing, and you have not learned yet, but you shall. I'll teach you, and then you'll understand all about it. And everyone laughs at me, Even you, though you try, Maud, you can scarce keep from laughing sometimes. I don't blame you, for I know I'm queer, but I can't help it, and it's a shame. Well, my dear Milly, listen to me. If you'll allow me, I assure you, I'll teach you all the music and drawing I know. You have lived very much alone, and as you say, ladies have a way of speaking of their own that is different from the talk of other people. Yes, that they have, and gentlemen too, like the governor and that Carysbrook. And a precious lingo it is, dang it. Why, the devil himself could not understand it, and I'm like a fool among you. I could most drown myself. It's a shame. It is, you know it is. It's a shame. But I'll teach you that lingo too, if you wish it, Milly, and you shall know everything that I know, and I'll manage to have your dresses better made. By this time she was looking very ruefully, but attentively, in my face. Her round eyes and nose swelled, and her cheeks all wet. I think if they were a little longer, yours is longer, you know. And the sentence was interrupted by a sob. Now, Milly, you must not be crying. If you choose, you may be just the same as any other lady, and you shall, and you will be very much admired, I can tell you, if only you will take the trouble to quite unlearn all your odd words and ways, and dress yourself like other people, and I will take care of that if you let me. I think you are very clever, Milly, and I know you are very pretty. Poor Milly's blubbered face expanded into a smile in spite of herself, but she shook her head, looking down. No, no, Maud, I fear 'twon't be. And indeed it seemed I had proposed to myself a labour of Hercules. But Milly was really a clever creature, could see quickly, and when her ungainly dialect was mastered, describe very pleasantly. And if only she would endure the restraint and possessed the industry requisite, I did not despair, and was resolved, at least, to do my part. Poor Milly! She was really very grateful, and entered into the project of her education with great zeal, and with a strange mixture of humility and insubordination. Milly was in favour of again attacking Beauty's position on her return, and forcing a passage from this side. But I insisted on following the route by which we had arrived, and so we got round the paling by the river, and were treated to a provoked grin of defiance by Beauty, who was talking across the gate to a slim young man, arrayed in fustian, and with an odd-looking cap of rabbit skin on his head, which, on seeing us, he pulled sheepishly to the side of his face next to us as he lounged, with his arm under his chin, on the top bar of the gate. After our encounter of to-day, indeed, it was Miss Beauty's wont to exhibit a kind of jeering disdain in her countenance whenever we passed. I think Milly would have engaged her again had I not reminded her of her undertaking, and exerted my new authority. Look at that sneak Pegtop there, going up the path to the mill. He makes belief now he does not see us, but he does, though only he's afraid we'll tell the governor, and he thinks the governor won't give him his way with you. I hate that Pegtop. He stopped me a riding the cows a year ago, he did. I thought Pegtop might have done worse. Indeed, it was plain that a total reformation was needed here, and I was glad to find that poor Milly seemed herself conscious of it, and that her resolution to become more like other people of her station was not a mere spasm of mortification and jealousy, but a genuine and very zealous resolve. I had not half seen this old house of Bartram Haugh yet. At first, indeed, I had but an imperfect idea of its extent. There was a range of rooms along one side of the great gallery, with closed window shutters, and the doors generally locked. Old L'Amour grew cross when we went into them, although we could see nothing, and Milly was afraid to open the windows, not that any Bluebeard revelations were apprehended, but simply because she knew that Uncle Silas's order was that things should be left undisturbed, and this boisterous spirit stood in awe of him to a degree which his gentle manners and apparent quietude rendered quite surprising. There were in this house, what certainly did not exist at Knowl, and what I have never observed,
though they may possibly be found in other old houses. I mean here and there very high hatches, which we could only peep over by jumping in the air. They crossed the long corridors and great galleries, and several of them were turned across and locked, so as to intercept the passage, and interrupt our explorations. Milly, however, knew a queer little, very steep and dark back stair, which reached the upper floor, so she and I mounted, and made a long ramble through rooms much lower and ruder in finish than the lordly chambers we had left below. These commanded various views of the beautiful though neglected grounds, but on crossing a gallery we entered suddenly a chamber which looked into a small and dismal quadrangle, formed by the inner walls of this great house, and of course designed only by the architect to afford the needful light and air to portions of the structure. I rubbed the window pane with my handkerchief and looked out. The surrounding roof was steep and high, the walls looked soiled and dark, the windows lined with dust and dirt, and the window stones were, in places, tufted with moss and grass and groundsel. An arched doorway had opened from the house into this darkened square, but it was soiled and dusty, and the damp weeds that overgrew the quadrangle drooped undisturbed against it. It was plain that human footsteps tracked it little, and I gazed into that blind and sinister area with a strange thrill and sinking. "This is the second floor. There is the enclosed courtyard," I, as it were, soliloquized. "What are you afraid of, Maud? You look as ye'd seen a ghost," exclaimed Milly, who came to the window and peeped over my shoulder. "It reminded me suddenly, Milly, of that frightful business." "What business, Maud? What a plague are you thinking on?" demanded Milly, rather amused. "It was in one of these rooms, maybe this. Yes, it certainly was this, for see, the panelling has been pulled off the wall. That Mr. Charke killed himself." I was staring ruefully round the dim chamber, in whose corners the shadows of night were already gathering. "Charke? What about him? Who's Charke?" asked Milly. "Why, you must have heard of him," said I. "Not as I'm aware on," she answered. "And he killed himself, did he? Hanged himself, or blowed his brains out?" "He cut his throat in one of these rooms, this one, I'm sure, for your papa had the wainscoting stripped from the wall to ascertain whether there was any second door through which a murderer could have come, and you see these walls are stripped, and bear the marks of the woodwork that has been removed," I answered. "Well, that was awful. I don't know how they have pluck to cut their throats. If I was doing it, I'd best to put a pistol to my head and fire, like the young gentleman did, they say, in Dead Man's Hollow. But the fellows that cut their throats, they must be awful game lads, I'm thinking, for it's a long slice, you know." Don't, Milly dear. Suppose we come away," I said, for evening was deepening rapidly into night. "Nay, and bury me wick, but here's the blood. Don't you see a big black cloud all spread over the floor hereabout? Don't you see?" Milly was stooping over the spot, and tracing the outline of this, perhaps, imaginary mapping, in the air with her finger. "No, Milly, you could not see it. The floor is too dark, and it's all in shadow. It must be fancy, and perhaps, after all, this is not the room." "Well, I think I'm sure it is. Stand, just look." "We'll come in the morning, and if you are right we can see it better then. Come away," I said, growing frightened. And just as we stood up to depart, the white high-cauled cap and large sallow features of old L'Amour peeped in at the door. "Lawk! What brings you here?" cried Milly, nearly as much startled as I at the intrusion. "What brings you here, miss?" whistled L'Amour through her gums. "We're looking where Charke cut his throat," replied Milly. "Charke the devil!" said the old woman, with an odd mixture of scorn and fury. "'Tisn't his room. Come ye out of it, please. Master won't like it when he hears how you keep pulling Miss Maud from one room to another, all through the house, up and down." She was gabbling sternly enough, but dropped a low curtsy as I passed her, and with a peaked and nodding stare round the room, the old woman clapped the door sharply and locked it.
And who here has been talking about Chark? A pack o' lies, I warrant. I s'pose you want to frighten Miss Maud here. Another crippled curtsy. With ghosts and like nonsense. You're out there. 'Twas she told me, and much about it. Ghosts, indeed. I don't vally them, not I. If I did, I'd know who'd frighten me. And Milly laughed. The old woman stuffed the key in her pocket, and her wrinkled mouth pouted and receded with a grim uneasiness. A harmless brat, and kind she is, but wild, wild. She will be wild. So whispered L'Amour in my ear during the silence that followed, nodding shakily towards Milly over the banister, and she curtsied again as we departed, and shuffled off toward Uncle Silas's room. The governor is queerish this evening, said Milly when we were seated at our tea. You never saw him queerish, did you? Well, you must say what you mean more plainly, Milly. You don't mean ill, I hope. Well, I don't know what it is, but he grows very queer sometimes. You'd think he was dead almost. Maybe 2 or 3 days and nights together. He sits all the time like an old woman in a swoon. Well, it is awful. Is he insensible when in that state? I asked, a good deal alarmed. I don't know, but it never signifies anything. It won't kill him, I do believe, but old L'Amour knows all about it. I hardly ever go into the room when he's so, only when I'm sent for. And he sometimes wakes up and takes a fancy to call for this one or that. One day he sent for Pegtop all the way to the mill, and when he came, he only stared at him for a minute or two and ordered him out of the room. He's like a child a'most, when he's in one of them dazes. I always knew when Uncle Silas was queerish by the injunctions of old L'Amour, whistled and spluttered over the banister as we came upstairs, to mind how he made a noise passing master's door, and by the sound of mysterious toings and froings about his room. I saw very little of him. He sometimes took a whim to have us breakfast with him, which lasted perhaps for a week, and then the order of our living would relapse into its old routine. I must not forget 2 kind letters from Lady Knollys, who was detained away, and delighted to hear that I enjoyed my quiet life, and promised to apply in person to Uncle Silas for permission to visit me. She was to be for the Christmas at Elverston, and that was only 6 miles away from Bartram Haugh, so I had the excitement of a pleasant look forward. She also said that she would include poor Milly in her invitation, and a vision of Captain Oakley rose before me, with his handsome gaze turned in wonder on poor Milly, for whom I had begun to feel myself responsible. End of chapter 35. Chapter 36 of Uncle Silas. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to find out how you can volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Uncle Silas by J. Sheridan Le Fanu. Chapter 36. An Arrival at the Dead of Night. I have sometimes been asked why I wear an odd little turquoise ring, to which the uninstructed eye appears quite valueless, and altogether an unworthy companion of those jewels which flash insultingly beside it. It is a little keepsake of which I became possessed about this time. "Come, lass, what name shall I give you?" cried Milly one morning, bursting into my room in a state of alarming hilarity. "My own, Milly?" "No, but you must have a nickname like everyone else." "Don't mind it, Milly." "Yes, but I will. Shall I call you Mrs. Bustle?" "You shall do no such thing." "But you must have a name." "I refuse a name." "But I'll give you one, lass." "And I won't have it." "But you can't help me christening you." "I can decline answering." "But I'll make you," said Milly, growing very red. Perhaps there was something provoking in my tone, for I certainly was very much disgusted at Milly's relapse into barbarism. "You can't," I retorted quietly. "See if I don't, and I'll give you one twice as ugly."
I smiled, I fear, disdainfully.
"And I think you're a minx, and a slut, and a fool," she broke out, flushing scarlet.
I smiled in the same unchristian way.
"And I'd give you a smack on the cheek as soon as look at you."
And she gave her dress a great slap and drew near me in her wrath. I really thought she was about tendering the ordeal of single combat. I made her, however, a paralyzing curtsy, and with immense dignity sailed out of the room and into Uncle Silas's study, where it happened we were to breakfast that morning, and for several subsequent ones. During the meal we maintained the most dignified reserve, and I don't think either so much as looked at the other. We had no walk together that day. I was sitting in the evening, quite alone, when Milly entered the room. Her eyes were red, and she looked very sullen.
"I want your hand, cousin," she said, at the same time taking it by the wrist, and administering with it a sudden slap on her plump cheek, which made the room ring, and my fingers tingle, and before I had recovered from my surprise, she had vanished. I called after her, but no answer. I pursued, but she was running too, and I quite lost her at the cross galleries. I did not see her at tea, nor before going to bed, but after I had fallen asleep, I was awakened by Milly in a flood of tears. "Cousin Maud, will ye forgive me? You'll never like me again, will ye? No, I knew ye won't. I'm such a brute. I hate it. It's a shame. And here's a Banbury cake for you. I sent to the town for it, and some taffy. Won't you eat it? And here's a little ring. 'Tisn't it as pretty as your own rings? And you'll wear it, maybe, for my sake? Poor Milly's sake? Before I was so bad to ye, if ye forgive me. And I'll look at breakfast, and if it's on your finger I'll know you're friends with me again, and if ye don't, I won't trouble you no more, and I think I'll just drown myself out of the way, and you'll never see wicked Milly no more."
And without waiting a moment, leaving me only half awake, and with the sensations of dreaming, she scampered from the room, in her bare feet, with a petticoat about her shoulders. She had left her candle by my bed, and her little offerings on the coverlet by me. If I had stood an atom less in terror of goblins than I did, I should have followed her, but I was afraid. I stood in my bare feet at my bedside, and kissed the poor little ring, and put it on my finger, where it has remained ever since, and always shall. And when I lay down, longing for morning, the image of her pale, imploring, penitential face was before me for hours, and I repented bitterly of my cool provoking ways, and thought myself, I dare say justly, 1,000 times more to blame than Milly. I searched in vain for her before breakfast. At that meal, however, we met, but in the presence of Uncle Silas, who, though silent and apathetic, was formidable, and we, sitting at a table disproportionably large, under the cold, strange gaze of my guardian, talked only what was inevitable, and that in low tones, for whenever Milly for a moment raised her voice, Uncle Silas would wince, place his thin white fingers quickly over his ear, and look as if a pain had pierced his brain, and then shrug and smile piteously into vacancy. When Uncle Silas, therefore, was not in the talking vein himself, and that was not often, you may suppose there was very little spoken in his presence. When Milly, across the table, saw the ring upon my finger, she, drawing her breath, said, "Oh!" and with round eyes and mouth, she looked so delighted, and she made a little motion as if she was going on the point of jumping up, and then her poor face quivered, and she bit her lip, and staring imploringly at me, her eyes filled fast with tears, which rolled down her round penitential cheeks. I am sure I felt more penitent than she. I know I was crying and smiling, and longing to kiss her. I suppose we were very absurd, but it is well that small matters can stir the affections so profoundly at a time of life when great troubles seldom approach us. When, at length, the opportunity did come, never was such a hug out of the wrestling ring as poor Milly bestowed on me, swaying me this way and that, and burying her face in my dress, and blubbering,
"I was so lonely before you came, and you so good to me, and I such a devil, and I'll never call you a name but Maud, my darling Maud." "You must, Milly. Mrs. Bustle. I'll be Mrs. Bustle, or anything you like. You must."
I was blubbering like Milly, and hugging my best, and indeed, I wonder how we kept our feet. So Milly and I were better friends than ever. Meanwhile, the winter deepened, and we had short days and long nights and long fireside gossipings at Bartram Haugh. I was frightened at the frequency of the strange collapses to which Uncle Silas was subject. I did not at first mind them much, for I naturally fell into Milly's way of talking about them. But one day, while in one of his queerish states, he called for me, and I saw him, and was unspeakably scared. In a white wrapper he lay coiled in a great easy chair. I should have thought him dead had I not been accompanied by old L'Amour, who knew every gradation and symptom of these strange affections. She winked and nodded to me with a ghastly significance, and whispered, "Don't make no noise, miss, till he talks. He'll come to for a bit anon." Except that there was no sign of convulsions, the countenance was like that of an epileptic arrest in one of his contortions. There was a frown and a smirk like that of idiocy, and a strip of white eyeball was disclosed. Suddenly, with a kind of chilly shudder, he opened his eyes wide, and screwed his lips together, and blinked and stared on me with a fatuized uncertainty, that gradually broke into a feeble smile. The girl, Austin's child. Well, dear, I'm hardly able. I'll speak to-morrow, next day. It is neuralgia, or something. Torture. Tell her." So, huddling himself together, he lay against his great chair, and with the same inexpressible helplessness in his attitude, and gradually his face resumed its dreadful cast.
"Come away, miss. He's changed his mind. He'll not be fit to talk to you no ways all day, maybe," said the old woman, again in a whisper. So forth we stole from the room, I unspeakably shocked. In fact, he looked as if he were dying, and so, in my agitation, I told the crone, who, forgetting the ceremony with which she usually treated me, chuckled out derisively, "A dying, is he? Well, he be like St. Paul. He's been a dying daily this many a day." I looked at her with a chill of horror. She did not care, I suppose, what sort of feelings she might excite, for she went on mumbling sarcastically to herself. I had paused, and overcame my reluctance to speak to her again, for I was really very much frightened. "Do you think he is in danger? Shall we send for a doctor?" I whispered.
"Law bless ye, the doctor knows all about it, miss." The old woman's face had a gleam of that derision which is so shocking in the features of feebleness and age.
"But it is a fit. It is paralytic, or something horrible. It can't be safe to leave him to chance or nature to get through these terrible attacks."
"There's no fear of him. 'Tisn't no fits at all. He's not the worse o't. Just silly a bit now and again. It's been the same a dozen years or more, and the doctor knows all about it," answered the old woman sturdily. "And you'll find he'll be as mad as a bedlam if you make any stir about it." That night I talked the matter over with Mary Quince.
"They're very dark, miss, but I think he takes a deal too much laudanum," said Mary.
To this hour I cannot say what was the nature of those periodical seizures. I have often spoke to medical men about them since, but never could learn that excessive use of opium could altogether account for them. It was, I believe, certain, however, that he did use that drug in startling quantities. It was, indeed, sometimes a topic of complaint with him that his neuralgia imposed this sad necessity upon him. The image of Uncle Silas, as I had seen him that day, troubled and affrighted my imagination as I lay in my bed.
I had slept very well since my arrival at Bartram. So much of the day was passed in the open air and in active exercise that this was but natural. But that night I was nervous and wakeful, and it was past 2 o'clock when I fancied I heard the sound of horses and carriage wheels on the avenue. Mary Quince was close by, and therefore I was not afraid to get up and peep from the window. My heart beat fast as I saw the post chaise approach the courtyard. A front window was let down, and the postilion pulled up for a few seconds. In consequence of some directions received by him, I fancied he resumed his route at a walk, and so drew up at the hall door, on the steps of which a figure awaited his arrival. I think it was old L'Amour, but I could not be quite certain. There was a lantern on the top of the balustrade, close by the door. The chaise lamps were lighted, for the night was rather dark. A bag and valise, as well as I could see, were pulled from the interior by the post-boy, and a box from the top of the vehicle, and these were carried into the hall. I was obliged to keep my cheek against the window pane to command a view of the point of debarkation, and my breath upon the glass, which dimmed it again almost as fast as I wiped it away, helped to obscure my vision. But I saw a tall figure in a cloak get down and swiftly enter the house, but whether male or female I could not discern. My heart beat fast. I jumped at once to a conclusion. My uncle was worse, was, in fact, dying, and this was the physician too late summoned to his bedside. I listened for the ascent of the doctor and his entrance at my uncle's door, which, in the stillness of the night, I thought I might easily hear. But no sound reached me. I listened so for fully 5 minutes, but without result. I returned to the window, but the carriage and horses had disappeared. I was strongly tempted to wake Mary Quince and take counsel with her, and persuade her to undertake a reconnaissance. The fact is, I was persuaded that my uncle was in extremity, and I was quite wild to know the doctor's opinion. But, after all, it would be cruel to summon the good soul from her refreshing nap. So, as I began to feel very cold, I returned to my bed, where I continued to listen and conjecture until I fell asleep. In the morning, as was usual before I was dressed, in came Milly. "How is Uncle Silas?" I eagerly inquired. "Old L'Amour says he's queerish still, but he's not so dull as yesterday," answered she. "Was not the doctor sent for?" I asked. "Was he? Well, that's odd, and she never said a word o' it to me," answered she. "I'm asking only," said I. "I don't know whether he came or no," she replied. "But what makes you take that in your head?" "A chaise arrived here between 2 and 3 o'clock last night." "Hey, and who told you?" Milly seemed all on a sudden highly interested. "I saw it, Milly, and some one, I fancied the doctor, came from it into the house." "Fudge, lass! Who'd send for the doctor? 'Twasn't he, I tell you. What was he like?" said Milly. "I could only see clearly that he, or she, was tall, and wore a cloak," I replied. "Then 'twasn't him nor t'other I was thinking on, neither; and I'll be hanged but I think it will be Cormoran," cried Milly, with a thoughtful rap with her knuckle on the table. Precisely at this juncture a tapping came to the door. "Come in," said I, and old L'Amour entered the room with a curtsy. "I came to tell Miss Quince her breakfast's ready," said the old lady. "Who came in the chaise, L'Amour?" demanded Milly. "What chaise?" spluttered the beldam tartly. "The chaise that came last night, past 2 o'clock," said Milly. "That's a lie, and a damn lie," cried the beldam. "There warn't no chaise at the door since Miss Maud there came from Knowl." I stared at the audacious old menial who could utter such language. "Yes, there was a chaise, and Cormoran, as I think, be comin' it," said Milly, who seemed accustomed to L'Amour's daring address. "And there's another damn lie, as big as t'other," said the crone, her haggard and withered face flushing orange all over. "I beg you will not use such language in my room," I replied, very angrily. I saw the chaise at the door. Your untruth signifies very little, but your impertinence here I will not permit. Should it be repeated, I will assuredly complain to my uncle. The old woman flushed more fiercely as I spoke, and fixed her bleared glare on me, with a compression of her mouth that amounted to a wicked grimace. She resisted her angry impulse, however, and only chuckled a little spitefully, saying, "No offence, miss. It be a way we has in Derbyshire o' speaking our minds. No offence, miss. Were meant, and none took, as I hopes." And she made me another curtsy. "And I forgot to tell you, Miss Milly, the master wants you this minute." So Milly, in mute haste, withdrew, followed closely by L'Amour. End of chapter 36. Chapter 37 of Uncle Silas. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to find out how you can volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Uncle Silas by J. Sheridan Le Fanu. Chapter 37. Dr. Brierly emerges. When Milly joined me at breakfast, her eyes were red and swollen. She was still sniffing with that little sobbing hiccup which betrays, even were there no other signs, recent violent weeping. She sat down quite silent. "Is he worse, Milly?" I inquired anxiously. "No, nothing's wrong with him. He's right well," said Milly fiercely. "What's the matter then, Milly dear?" "The poisonous old witch! 'Twas just to tell the governor how I'd said 'twas Cormoran that came by the po'shay last night." "And who is Cormoran?" I inquired. "Ay, there it is. I'd like to tell, and you want to hear, and I just daren't, for he'll send me off right to a French school. Hang it! Hang them all if I do." "And why should Uncle Silas care?" said I, a good deal surprised. "They're a-telling lies." "Who?" said I. "L'Amour, that's who. So soon as she made her complaint of me, the governor asked her, sharp enough, did anyone come last night, or a po'shay, and she was ready to swear there was no one. Are ye quite sure, Maud, you really did see aught, or happen 'twas all a dream?" "It was no dream, Milly. So sure as you were there, I saw exactly what I told you," I replied. "Governor won't believe it anyhow, and he's right mad with me, and he threatens me he'll have me off to France. I wish 'twas under the sea. I hate France, I do, like the devil. Don't you? They're always a threatening me with France, if I dare say a word more about the po'shay or anyone." I really was curious about Cormoran, but Cormoran was not to be defined to me by Milly, nor did she, in reality, know more than I respecting the arrival of the night before. One day I was surprised to see Dr. Brierly on the stairs. I was standing in a dark gallery as he walked across the floor of the lobby to my uncle's door, his hat on and some papers in his hand. He did not see me, and when he had entered Uncle Silas's door, I went down and found Milly awaiting me in the hall. "So Dr. Brierly is here," I said. "That's the thin fellow with the sharp look and the shiny black coat that went up just now?" asked Milly. "Yes, he's gone into your papa's room," said I. "'Appen 'twas he came t'other night. He may be staying here, though we see him seldom, for it's a barrack of a house it is." The same thought had struck me for a moment, but was dismissed immediately. It certainly was not Dr. Brierly's figure which I had seen. So without any new light gathered from this apparition, we went on our way, and made our little sketch of the ruined bridge. We found the gate locked as before, and, as Milly could not persuade me to climb it, we got round the paling by the river's bank. While at our drawing, we saw the swarthy face, sooty locks, and old weather-stained red coat of Zamiel, who was glowering malignly at us from among the trunks of the forest trees, and standing motionless as a monumental figure in the side aisle of a cathedral. When we looked again, he was gone. Although it was a fine mild day for the wintry season, we yet, cloaked as we were,
could not pursue so still an occupation as sketching for more than 10 or 15 minutes. As we returned, in passing a clump of trees, we heard a sudden outbreak of voices, angry and expostulatory, and saw, under the trees, the savage old Samiel strike his daughter, with his stick, 2 great blows, one of which was across the head. Beauty ran only a short distance away, while the swart old wood demon stumped lustily after her, cursing and brandishing his cudgel. My blood boiled. I was so shocked that for a moment I could not speak, but in a moment more I screamed, "You brute! How dare you strike the poor girl!" She had only run a few steps, and turned about confronting him and us, her eyes gleaming fire, her features pale and quivering to suppress a burst of weeping. 2 little rivulets of blood were trickling over her temple. "I say, feyther, look at that," she said, with a strange tremulous smile, lifting her hand, which was smeared with blood. Perhaps he was ashamed, and the more enraged on that account, for he growled another curse, and started afresh to reach her, whirling his stick in the air. Our voices, however, arrested him. "My uncle shall hear of your brutality. The poor girl! Strike him, Meg, if he does it again, and pitch his leg into the river tonight when he's asleep."
"I'd serve you the same,"
and out came an oath.
"You'd have her lick her father, would ye? Look out!"
And he wagged his head with a scowl at Milly and a flourish of his cudgel.
"Be quiet, Milly,"
I whispered, for Milly was preparing for battle, and I again addressed him with the assurance that, on reaching home, I would tell my uncle how he had treated the poor girl.
"'Tis you, she may think for it, a wheedling o' her to open that gate,"
he snarled.
"That's a lie. We went round by the brook,"
cried Milly. I did not think proper to discuss the matter with him, and looking very angry and, I thought, a little put out, he jerked and swayed himself out of sight. I merely repeated my promise of informing my uncle as he went, to which, over his shoulder, he brawled,
"Silas won't mind ye that,"
snapping his horny finger and thumb. The girl remained where she had stood, wiping the blood off roughly with the palm of her hand, and looking at it before she rubbed it on her apron.
"My poor girl," I said, "you must not cry. I'll speak to my uncle about you."
But she was not crying. She raised her head, and looked at us a little askance, with a sullen contempt, I thought.
"And you must have these apples, won't you?"
We had brought in our basket 2 or 3 of those splendid apples for which Bartram was famous. I hesitated to go near her, these Hawkeses, Beauty and Pegtop, were such savages. So I rolled the apples gently along the ground to her feet. She continued to look doggedly at us, with the same expression, and kicked away the apples sullenly that approached her feet. Then, wiping her temple and forehead in her apron, without a word, she turned and walked slowly away.
"Poor thing, I'm afraid she leads a hard life. What a strange, repulsive people they are."
When we reached home, at the head of the great staircase, old L'Amour was awaiting me, and with a curtsy, and very respectfully, she informed me that the master would be happy to see me. Could it be about my evidence as to the arrival of the mysterious chaise that he summoned me to this interview? Gentle as were his ways, there was something undefinable about Uncle Silas which inspired fear, and I should have liked a few things less than meeting his gaze in the character of a culprit. There was an uncertainty, too, as to the state in which I might find him, and a positive horror of beholding him again in the condition in which I had last seen him. I entered the room then in some trepidation, but was instantly relieved. Uncle Silas was in the same health apparently, and, as nearly as I could recollect, in precisely the same rather handsome though negligent garb in which I had first seen him. Dr. Bryerly, what a marked and vulgar contrast, and yet, somehow, how reassuring, sat at the table near him, and was tying up papers. His eyes watched me, I thought, with an anxious scrutiny as I approached, and I think it was not until I had saluted him that he recollected suddenly that he had not seen me before at Bartram. and stood up and greeted me in his usual abrupt and somewhat familiar way. It was vulgar and not cordial, and yet it was honest and indefinably kind. Up rose my uncle, that strangely venerable pale portrait, in his loose Rembrandt black velvet. How gentle, how benignant, how unearthly, and inscrutable. I need not say how she is. Those lilies and roses, Dr. Bryerly, speak their own beautiful praises of the air of Bartram. I almost regret that her carriage will be home so soon. I only hope it may not abridge her rambles. It positively does me good to look at her. It is the glow of flowers in winter, and the fragrance of a field which the Lord hath blessed. Country air, Miss Ruthyn, is a right good kitchen to country fare. I like to see young women eat heartily. You have had some pounds of beef and mutton since I saw you last, said Dr. Bryerly. And this sly speech made, he scrutinized my countenance in silence, rather embarrassingly. My system, Dr. Bryerly, as a disciple of Aesculapius you will approve, health first, accomplishments afterwards. The continent is the best field for elegant instruction, and we must see the world a little by and by, Maud, and to me, if my health is spared, there would be an unspeakable, though a melancholy charm, in the scenes where so many happy, though so many wayward and foolish, young days were passed, and I think I should return to these picturesque solitudes with, perhaps, an increased relish. You remember old Chaulieu's sweet lines: Désert, aimable solitude, séjour des calmes et de la paix, asile où n'entrèrent jamais les tumultes et l'inquiétude. I can't say that care and sorrow have not sometimes penetrated these sylvan fastnesses, but the tumults of the world, thank heaven, never. There was a sly scepticism, I thought, in Dr. Bryerly's sharp face, and hardly waiting for the impressive never, he said, I forgot to ask, who is your banker? Oh, Bartlett and Hall, Lombard Street, answered Uncle Silas, dryly and shortly. Dr. Bryerly made a note of it, with an expression of face which seemed, with a sly resolution, to say, You shan't come the anchorite over me. I saw Uncle Silas's wild and piercing eye rest suspiciously on me for a moment, as if to ascertain whether I felt the spirit of Dr. Bryerly's almost interruption. And, nearly at the same moment, stuffing his papers into his capacious coat pockets, Dr. Bryerly rose and took his leave. When he was gone, I bethought me that now was a good opportunity of making my complaint of Dickon Hawkes. Uncle Silas having risen, I hesitated, and began, Uncle, may I mention an occurrence which I witnessed? Certainly, child, he answered, fixing his eyes sharply on me. I really think he fancied that the conversation was about to turn upon the phantom chaise. So I described the scene which had shocked Milly and me an hour ago in the Windmill Wood. You see, my dear child, they are rough persons. Their ideas are not ours. Their young people must be chastised, and in a way and to a degree that we would look upon in a serious light. I found it a bad plan interfering in strictly domestic misunderstandings, and should rather not. But he struck her violently on the head, uncle, with a heavy cudgel, and she was bleeding very fast. Ah, said my uncle dryly. And only that Milly and I had deterred him by saying that we would certainly tell you, he would have struck her again, and I really think that if he goes on treating her with so much violence and cruelty, he may injure her seriously, or perhaps kill her. Why, you romantic little child, people in that rank of life think absolutely nothing of a broken head, answered Uncle Silas in the same way. But is it not horrible brutality, uncle? To be sure it is brutality, but then you must remember they are brutes, and it suits them, he said. I was disappointed. I had fancied that Uncle Silas's gentle nature would have recoiled from such an outrage with horror and indignation. Instead, here he was, the apologist of that savage ruffian, Dickon Hawkes. And he is always so rude and impertinent to Milly and me, I continued. Oh, impertinent to you! That's another matter. I must see to that. Nothing more, my dear child?
Well, there was nothing more.
He's a useful servant, Hawkes, and though his looks are not prepossessing, and his ways and language rough, yet he is a very kind father and a most honest man, a thoroughly moral man, though severe, a very rough diamond though, and has no idea of the refinements of polite society. I venture to say he honestly believes that he has been always unexceptionably polite to you, so we must make allowances. And Uncle Silas smoothed my hair with his thin aged hand, and kissed my forehead. Yes, we must make allowances, we must be kind. What says the book? Judge not, that ye be not judged. Your dear father acted upon that maxim, so noble and so awful, and I strive to do so. Alas, dear Austin, longo interval, far behind, and you are removed, my example and my help. You are gone to your rest, and I remain beneath my burden, still marching on by bleak and alpine paths under the awful night. Ô nuit, nuit douloureuse, ô toi tardive aurore, viens-tu, vas-tu venir, es-tu bien loin encore? And repeating these lines of Chenier with upturned eyes, and one hand lifted up, and an indescribable expression of grief and fatigue, he sank stiffly into his chair, and remained mute with eyes closed for some time. Then applying his scented handkerchief to them hastily, and looking very kindly at me, he said, "Anything more, dear child?"
Nothing, uncle, thank you, very much. Only about that man Hawkes. I dare say that he does not mean to be so uncivil as he is, but I am really afraid of him, and he makes our walks in that direction quite unpleasant.
I understand quite, my dear. I will see to it. And you must remember that nothing is to be allowed to vex my beloved niece and ward during her stay at Bartram, nothing that her old kinsman Silas Ruthyn can remedy. So with a tender smile and a charge to shut the door perfectly but without clapping it, he dismissed me. Dr. Bryerly had not slept at Bartram, but at the little inn in Feltram, and he was going direct to London, as afterwards I learned. "Your ugly doctor's gone away in a fly," said Milly, as we met on the stairs, she running up, I down. On reaching the little apartment which was our sitting room, however, I found that she was mistaken; for Dr. Bryerly, with his hat and a great pair of woollen gloves on, and an old Oxford grey surtout that showed his lank length to advantage, buttoned all the way up to his chin, had set down his black leather bag on the table, and was reading at the window a little volume which I had borrowed from my uncle's library. It was a Swedenborg's account of the other worlds, heaven and hell. He closed it on his finger as I entered, and without recollecting to remove his hat, he made a step or two towards me with his splay creaking boots. With a quick glance at the door, he said, "Glad to see you alone for a minute. Very glad." But his countenance, on the contrary, looked very anxious. End of chapter 37. Chapter 38 of Uncle Silas. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to find out how you can volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Uncle Silas by J. Sheridan Le Fanu. Chapter 38. A Midnight Departure. I'm going this minute. I want to know. Another glance at the door. Are you really quite comfortable here?
Quite,
I answered promptly. You have only your cousin's company, he continued, glancing at the table, which was laid for two.
Yes, but Milly and I are very happy together.
That's very nice, but I think there are no teachers, you see, painters and singers and that sort of thing that is usual with young ladies. No teachers of that kind, of any kind, are there?
No, my uncle thinks it better I should lay in a store of health, he says.
I know. and the carriage and horses have not come. How soon are they expected?"
"I really can't say, and I assure you I don't much care. I think running about great fun."
"You walk to church?"
"Yes. Uncle Silas's carriage wants a new wheel, he told me."
"Aye, but a young woman of your rank, you know, it is not usual she should be without the use of a carriage. Have you a horse to ride?" I shook my head. "Your uncle, you know, has a very liberal allowance for your maintenance and education." I remembered something about it in the will, and Mary Quince was constantly grumbling that he did not spend £1 a week on our board. I answered nothing, but looked down. Another glance at the door from Dr. Bryerly's sharp black eyes. "Is he kind to you?"
"Very kind, most gentle and affectionate."
"Why doesn't he keep company with you? Does he ever dine with you, or drink tea, or talk to you? Do you see much of him?"
"He is a miserable invalid. His hours and regimen are peculiar. Indeed, I wish very much you would consider his case. He is, I believe, often insensible for a long time, and his mind is in a strange feeble state sometimes."
"I dare say worn out in his young days. And I saw that preparation of opium in his bottle. He takes too much."
"Why do you think so, Dr. Bryerly?"
"It's made on water. The spirit interferes with the use of it beyond a certain limit. You have no idea what those fellows can swallow. Read The Opium Eater. I knew 2 cases in which the quantity exceeded De Quincey's. Aha, it's new to you." And he laughed quietly at my simplicity.
"And what do you think his complaint is?"
I asked. "Pooh, I haven't a notion. But probably, one way or another, he has been all his days working on his nerves and his brain. These men of pleasure, who have no other pursuit, use themselves up mostly, and pay a smart price for their sins. And so he's kind and affectionate, but hands you over to your cousin and the servants. Are his people civil and obliging?"
"Well, I can't say much for them. There is a man named Hawkes and his daughter, who are very rude, and even abusive sometimes, and say they have orders from my uncle to shut us out from a portion of the grounds. But I don't believe that, for Uncle Silas never alluded to it when I was making my complaint of them today."
"From what part of the grounds is that?" asked Dr. Bryerly sharply. I described the situation as well as I could. "Can we see it from this?" he asked, peeping from the window.
"Oh, no."
Dr. Bryerly made a note in his pocket book here, and I said,
"But I am really quite sure it was a story of Dickens. He is such a surly, disobliging man."
"And what sort is that old servant who came in and out of his room?"
"Oh, that is L'Amour,"
I answered rather indirectly, and forgetting that I was using Milly's nicknames. "And is she civil?" he asked. "No, she certainly was not. A most disagreeable old woman, with a vein of wickedness. I thought I had heard her swearing. They don't seem to be a very engaging lot," said Dr. Bryerly. "But where there's one, there will be more. See here, I was just reading a passage," and he opened the little volume at the place where his finger marked it, and read for me a few sentences, the purport of which I well remember, although, of course, the words have escaped me. It was in that awful portion of the book which assumes to describe the condition of the condemned, and it said that, independently of the physical causes in that state operating to enforce community of habitation and an isolation from superior spirits, there exist sympathies, aptitudes, and necessities, which would of themselves induce that depraved gregariousness and isolation too. "And what of the rest of the servants? Are they better?" he resumed. We saw little or nothing of the others, except of old Giblets, the butler, who went about like a little automaton of dry bones, poking here and there, and whispering and smiling to himself as he laid the cloth, and seeming otherwise quite unconscious of an external world. "This room is not got up like Mr. Ruthyn's," Does he talk of furnishings, and making things a little smart? No! Well, I must say, I think he might. Here there was a little silence, and Dr. Bryerly, with his accustomed simultaneous glance at the door, said, in low cautious tones, very distinctly, "Have you been thinking at all over that matter again? I mean, about getting your uncle to forego his guardianship? I would not mind his first refusal. You could make it worth his while, unless that is, unless he's very unreasonable indeed. And I think you would consult your interest, Miss Ruthyn, by doing so, and, if possible, getting out of this place."
But I have not thought of it at all. I am much happier here than I had at all expected, and I am very fond of my cousin Milly.
How long have you been here exactly? I told him. It was some 2 or 3 months. Have you seen your other cousin yet, the young gentleman?
No.
Aren't you very lonely? He inquired.
We see no visitors here, but that, you know, I was prepared for.
Dr. Bryerly read the wrinkles on his splay boot intently and peevishly, and tapped the sole lightly on the ground. Yes, it is very lonely, and the people a bad lot. You'd be pleasanter somewhere else, with Lady Knollys, for instance, eh?
Well, there, certainly. But I am very well here. Really, the time passes very pleasantly, and my uncle is so kind. I have only to mention anything that annoys me, and he will see that it is remedied. He is always impressing that on me.
Yes, it is not a fit place for you, said Dr. Bryerly. Of course, about your uncle, he resumed, observing my surprised look, it is all right, but he's quite helpless, you know. At all events, think about it. Here's my address. Hans Emmanuel Bryerly, M.D., 17 King Street, Covent Garden, London. Don't lose it, mind. And he tore the leaf out of his notebook. Here's my fly at the door, and you must, he was looking at his watch, mind, you must think of it seriously. And so, you see, don't let anyone see that. You'll be sure to leave it throwing about. The best way will be just to scratch it on the door of your press, inside, you know, and don't put my name, you'll remember that, only the rest of the address. And burn this. Quince is with you.
Yes, I answered, glad to have a satisfactory word to say.
Well, don't let her go. It's a bad sign if they wish it. Don't consent, mind, just tip me a hint, and you'll have me down. And any letters you get from Lady Knollys, you know, for she's very plain spoken, you'd better burn them off hand. And I've stayed too long, though. Mind what I say, scratch it with a pen, and burn that, and not a word to a mortal about it. Good-bye. Oh, I was taking away your book. And so, in a fuss, with a slight shake of the hand, getting up his umbrella, his bag, and tin box, he hurried from the room, and in a minute more I heard the sound of his vehicle as it drove away. I looked after it with a sigh. The uneasy sensations which I had experienced respecting my sojourn at Bartram Haugh were reawakened. My ugly, vulgar, true friend was disappearing beyond those gigantic lime trees which hid Bartram from the eyes of the outer world. The fly, with the doctor's valise on top, vanished, and I sighed an anxious sigh. The shadow of the overarching trees contracted, and I felt helpless and forsaken. And glancing down the torn leaf, Dr. Bryerly's address met my eye between my fingers. I slipped it into my breast, and ran upstairs stealthily, trembling lest the old woman should summon me again, at the head of the stairs, into Uncle Silas's room, where, under his gaze, I fancied I should be sure to betray myself. But I glided unseen and safely by, entering my room, and shut my door. So, listening and working, I, with my scissors' point, scratched the address where Dr. Bryerly had advised. Then, in positive terror, lest someone should even knock during the operation, I, with a match, consumed to ashes the tell-tale bit of paper. Now, for the first time, I experienced the unpleasant sensation of having a secret to keep. I fancy the pain of this solitary liability was disproportionably acute in my case, for I was naturally very open and very nervous. I was always on the point of betraying it à propos de bottes, always reproaching myself for my duplicity, and in constant terror when honest Mary Quince approached the press, or good-natured Milly made her occasional survey of the wonders of my wardrobe. I would have given anything to go and point to the tiny inscription and say, "This is Dr. Bryerly's address in London. I scratched it with my scissor point, taking every precaution lest anyone, you, my good friends included, should surprise me. I have ever since kept the secret to myself, and trembled whenever your frank kind faces looked into the press. There, you at last know all about it. Can you ever forgive my deceit?" But I could not make up my mind to reveal it, nor yet to erase the inscription, which was my alternative thought. Indeed, I am a wavering, irresolute creature as ever lived, in my ordinary mood. High excitement or passion only can inspire me with decision. Under the inspiration of either, however, I am transformed, and often both prompt and brave. "Someone left here last night, I think, miss," said Mary Quince, with a mysterious nod one morning. "'Twas 2 o'clock, and I was bad with the toothache, and went down to get a pinch o' red pepper, leaving the candle alight here lest you should awake. When I was coming up, as I was crossing the lobby at the far end of the long gallery, what should I hear but a horse snorting, and some people a talking, short and quiet like. So I looks out of the window, and there surely I did see 2 horses yoked to the shay, and a fella pulling a box up atop, and out comes a walise and a bag, and I think it was old Wyat, please 'em, that Miss Milly calls L'Amour, that stood in the doorway a talking to the driver." "And who got into the chaise, Mary?" I asked. "Well, miss, I waited as long as I could, but the pain was bad, and me so awful cold, I gave it up at last and came back to bed, for I could not say how much longer they might wait. And you'll find, miss, 'twill be kept a secret, like the shay as you saw, miss, last week. I hate them dark ways, and secrets, and old Wyat, she does tell stories, don't she? And she is ought to be particular, seeing her time be short now, and she so old. It is awful, an old un like that telling such crams as she do." Milly was as curious as I, but could throw no light on this. We both agreed, however, that the departure was probably of that person whose arrival I had accidentally witnessed. This time the chaise had drawn up at the side door, round the corner of the left side of the house, and, no doubt, driven away by the back road. Another accident had revealed this nocturnal move. It was very provoking, however, that Mary Quince had not had the resolution to wait for the appearance of the traveller. We all agreed, however, that we were to observe a strict silence, and that even to Wyat, L'Amour I had better continue to call her, Mary Quince was not to hint what she had seen. I suspect, however, that injured curiosity asserted itself, and that Mary hardly adhered to this self-denying resolve. But cheerful wintry suns and frosty skies, long nights and brilliant starlights, with good homely fires in our snuggery, gossiping, stories, short readings now and then, and brisk walks through the always beautiful scenery of Bartram Haugh, and above all, the unbroken tenor of our life, which had fallen into a serene routine, foreign to the idea of danger or misadventure, gradually quieted the qualms and misgivings which my interview with Dr. Bryerly had so powerfully resuscitated. My cousin Monica, to my inexpressible joy, had returned to her country house, and in active diplomacy through the post office was negotiating the reopening of friendly relations between the courts of Elverston and of Bartram. At length, one fine day, cousin Monica, smiling pleasantly, with her cloak and bonnet on, and her colour fresh from the shrewd air of the Derbyshire hills, stood suddenly before me in our sitting room. Our meeting was that of 2 school companions long separated. Cousin Monica was always a girl in my eyes. What a hug it was! What a shower of kisses and ejaculations, inquiries and caresses! At last I pressed her down into a chair, and laughing, she said, "You have no idea what self-denial I have exercised to bring this visit about.
I, who detest writing, have actually written 5 letters to Silas, and I don't think I said a single impertinent thing in one of them. What a wonderful little old thing your butler is! I did not know what to make of him on the steps. Is he a Struldbrug, or a fairy, or only a ghost? Where on earth did your uncle pick him up? I'm sure he came in on All Hallows Eve to answer an incantation. Not your future husband, I hope. And he'll vanish some night into grey smoke and whisk sadly up the chimney. He's the most venerable little thing I ever beheld in my life. I leaned back in the carriage and thought I should absolutely die of laughing. He's gone up to prepare your uncle for my visit, and I really am very glad, for I am sure I shall look as young as he be after him. But who is this? Who are you, my dear? This was addressed to poor Milly, who stood in the corner of the chimney-piece, staring with her round eyes and plump cheeks in fear and wonder upon this strange lady. "How stupid of me!" I exclaimed. "Milly, dear, this is your cousin, Lady Knollys." "And so you are Millicent! Well, dear, I am very glad to see you." And Cousin Monica was on her feet again in an instant, with Milly's hand very cordially in hers, and she gave her a kiss upon each cheek and patted her head. Milly, I must mention, was a much more presentable figure than when I had first encountered her. Her dresses were at least a quarter of a yard longer. Though very rustic, therefore, she was not so barbarously grotesque by any means. End of chapter 38. Chapter 39 of Uncle Silas. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to find out how you can volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Uncle Silas by J. Sheridan Le Fanu. Chapter 39. Cousin Monica and Uncle Silas meet. Cousin Monica, with her hands upon Milly's shoulders, looked amusedly and kindly in her face. "And," said she, "we must be very good friends. You funny creature, you and I. I'm allowed to be the most saucy old woman in Derbyshire, quite incorrigibly privileged, and nobody is ever affronted with me, so I say the most shocking things constantly. I'm a bit that way myself, and I think," said poor Milly, making an effort and growing very red. She quite lost her head at that point, and was incompetent to finish the sentiment she had prefaced. "You think! Now, take my advice, and never wait to think, my dear. Talk first, and think afterwards. That is my way, though indeed I can't say I ever think at all. It is a very cowardly habit. Our cold-blooded cousin Maud, there, thinks sometimes, but it is always such a failure that I forgive her. I wonder when your little pre-Adamite butler will return. He speaks the language of the Picts and the ancient Britons, I dare say, and your father requires a little time to translate him. And, Milly dear, I am very hungry, so I won't wait for your butler, who would give me, I suppose, one of the cakes baked by King Alfred, and some Danish beer in a skull. But I'll ask you for a little of that nice bread and butter." With which, accordingly, Lady Knollys was quickly supplied. But it did not at all impede her utterance. "Do you think, girls, you could be ready to come away with me, if Silas gives leave, in an hour or two? I should so like to take both of you home with me to Elverston." "How delightful, you darling!" cried I, embracing and kissing her. "For my part, I should be ready in 5 minutes. What do you say, Milly?" Poor Milly's wardrobe, I am afraid, was more portable than handsome, and she looked horribly affrighted, and whispered in my ear, "My best petticoat is away at the laundress. Say in a week, Maud." "What does she say?" asked Lady Knollys. "She fears she can't be ready," I answered dejectedly. "There's a deal of my slops in the wash," blurted out poor Milly, staring straight at Lady Knollys. "In the name of wonder, what does my cousin mean?" asked Lady Knollys. "Her things have not come home yet from the laundress," I replied, and at this moment our wondrous old butler entered to announce to Lady Knollys
that his master was ready to receive her, whenever she was disposed to favour him, and also to make polite apologies for his being compelled, by his state of health, to give her the trouble of ascending to his room. So Cousin Monica was at the door in a moment, over her shoulder calling to us, "Come, girls." "Please not yet, my lady, you alone, and he requests the young ladies will be in the way, as he will send for them presently." I began to admire poor Giblets as the wreck of a tolerably respectable servant. "Very good. Perhaps it is better we should kiss and be friends in private first," said Cousin Knollys, laughing, and away she went under the guidance of the mummy. I had an account of this tete-a-tete afterwards from Lady Knollys. "When I saw him, my dear," she said, "I could hardly believe my eyes. Such white hair, such white face, such mad eyes, such a death-like smile. When I saw him last, his hair was dark. He dressed himself like a modern Englishman, and he really preserved a likeness to the full-length portrait at Knowle, that you fell in love with, you know. But angels and ministers of grace, such a spectre! I asked myself, is it necromancy, or is it delirium tremens, that has reduced him to this? And said he, with that odious smile that made me fancy myself half insane, 'You see a change, Monica. What a sweet, gentle, insufferable voice he has. Somebody once told me about the tone of a glass flute that made some people hysterical to listen to, and I was thinking of it all the time. There was always a particular quality to his voice.' 'I do see a change, Silas,' I said at last, 'and no doubt so do you and me, a great change.' 'There has been time enough to work a greater than I observe in you since you last honoured me with a visit,' said he. I think he was at his old sarcasms, and meant that I was the same impertinent minx he remembered long ago, uncorrected by time, and so I am, and he must not expect compliments from old Monica Knollys. It is a long time, Silas, but that, you know, is not my fault,' said I. 'Not your fault, my dear, your instincts. We are all imitative creatures. The great people ostracized me, and the small ones followed. We are all very like turkeys. We have so much good sense and so much generosity. Fortune and a freak wounded my head, and the whole brood were upon me, pecking and gobbling, gobbling and pecking, and you among them, dear Monica. It wasn't your fault, only your instinct, so I quite forgive you. But no wonder the peckers wear better than the pecked. You are robust, and I, what I am. Now, Silas, I have not come here to quarrel. If we quarrel now, mind, we can never make it up. We are too old, so let us forget all we can, and try to forgive something. And if we can do neither, at all events let there be a truce between us while I am here. My personal wrongs I can quite forgive, and I do, heaven knows, from my heart. But there are things which ought not to be forgiven. My children have been ruined by it. I may, by the mercy of Providence, be yet set right in the world, and so soon as that time comes I will remember and I will act. But my children, you will see that wretched girl, my daughter, education, society, all would come too late. My children have been ruined by it.' 'I have not done it, but I know what you mean,' I said. 'You menace litigation whenever you have the means, but you forgot that Austin placed you under promise, when he gave you the use of this house and place, never to disturb my title to Elverston. So there is my answer, if you mean that.' 'I mean what I mean,' he replied with his old smile. 'You mean, then,' said I, 'that for the pleasure of vexing me with litigation, you are willing to forfeit your tenure of this house and place.' 'Suppose I did mean precisely that, why should I forfeit anything? My beloved brother, by his will, has given me a right to the use of Bartram Haugh for my life, and attached no absurd condition of the kind you fancy to his gift.' Silas was in one of his vicious old moods, and liked to menace me. His vindictiveness got the better of his craft, but he knows as well as I do that he never could succeed in disturbing the title of my poor dear Harry Knollys.
and I was not at all alarmed by his threats, and I told him so as coolly as I speak to you now. "Well, Monica," he said, "I have weighed you in the balance, and you are not found wanting. For a moment the old man possessed me. The thought of my children, of past unkindness, and present afflictions and disgrace, exasperated me, and I was mad. It was but for a moment, the galvanic spasm of a corpse. Never was breast more dead than mine to the passions and ambitions of the world. They are not for white locks like these, nor for a man who, for a week in every month, lies in the gate of death. Will you shake hands? Here, I do strike a truce, and I do forget and forgive everything." I don't know what he meant by this scene. I have no idea whether he was acting or lost his head, or, in fact, why or how it occurred. But I am glad, darling, that, unlike myself, I was calm, and that a quarrel has not been forced upon me. When our turn came, and we were summoned to the presence, Uncle Silas was quite as usual. But Cousin Monica's heightened colour, and the flash of her eyes, showed plainly that something exciting and angry had occurred. Uncle Silas commented in his own vein upon the effect of Bartram air and liberty, all he had to offer, and called on me to say how I liked them. And then he called Milly to him, kissed her tenderly, smiled sadly upon her, and turning to Cousin Monica, said, "This is my daughter Milly. Oh, she has been presented to you downstairs, has she? You have, no doubt, been interested by her. As I told her cousin Maud, though I am not yet quite Sir Tunbelly clumsy, she is a very finished Miss Hoyden. Are you not, my poor Milly? You owe your distinction, my dear, to that line of circumvallation which has, ever since your birth, intercepted all civilization on its way to Bartram. You are much obliged, Milly, to everybody who, whether naturally or unnaturally, turned a sod in that invisible but impenetrable work. For your accomplishments, rather singular than fashionable, you are indebted, in part, to your cousin Lady Knollys. Is not she, Monica? Thank her, Milly." "This is your truce, Silas," said Lady Knollys, with a quiet sharpness. "I think, Silas Ruthyn, you want to provoke me to speak in a way before these young creatures which we should all regret." "So my badinage excites your temper, Monnie. Think how you would feel, then, if I had found you by the highway side, mangled by robbers, and set my foot upon your throat and spat in your face. But stop this. Why have I said this? Simply to emphasize my forgiveness. See, girls, Lady Knollys and I, cousins long estranged, forget and forgive the past, and join hands over its buried injuries. Well, be it so, only let us have done with these ironies and covert taunts." And with these words their hands were joined, and Uncle Silas, after he had released hers, patted and fondled it with his, laughing icily and very low all the time. "I wish so much, dear Monica," he said, when this piece of silent byplay was over, "that I could ask you to stay to-night, but absolutely I have not a bed to offer, and even if I had, I fear my suit would hardly prevail." Then came Lady Knollys's invitation for Milly and me. He was very much obliged. He smiled over it a great deal, meditating. I thought he was puzzled, and amid his smiles his wild eyes scanned Cousin Monica's frank face once or twice suspiciously. There was a difficulty, an undefined difficulty, about letting us go that day, but on a future one, soon, very soon, he would be most happy. Well, there was an end of that little project, for to-day at least, and Cousin Monica was too well bred to urge it beyond a certain point. "Milly, my dear, will you put on your hat and show me the grounds about the house? May she, Silas? I should like to renew my acquaintance." "You'll see them sadly neglected, Monnie. A poor man's pleasure grounds must rely on nature, and trust to her for effects. Where there is fine timber, however, and abundance of slope and rock and hollow, we sometimes gain in picturesqueness what we lose by neglect in luxury." Then, as Cousin Monica said she would cross the grounds by a path
and meet her carriage at a point to which we would accompany her, and so make her way home. She took leave of Uncle Silas, a ceremony whereat, without, I thought, much zeal at either side, a kiss took place. "Now, girls," said Cousin Knollys, when we were fairly in motion over the grass, "what do you say? Will he let you come, yes or no? I can't say, but I think, dear," this to Milly, "he ought to let you see a little more of the world than appears among the glens and bushes of Bartram. Very pretty they are, like yourself, but very wild and very little seen. Where is your brother, Milly? Is not he older than you? I don't know where, and he is older by 6 years and a bit." By and by, when Milly was gesticulating to frighten some herons by the river's brink into the air, Cousin Monica said confidentially to me, "He has run away, I'm told. I wish I could believe it, and enlisted in a regiment going to India, perhaps the best thing for him. Did you see him here before his judicious self-banishment?" "No." "Well, I suppose you've had no loss. Dr. Bryerly says, from all he can learn, he is a very bad young man. Now, tell me, dear, is Silas kind to you?" "Yes, always gentle, just as you saw him to-day. But we don't see a great deal of him, very little, in fact." "And how do you like your life and the people?" she asked. "My life very well, and the people pretty well. There's an old woman we don't like, old Wyat. She is cross and mysterious and tells untruths, but I don't think she is dishonest, so Mary Quince says, and that, you know, is a point. And there is a family, father and daughter, called Hawkees, who live in the Windmill Wood, who are perfect savages, though my uncle says they don't mean it. But they are very disagreeable, rude people, and except them we see very little of the servants or other people. But there has been a mysterious visit. Someone came late at night, and remained for some days, though Milly and I never saw them, and Mary Quince saw a chaise at the side door at 2 o'clock at night." Cousin Monica was so highly interested at this that she arrested her walk and stood facing me, with her hand on my arm, questioning and listening, and lost, as it seemed, in dismal conjecture. "It is not pleasant, you know," I said. "No, it is not pleasant," said Lady Knollys, very gloomily. And just then Milly joined us, shouting to us to look at the herons flying. So Cousin Monica did, and smiled and nodded in thanks to Milly, and was again silent and thoughtful as we walked on. "You are to come to me, mind, both of you girls," she said abruptly. "You shall, I'll manage it." When silence returned, and Milly ran away once more to try whether the old grey trout was visible in the still water under the bridge, Cousin Monica said to me in a low tone, looking hard at me, "You've not seen anything to frighten you, Maud. Don't look so alarmed, dear," she added with a little laugh, which was not very merry, however. "I don't mean frighten in any awful sense. In fact, I did not mean frighten at all. I meant, I can't exactly express it, anything to vex or make you uncomfortable, have you?" "No, I can't say that I have, except that room in which Mr. Charke was found dead." "Oh, you saw that, did you? I should like to see it so much. Your bedroom is not near it?" "Oh no, on the floor beneath, and looking to the front. And Dr. Bryerly talked a little to me, and there seemed to be something on his mind more than he chose to tell me, so that for some time after I saw him I really was, as you say, frightened. But except that, I really have had no cause. And what was in your mind when you asked me?" "Well, you know, Maud, you are afraid of ghosts, banditti, and everything. I wished to know whether you were uncomfortable, and what your particular boggle was just now. That, I assure you, was all. And I know," she continued, suddenly changing her light tone and manner for one of pointed entreaty, "what Dr. Bryerly said, and I implore of you, Maud, to think of it seriously, and when you come to me you shall do so with the intention of remaining at Elverston." "Now, Cousin Monica, is this fair? You and Dr. Bryerly both talk in the same awful way to me, and I assure you you don't know how nervous I am sometimes, and yet you won't, either of you, say what you mean.
Now, Monica, dear cousin, won't you tell me? You see, dear, it is so lonely. It's a strange place, and he so odd. I don't like the place, and I don't like him. I've tried, but I can't, and I think I never shall. He may be a very... what was it that little good silly curate at Knoll used to call him? A very advanced Christian. That is it, and I hope he is, but if he is only what he used to be, his utter seclusion from society removes the only check, except personal fear, and he never had much of that, upon a very bad man. And you must know, my dear Maud, what a prize you are, and what an immense trust it is.
Suddenly Cousin Monica stopped short, and looked at me as if she had gone too far.
But you know, Silas may be very good now, although he was wild and selfish in his young days. Indeed, I don't know what to make of him, but I am sure when you have thought it over, you will agree with me and Dr. Bryerly that you must not stay here. It was vain trying to induce my cousin to be more explicit. I hope to see you at Elverston in a very few days. I will shame Silas into letting you come. I don't like his reluctance. But don't you think he must know that Milly would require some little outfit before her visit? Well, I can't say. I hope that is all. But be it what it may, I'll make him let you come, and immediately too. After she had gone, I experienced a repetition of those undefined doubts which had tortured me for some time after my conversation with Dr. Bryerly. I had truly said, however, I was well enough contented with my mode of life here, for I had been trained at Knoll to a solitude very nearly as profound. End of chapter 39. Chapter 40 of Uncle Silas. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to find out how you can volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Uncle Silas by J. Sheridan Le Fanu. Chapter 40, in which I make another cousin's acquaintance. My correspondence about this time was not very extensive. About once a fortnight, a letter from honest Mrs. Rusk conveyed to me how the dogs and ponies were, in queer English oddly spelt. Some village gossip, a critique upon Dr. Clay's or the curate's last sermon, and some severities generally upon the dissenters' doings, with loves to Mary Quince and all good wishes to me. Sometimes a welcome letter from cheerful cousin Monica, and now, to vary the series, a copy of complimentary verses, without a signature, very adoring, very like Byron, I then fancied, and now, I must confess, rather vapid. Could I doubt from whom they came? I had received, about a month after my arrival, a copy of verses in the same hand, in a plaintive ballad style, of the soldierly sort, in which the writer said, that as living his sole object was to please me, so dying I should be his latest thought; and some more poetic impieties, asking only in return that when the storm of battle had swept over, I should shed a tear on seeing the oak lie where it fell. Of course, about this lugubrious pun there could be no misconception. The captain was unmistakably indicated, and I was so moved that I could no longer retain my secret, but walking with Milly that day, confided the little romance to that unsophisticated listener under the chestnut trees. The lines were so amorously dejected, and yet so heroically redolent of blood and gunpowder, that Milly and I agreed that the writer must be on the verge of a sanguinary campaign. It was not easy to get at Uncle Silas's Times or Morning Post, which we fancied would explain these horrible allusions, but Milly bethought her of a sergeant in the militia, resident in Feltram, who knew the destination and quarters of every regiment in the service, and circuitously, from this authority, we learned, to my infinite relief, that Captain Oakley's regiment had still 2 years to sojourn in England. I was summoned one evening by old L'Amour to my uncle's room.
I remember his appearance that evening so well, as he lay back in his chair, the pillow, the white glare of his strange eye, his feeble, painful smile. "You'll excuse me, my not rising, dear Maud. I am so miserably ill this evening." I expressed my respectful condolence. "Yes, I am to be pitied, but pity is of no use, dear," he murmured peevishly. "I sent for you to make you acquainted with your cousin, my son. Where are you, Dudley?" A figure seated in a low lounging chair at the other side of the fire, and which till then I had not observed, at these words rose up a little slowly, like a man stiff after a day's hunting, and I beheld with a shock that held my breath, and fixed my eyes upon him in a stare, the young man whom I had encountered at Church Scarsdale, on the day of my unpleasant excursion there with Madame, and who, to the best of my belief, was also one of that ruffianly party who had so unspeakably terrified me in the warren at Knowl. I suppose I looked very much affrighted. If I had been looking at a ghost, I could not have felt much more scared and incredulous. When I was able to turn my eyes upon my uncle, he was not looking at me, but with a glimmer of that smile with which a father looks on a son whose youth and comeliness he admires, his white face was turned towards the young man, in whom I beheld nothing but the image of odious and dreadful associations. "Come, sir," said my uncle, "we must not be too modest. Here's your cousin Maud. What do you say? How are ye, miss?" he said, with a sheepish grin. "Miss! Come, come, miss us, no miss is," said my uncle. "She is Maud, and you Dudley, or I mistake, or we shall have you calling Milly Madame. She shall not refuse you her hand, I venture to think. Come, young gentleman, speak for yourself. How are ye, Maud?" he said, doing his best, and drawing near, he extended his hand. "You're welcome to Bartram Haugh, miss. Kiss your cousin, sir. Where's your gallantry? On my honour, I disown you," exclaimed my uncle, with more energy than he had shown before. With a clumsy effort, and a grin that was both sheepish and impudent, he grasped my hand and advanced his face. The imminent salute gave me strength to spring back a step or two, and he hesitated. My uncle laughed peevishly. "Well, well, that will do, I suppose. In my time, first cousins did not meet like strangers, but perhaps we were wrong. We are learning modesty from the Americans, and old English ways are too gross for us." I've seen him before, that is," and at this point I stopped. My uncle turned his strange glare, in a sort of scowl of inquiry, upon me. "Oh, why, this is news. You never told me. Where have you met, Dudley?" "Never saw her in my days, so far as I'm aware on," said the young man. "No. Well, then, Maud, will you enlighten us?" said Uncle Silas coldly. "I did see that young gentleman before," I faltered. "Meaning me, ma'am?" he asked coolly. "Yes, certainly you. I did, uncle," answered I. "And where was it, my dear? Not at Knowl, I fancy. Poor dear Austin did not trouble me or mine much with his hospitalities." This was not a pleasant tone to take in speaking of his dead brother and benefactor, but at the moment I was too much engaged upon the one point to observe it. I could not say my cousin. "I met him, uncle, your son, that young gentleman. I saw him, I should say, at Church Scarsdale, and afterwards with some other person in the warren at Knowl. It was the night our gamekeeper was beaten." "Well, Dudley, what do you say to that?" asked Uncle Silas. "I never was at those places, so help me. I don't know where they be, and I never set eyes on the young lady before, as I hope to be saved, in all my days," said he, with a countenance so unchanged and an air so confident, that I began to think I must be the dupe of one of those strange resemblances which have been known to lead to positive identifications in the witness box, afterwards proved to be utterly mistaken. You look so uncomfortable, Maud, at the idea of having seen him before, that I hardly wonder at the vehemence of his denial. There was plainly something disagreeable, but you see as respects him it is a total mistake. My boy was always a truth-telling fellow. You may rely implicitly on what he says. You were not at those places? I wish I may, began the ingenuous youth with increased vehemence. There, that will do. Your honour and word as a gentleman, and that you are, though a poor one, will quite satisfy your cousin Maud. Am I right, my dear? I do assure you, as a gentleman, I never knew him to say the thing that was not. So Mr. Dudley Ruthyn began, not to curse, but to swear in the prescribed form that he had never seen me before, or the places I had named, since I was weaned by... That's enough. Now shake hands, if you won't kiss, like cousins, interrupted my uncle. And very uncomfortably I did lend him my hand to shake. You'll want some supper, Dudley, so Maud and I will excuse your going. Good night, my dear boy. And he smiled and waved him from the room. That's as fine a young fellow, I think, as any English father can boast for his son. True, brave, kind, and quite an Apollo. Did you observe how finely proportioned he is, and what exquisite features the fellow has? He's rustic and rough, as you see, but a year or two in the militia. I've a promise of a commission for him. He's too old for the line. We'll form and polish him. He wants nothing but manner, and I protest when he has had a little drilling of that kind, I do believe he'll be as pretty a fellow as you'd find in England. I listened with amazement. I could discover nothing but what was disagreeable in the horrid bumpkin, and thought such an instance of the blindness of parental partiality was hardly credible. I looked down, dreading another direct appeal to my judgment, and Uncle Silas, I suppose, referred those downcast looks to maiden modesty, for he forbore to task mine by any new interrogatory. Dudley Ruthyn's cool and resolute denial of ever having seen me or the places I had named, and the inflexible serenity of his countenance while doing so, did very much shake my confidence in my own identification of him. I could not be quite certain that the person I had seen at Church Scarsdale was the very same person whom I afterwards saw at Knowl. And now, in this particular instance, after the lapse of a still longer period, could I be perfectly certain that my memory, deceived by some accidental points of resemblance, had not duped me and wronged my cousin Dudley Ruthyn. I suppose my uncle had expected from me some signs of acquiescence in his splendid estimate of his cub, and was nettled by my silence. After a short interval, he said, I have seen something of the world in my day, and I can say, without a misgiving of partiality, that Dudley is the material of a perfect English gentleman. I am not blind, of course. The training must be supplied. A year or two of good models, active self-criticism, and good society. I simply say that the material is there. Here was another interval of silence. And now tell me, child, what these recollections of Church Scarsdale, I replied. Yes, thank you, Church Scarsdale and Knowl are. So I related my stories as well as I could. Well, dear Maud, the adventure of Church Scarsdale is hardly so terrific as I expected, said Uncle Silas, with a cold little laugh. And I don't see, if he had really been the hero of it, why he should shrink from avowing it. I know I should not, and I really can't say that your picnic party in the grounds of Knowl has frightened me much more. A lady waiting in the carriage, and 2 or 3 tipsy young men. Her presence seems to me a guarantee that no mischief was meant. But champagne is the soul of frolic, and a row with the gamekeeper a natural consequence. It happened to me once, 40 years ago, when I was a wild young buck. One of the worst rows I ever was in. and Uncle Silas poured some eau de cologne over the corner of his handkerchief and touched his temples with it. "If my boy had been there, I do assure you, and I know him, he would say so at once. I fancy he would rather boast of it. I never knew him to utter an untruth. When you know him a little, you'll say so." With these words, Uncle Silas leaned back exhausted, and languidly poured some of his favourite eau de cologne over the palms of his hands, nodded a farewell, and, in a whisper, wished me good night. "Dudley's come," whispered Milly, taking me under the arm as I entered the lobby. "But I don't care. He never gives me naught, and he gets money from Governor, as much as he likes, and I never a sixpence. It's a shame." So there was no great love between the only son and only daughter of the younger line of the Rithens. I was curious to learn all that Milly could tell me of this new inmate of Bartram Haugh, and Milly was communicative without having a great deal to relate, and what I heard from her tended to confirm my own disagreeable impressions about him. She was afraid of him. He was a woundy, ugly customer in a wax, she could tell me. He was the only one she ever knowed as had pluck to jaw the Governor. But he was afeard on the Governor too. His visits to Bartram Haugh, I heard, were desultory, and this, to my relief, would probably not outlast a week or a fortnight. He was such a fashionable cove. He was always a-gadding about, mostly to Liverpool or Birmingham, and sometimes to Lunnon itself. He was keeping company one time with Beauty, Governor thought, and he was awfully afraid he'd marry her. But that was all bosh and nonsense, and Beauty would have none of his chaff and wheedling, for she liked Tom Bryce. And Milly thought that Dudley never cared a crack of a whip for her. He used to go to the windmill to have a smoke with Pegtop, and he was a member of the Feltram Club, that met at the Plume o' Feathers. He was a rare good shot, she heard, and he was before the justices for poaching, but they could make nothing of it. And the Governor said it was all through spite of him, for they hate us for being better blood than they, and all but the squires and those upstart folks loves Dudley. He is so handsome and gay, though he is a bit cross at home, and Governor says he'll be a Parliament man yet, spite of them all. Next morning, when our breakfast was nearly ended, Dudley tapped at the window with the end of his clay pipe. A churchwarden, Milly called it. Just such a long curved pipe as Joe Willett is made to hold between his lips in those charming illustrations of Barnaby Rudge, which we all know so well. And lifting his wide awake, with a burlesque salutation which, I suppose, would have charmed the Plume of Feathers, he dropped, kicked, and caught his wide awake, with an agility and gravity, as he replaced it, so inexpressibly humorous, that Milly went off in a loud fit of laughter, with the ejaculation, "Did you ever?" It was odd how repulsively my confidence in my original identification always revived on unexpectedly seeing Dudley after an interval. I could perceive that this piece of comic byplay was meant to make a suitable impression on me. I received it, however, with a killing gravity, and after a word or two to Milly, he lounged away, having first broken his pipe bit by bit into pieces, which he balanced in turn on his nose and on his chin, from which features he jerked them into his mouth with a precision which, along with his excellent pantomime of eating them, highly excited Milly's mirth and admiration. End of chapter 40. Chapter 41 of Uncle Silas. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to find out how you can volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Uncle Silas by J. Sheridan Le Fanu. Chapter 41. My cousin Dudley. Greatly to my satisfaction, this engaging person did not appear again that day. But next day Milly told me that my uncle had taken him to task for the neglect with which he was treating us. He did pitch into him, sharp and short, and not a word from him, only sulky like, and I so frightened I durst not look up almost. They said a lot I could not make head or tails of, and Governor ordered me out of the room, and glad I was to go. And so they had it out between them. Milly could throw no light whatsoever upon the adventures at Church Scarsdale and Knoll, and I was left still in doubt, which sometimes oscillated one way and sometimes another. But, on the whole, I could not shake off the misgivings which constantly recurred, and pointed very obstinately to Dudley as the hero of those odious scenes. Oddly enough, though, I now felt far less confident upon the point than I did at first sight. I had begun to distrust my memory and to suspect my fancy. But of this there could be no question, that between the person so unpleasantly linked in my remembrances with those scenes and Dudley Ruthyn, a striking, though possibly only a general resemblance did exist. Milly was certainly right as to the gist of Uncle Silas's injunction, for we saw more of Dudley henceforward. He was shy, he was impudent, he was awkward, he was conceited, altogether a most intolerable bumpkin. Though he sometimes flushed and stammered, and never for a moment was at his ease in my presence, yet, to my inexpressible disgust, there was a self-complacency in his manner, and a kind of triumph in his leer, which very plainly told me how satisfied he was as to the nature of the impression he was making upon me. I would have given worlds to tell him how odious I thought him. Probably, however, he would not have believed me. Perhaps he fancied that ladies affected airs of indifference and repulsion to cover their real feelings. I never looked at or spoke to him when I could avoid either, and then it was as briefly as I could. To do him justice, however, he seemed to have no liking for our society, and certainly never seemed altogether comfortable in it. I find it hard to write quite impartially even of Dudley Ruthyn's personal appearance, but with an effort I confess that his features were good, and his figure not amiss, though a little fattish. He had light whiskers, light hair, and a pink complexion, and very good blue eyes. So far my uncle was right. If he had been perfectly gentlemanlike, he might really have passed for a handsome man in the judgment of some critics. But there was that odious mixture of mauvaise honte and impudence, a clumsiness, a slyness, and a consciousness in his bearing and countenance, not distinctly boorish, but low, which turned his good looks into an ugliness more intolerable than that of feature, and a corresponding vulgarity pervading his dress, his demeanour, and his very walk, marred whatever good points his figure possessed. If you take all this into account, with the ominous and startling misgivings constantly recurring, you will understand the mixed feelings of anger and disgust with which I received the admiration he favoured me with. Gradually he grew less constrained in my presence, and certainly his manners were not improved by his growing ease and confidence. He came in while Milly and I were at luncheon, jumped up, with a right about face performed in the air, sitting on the sideboard, whence, grinning slyly and kicking his heels, he leered at us. 'Will you have something, Dudley?' asked Milly. 'No, lass, but I'll look at ye, and maybe drink a drop for company.' And with these words he took a sportsman's flask from his pocket, and helping himself to a large glass and a decanter, he compounded a glass of strong brandy and water as he talked, and refreshed himself with it from time to time. 'Curate's up with the governor,' he said with a grin. 'I wanted a word with him, but I s'pose I'll hardly get in this hour or more. They're a praying and disputing, and a Bible chopping as usual. Ha ha! But 'twon't hold much longer, old Wyat says, now that Uncle Austin's dead.'
There's not to be made a praying in that work no longer, and it don't pay of itself. Oh, fie! For shame, you sinner! laughed Milly. He wasn't in a church these 5 years, he says, and then only to meet a young lady. Now, isn't he a sinner, Maud, isn't he? Dudley, grinning, looked with a languishing slyness at me, biting the edge of his wide awake, which he held over his breast. Dudley Ruthyn probably thought there was a manly and desperate sort of fascination in the impiety he professed. I wonder, Milly, said I, at your laughing. How can you laugh? You'd have me cry, would ye? answered Milly. I certainly would not have you laugh, I replied. I know I wish someone would cry for me, and I know who, said Dudley, in what he meant for a very engaging way, and he looked at me as if he thought I must feel flattered by his caring to have my tears. Instead of crying, however, I leaned back in my chair and began quietly to turn over the pages of Walter Scott's poems, which I and Milly were then reading in the evenings. The tone in which this odious young man spoke of his father, his coarse mention of mine, and his low boasting of his irreligion, disgusted me more than ever with him. They parsons be slow coaches, awful slow. I'll have a good bit of weight, I suppose. I should be 3 miles away and more by this time. Drat it! He was eyeing the legging of the foot which he held up while he spoke, as if calculating how far away that limb should have carried him by this time. Why can't folk do their Bible and prayers o' Sunday, and get it off their stomachs? I say, Milly lass, will you see if the governor be done with the curate? Do. I'm losing the whole day along o' him. Milly jumped up, accustomed to obey her brother, and as she passed me, whispered with a wink, Money, and away she went. Dudley whistled a tune and swung his foot like a pendulum, as he followed her with his side glance. I say, it is a hard case, miss. A lad of spirit should be kept so tight. I haven't a shilling but what comes through his fingers, and drat the tizzy he'll give me till he knows the reason why. Perhaps, I said, my uncle thinks you should earn some for yourself. I'd like to know how a fellow's to earn money nowadays. You wouldn't have a gentleman to keep a shop, I fancy. But I'll have a fistful just now, and no thanks to he. Them executors, you know, owes me a deal of money. Very honest chaps, of course, but they're cursed slow about paying, I know. I made no remark upon this elegant allusion to the executors of my dear father's will. And I tell ye, Maud, when I get the 10, I know who I'll buy a farin for. I do, lass. The odious creature drawled this with a sidelong leer, which, I suppose, he fancied quite irresistible. I am one of those unfortunate persons who always blushes when I most wished to look indifferent, and now, to my inexpressible chagrin, with its accustomed perversity, I felt the blush mount to my cheeks, and glow even on my forehead. I saw that he perceived this most disconcerting indication of a sentiment the very idea of which was so detestable, that, equally enraged with myself and with him, I did not know how to exhibit my contempt and indignation. Mistaking the cause of my discomposure, Mr. Dudley Ruthyn laughed softly, with an insufferable suavity. And there's summat, lass, I must have in return. Honour thy father, you know. You would not have me disobey the governor. No, you wouldn't, would ye? I darted at him a look which I hoped would have quelled his impertinence, but I blushed most provokingly, more violently than ever. I'd back them eyes agin the county, I would, he exclaimed with a condescending enthusiasm. You're awful pretty, you are, Maud. I don't know what came over me t'other night when governor told me to buss ye, but dang it, ye shan't deny me now, and I'll have a kiss, lass, in spite of thy blushes. He jumped from his elevated seat on the sideboard, and came swaggering toward me, with an odious grin and his arms extended. I started to my feet, absolutely transported with fury. Drat me if she banked a gun to fight me,
he chuckled humorously. "Come, Maud, you would not be ill-natured, sure. Arter all, it's only our duty. Governor bid us kiss, didn't he?"
Don't, sir. Stand back, or I'll call the servants."
And as it was, I began to scream for Milly.
"There's how it is with all the cattle. You never know your own mind, ye don't," he said surlily. "You make such a row about a bit of play. Drop it, will you? There's no one a harming you, is there? I'm not, for sartin." And with an angry chuckle he turned on his heel and left the room. I think I was perfectly right to resist, with all the vehemence of which I was capable, this attempt to assume an intimacy which, notwithstanding my uncle's opinion to the contrary, seemed to me like an outrage. Milly found me alone, not frightened, but very angry. I had quite made up my mind to complain to my uncle, but the curate was still with him, and by the time he had gone I was cooler. My awe of my uncle had returned. I fancied that he would treat the whole affair as a mere playful piece of gallantry. So, with the comfortable conviction that he had had a lesson, and would think twice before repeating his impertinence, I resolved, with Milly's approbation, to leave the matters as they were. Dudley, greatly to my comfort, was huffed with me, and hardly appeared, and was sulky and silent when he did. I lived then in the pleasant anticipation of his departure, which Milly thought would be very soon. My uncle had his Bible and his consolations, but it cannot have been pleasant to this old roe, converted though he was, this refined man of fashion, to see his son grow up an outcast and a Tony Lumpkin. For whatever he may have thought of his natural gifts, he must have known how mere a bore he was. I try to recall my then impressions of my uncle's character. Grisly and chaotic the images rise. Silver head, feet of clay. I as yet knew little of him. I began to perceive that he was what Mary Quince used to call dreadful particular. I suppose a little selfish and impatient. He used to get cases of turtle from Liverpool. He drank claret and hock for his health, and ate woodcock and other light and salutary dainties for the same reason, and was petulant and vicious about the cooking of these, and the flavour and clearness of his coffee. His conversation was easy, polished, and, with a sentimental glazing, cold. But across this artificial talk, with its French rhymes, racy phrases, and fluent eloquence, like a streak of angry light, would, at intervals, suddenly gleam some dismal thought of religion. I never could quite satisfy myself whether they were affectations or genuine, like intermittent thrills of pain. The light of his large eyes was very peculiar. I can liken it to nothing but the sheen of intense moonlight on burnished metal. But that cannot express it. It glared white and suddenly, almost fatuous. I thought of Moore's lines whenever I looked on it. O ye dead, whom we know by the light you give, from your cold gleaming eyes, though you move like men who live. I never saw in any other eye the least glimmer of the same baleful effulgence. His fits, too, his hoverings between life and death, between intellect and insanity, a dubious marsh fire existence, horrible to look upon. I was puzzled even to comprehend his feelings towards his children. Sometimes it seemed to me that he was ready to lay down his soul for them. At others he looked and spoke almost as if he hated them. He talked as if the image of death was always before him, yet he took a terrible interest in life, while seemingly dozing away the dregs of his days in sight of his coffin. Oh, Uncle Silas, tremendous figure in the past, burning always in memory in the same awful lights. The fixed white face of scorn and anguish! It seemed as if the woman of Endor had led me to that chamber, and showed me a spectre. Dudley had not left Bartram Haugh when a little note reached me from Lady Knollys.
It said: Dearest Maud, I have written by this post to Silas, beseeching a loan of you and my cousin Milly. I see no reason your uncle can possibly have for refusing me, and therefore I count confidently on seeing you both at Elverston to-morrow, to stay for at least a week. I have hardly a creature to meet you. I have been disappointed in several visitors, but another time we shall have a gayer house. Tell Milly, with my love, that I will not forgive her if she fails to accompany you. Believe me, ever your affectionate cousin, Monica Knollys. Milly and I were both afraid that Uncle Silas would refuse his consent, although we could not divine any sound reason for his doing so, and there were many in favour of his improving the opportunity of allowing poor Milly to see some persons of her own sex above the rank of menials. At about 12 o'clock my uncle sent for us, and, to our great delight, announced his consent, and wished us a very happy excursion. End of chapter 41. Chapter 42 of Uncle Silas. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to find out how you can volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Uncle Silas by J. Sheridan Le Fanu. Chapter 42. Elverston and its People. So Milly and I drove through the gabled High Street to Feltram next day. We saw my gracious cousin smoking with a man like a groom at the door of the Plume of Feathers. I drew myself back as we passed, and Milly popped her head out of the window. "I'm blessed," she said, laughing, "if he hadn't his thumb up to his nose and winding up his little finger, the way he does with old Wyatt, Lamore, you know. And you may be sure he said something funny, for Jim Jolliter was laughing with his pipe in his hand." "I wish I had not seen him, Milly. I feel as if it were an ill omen. He always looks so cross, and I dare say he wished us some ill," I said. "No, no, you don't know Dudley. If he were angry he'd say nothing that's funny. No, he's not vexed, only shammin' vexed." The scenery through which we passed was very pretty. The road brought us through a narrow wooded glen. Such studies of ivied rocks and twisted roots. A little stream tinkled lonely through the hollow. Poor Milly. In her odd way she made herself companionable. I have sometimes fancied an enjoyment of natural scenery not so much as faculty as acquirement. It is so exquisite in the instructed, so strangely absent in uneducated humanity. But certainly with Milly it was inborn and hearty, and so she could enter into my raptures and requite them. Then over one of those beautiful Derbyshire moors we drove, and so into a wide wooded hollow, where was our first view of cousin Monica's pretty gabled house, beautified with that indescribable air of shelter and comfort which belongs to an old English residence, with old timber grouped round it, and something in its aspect of the quaint old times and bygone merrymakings, saying sadly but genially, "Come in, I bid you welcome. For 200 years or more have I been the home of this beloved old family, whose generations I have seen in the cradle and in the coffin, and whose mirth and sorrows and hospitalities I remember. All their friends like you were welcome, and you, like them, will here enjoy the warm illusions that cheat the sad conditions of mortality. And like them you will go your way, and others succeed you, till at last I too shall yield to the general law of decay, and disappear." By this time poor Milly had grown very nervous, a state which she described in such very odd phraseology as threw me, in spite of myself, for I affected an impressive gravity in lecturing her upon her language, into a hearty fit of laughter. I must mention, however, that in certain important points Milly was very essentially reformed. Her dress, though not very fashionable, was no longer absurd, and I had drilled her into speaking and laughing quietly, and for the rest I trusted to the indulgence which is always, I think, more honestly and more easily obtained from well-bred than from underbred people. Cousin Monica was out when we arrived, but we found that she had arranged a double-bedded room for me and Milly, greatly to our content, and good Mary Quince was placed in the dressing-room beside us. We had only just commenced our toilette when our hostess entered, as usual in high spirits, welcomed and kissed us both again and again. She was, indeed, in extraordinary delight, for she had anticipated some stratagem or evasion to prevent our visit, and in her usual way she spoke her mind as frankly about Uncle Silas to poor Milly as she used to do of my dear father to me.
I did not think he would let you come without a battle, and you know if he chose to be obstinate it would not have been easy to get you out of the enchanted ground, for so it seems to be with that awful old wizard in the midst of it. I mean Silas, your papa, my dear. Honestly, is not he very like Michael Scott? I never saw him, answered poor Milly, at least that I'm aware of, she added, perceiving us smile. But I do think he's a thought like old Michael Dobbs, that sells the ferrets. Maybe you mean him. Why, you told me, Maud, that you and Milly were reading Walter Scott's poems. Well, no matter. Michael Scott, my dear, was a dead wizard, with ever so much silvery hair, lying in his grave for ever so many years, with just life enough to scowl when they took his book. And you'll find him in the Lay of the Last Minstrel, exactly like your papa, my dear. And my people tell me that your brother Dudley has been seen drinking and smoking about Feltram this week. How long does he remain at home? Not very long, eh? And Maud, dear, he has not been making love to you. Well, I see, of course he has. And apropos of love-making, I hope that impudent creature, Charles Oakley, has not been teasing you with notes or verses. Indeed, but he has, though, interposed Miss Milly, a good deal to my chagrin, for I saw no particular reason for placing his verses in Cousin Monica's hands. So I confessed the 2 little copies of verses, with qualifications, however, that I did not know from whom they came. Well, now, dear Maud, have not I told you 50 times over to have nothing to say to him? I found out, my dear, he plays, and is very much in debt. I made a vow to pay no more for him. I've been such a fool you have no notion, and I'm speaking, you know, against myself. It would be such a relief if he were to find a wife to support him, and he has been, I'm told, very sweet upon a rich old maid, a button-maker's sister in Manchester. This arrow was well shot. But don't be frightened. You are richer as well as younger, and no doubt will have your chance first, my dear. And in the meantime, I dare say those verses, like Falstaff's billet doux, you know, are doing double duty. I laughed, but the button-maker was a secret trouble to me, and I would have given, I know not what, that Captain Oakley were one of the company, that I might treat him with the refined contempt which his deserts and my dignity demanded. Cousin Monica busied herself about Milly's toilette, and was a very useful lady's maid, chatting in her own way all the time, and at last, tapping Milly under the chin with her finger, she said, very complacently, I think I have succeeded, Miss Milly. Look in the glass. She really is a very pretty creature. And Milly blushed, and looked with a shy gratification which made her prettier still, on the mirror. Milly indeed was very pretty. She looked much taller now that her dresses were made of the usual length. A little plump she was, beautifully fair, with such azure eyes and rich hair. The more you laugh, the better, Milly, for you've got very pretty teeth, very pretty, and if you were my daughter, or if your father would become president of a college of magicians, and give you up to me, I venture to say I would place you very well, and even as it is, we must try, my dear. So down to the drawing-room we went, and Cousin Monica entered, leading us both by the hands. By this time the curtains were closed,
and the drawing-room dependent on the pleasant glow of the fire and the slight provisional illumination usual before dinner. "Here are my two cousins," began Lady Knollys. "This is Miss Ruthyn of Knowle, whom I take the liberty of calling Maud, and this is Miss Millicent Ruthyn, Silas's daughter, you know, whom I venture to call Milly, and they are very pretty, as you will see, when we get a little more light, and they know it very well themselves." And as she spoke, a frank-eyed, gentle, prettyish lady, not so tall as I, but with a very kind face, rose up from a book of prints, and smiling took our hands. She was by no means young, as I then counted youth, past 30, I suppose, and with an air that was very quiet and friendly and engaging. She had never been a mere fashionable woman, plainly, but she had the ease and polish of the best society, and seemed to take a kindly interest in both Milly and me. And Cousin Monica called her Mary, and sometimes Polly. That was all I knew of her for the present. So very pleasantly the time passed by till the dressing bell rang, and we ran away to our room. "Did I say anything very bad?" asked poor Milly, standing exactly before me so soon as our door was shut. "Nothing, Milly. You are doing admirably. And I do look a great fool, don't I?" she demanded. "You look extremely pretty, Milly, and not a bit like a fool. I watch everything. I think I'll learn it at last, but it comes a little troublesome at first, and they do talk different from what I used. You were quite right there." When we returned to the drawing room, we found the party already assembled and chatting, evidently with spirit. The village doctor, whose name I forget, a small man, grey, with shrewd grey eyes, sharp and mulberry nose, whose conflagrations extended to his rugged cheeks, and touched his chin and forehead, was conversing, no doubt agreeably, with Mary, as Cousin Monica called her guest. Over my shoulder Milly whispered, "Mr. Carysbrook," and Milly was quite right. That gentleman chatting with Lady Knollys, his elbow resting on the chimney-piece, was, indeed, our acquaintance of the Windmill Wood. He instantly recognised us, and met us with his pleased and intelligent smile. "I was just trying to describe to Lady Knollys the charming scenery of the Windmill Wood, among which I was so fortunate as to make your acquaintance, Miss Ruthyn. Even in this beautiful county, I know of nothing prettier." Then he sketched it, as it were, with a few light but glowing words. "What a sweet scene!" said Cousin Monica. "Only think of her never bringing me through it. She reserves it, I fancy, for her romantic adventures; and you, I know, are very benevolent, Ilbury, and all that kind of thing, but I am not quite certain that you would have walked along that narrow parapet, over a river, to visit a sick old woman, if you had not happened to see two very pretty demoiselles on the other side." "What an ill-natured speech! I must either forfeit my character for disinterested benevolence, so justly admired, or disavow a motive that does such infinite credit to my taste," exclaimed Mr. Carysbrook. "I think a charitable person would have said that a philanthropist, in prosecuting his virtuous but perilous vocation, was unexpectedly rewarded by a vision of angels, and with these angels loitered away the time which ought to have been devoted to good Mother Hubbard, in her fit of lumbago, and returned without having set eyes on that afflicted Christian, to amaze his worthy sister with poetic babblings about wood nymphs and such pagan impieties," rejoined Lady Knollys. "Well, be just," he replied, laughing. "Did not I go the next day and see the patient?" "Yes, next day you went by the same route, in quest of the Dryads, I am afraid, and were rewarded by the spectacle of Mother Hubbard." "Will nobody help a humane man in difficulties?" Mr. Carysbrook appealed. "I do believe," said the lady, whom as yet I knew only as Mary, "that every word that Monica says is perfectly true." "And if it be so, am I not all the more in need of help? Truth is simply the most dangerous kind of defamation, and I really think I'm most cruelly prosecuted." At this moment dinner was announced, and a meek and dapper little clergyman, with smooth pink cheeks, and tresses parted down the middle, whom I had not seen before, emerged from shadow. This little man was assigned to Milly, Mr. Carysbrook to me, and I know not how the remaining ladies divided the doctor between them. That dinner, the first at Elverston, I remember as a very pleasant repast. Everyone talked. It was impossible that conversation should flag where Lady Knollys was, and Mr. Carysbrook was very agreeable and amusing. At the other side of the table, the little pink curate, I was happy to see, was prattling away with a modest fluency in an undertone to Milly, who was following my instructions most conscientiously, and speaking in so low a key that I could hardly hear at the opposite side one word she was saying. That night Cousin Monica paid us a visit, as we sat chatting by the fire in our room, and I told her, "I have just been telling Milly what an impression she has made. The pretty little clergyman, Ilinas Dupree, he has evidently quite lost his heart to her. I dare say he'll preach next Sunday on some of King Solomon's wise sayings about the irresistible strength of women." "Yes," said Lady Knollys. "Or maybe on the sensible text, 'Whoso findeth a wife findeth a good thing, and obtaineth favour,' and so forth. At all events, I may say, Milly, whoso findeth a husband such as he findeth a tolerably good thing. He is an exemplary little creature, second son of Sir Harry Biddlepen, with a little independent income of his own, besides his church revenue of £90 a year. And I don't think a more harmless and docile little husband could be found anywhere. And I think, Miss Maud, you seem a good deal interested too." I laughed and blushed, I suppose, and Cousin Monica, skipping, after her wont, to quite another matter, said in her odd frank way, "And how has Silas been? Not cross, I hope, or very odd? There was a rumour that your brother Dudley has gone a soldiering to India, Milly, or somewhere. But that was all a story, for he has turned up just as usual. And what does he mean to do with himself? Has he got some money now, your poor father's will, Maud? Surely he doesn't mean to go on lounging and smoking his life away among poachers and prize fighters, and worse people. He ought to go to Australia, like Thomas Swain, who, they say, is making a fortune, a great fortune, and coming home again. That's what your brother Dudley should do, if he has either sense or spirit. But I suppose he won't, too long abandoned to idleness and low company, and he'll not have a shilling left in a year or two. Does he know, I wonder, that his father has served a notice or something on Dr. Bryerly, telling him to pay £1,600 of poor Austin's legacy to him, and saying that he has paid debts of the young man, and holds his acknowledgments to that amount? He won't have a guinea in a year if he stays. I'll give £50 he was in Van Diemen's Land. Not that I care for the cub, Milly, any more than you do, but I really don't see any honest business he has in England." Milly gaped in total puzzlement as Lady Knollys rattled on. "You know, Milly, you must not be talking about this when you go home to Bartram, because Silas would prevent your coming to me any more if he thought I spoke so freely. But I can't help it, so you must promise to be more discreet than I. And I am told that all kinds of claims are about to be pressed against him, now that he is thought to have got some money. And he has been cutting down oak and selling the bark, Dr. Bryerly has been told, in that Windmill Wood. And he has kilns there for burning charcoal, and got a man from Lancashire who understands it. Hawk, something like that." "Ay, Hawkese, Dickon Hawkese. That's Pegtop, you know, Maud," said Milly. "Well, I dare say. But a man of very bad character, Dr. Bryerly says, and he has written to Mr. Danvers about it, for that is what they call waste, cutting down and selling the timber, and the oak bark, and burning the willows and the other trees that are turned into charcoal. It's all a waste, and Dr. Bryerly is about to put a stop to it. Has he got your carriage for you, Maud, and your horses, asked Cousin Monica suddenly.
They have not come yet, but in a few weeks Dudley says positively.
Cousin Monica laughed a little and shook her head.
Yes, Maud, the carriages and horses will always be coming in a few weeks, till the time is over, and meanwhile the old travelling chariot and post horses will do very well.
And she laughed a little again.
That's why the style's pulled away at the paling, I suppose, and Beauty, Meg Hawkes that is put there to stop us going through. For I often spied the smoke beyond the windmill, observed Milly.
Cousin Monica listened with interest and nodded silently. I was very much shocked. It seemed to me quite incredible. I think Lady Knollys read my amazement and my exalted estimate of the heinousness of the procedure in my face, for she said,
You know, we can't quite condemn Silas till we have heard what he has to say. He may have done it in ignorance, or it is just possible, he may have the right.
Quite true. He may have the right to cut down trees at Bartram Haugh.
At all events, I am sure he thinks he has, I echoed.
The fact was, that I would not avow to myself a suspicion of Uncle Silas. Any falsehood there opened an abyss beneath my feet into which I dared not look.
And now, dears, good night. You must be tired. We breakfast at 9:15, not too early for you, I know.
And so saying, she kissed us, smiling, and was gone. I was so unpleasantly occupied for some time after her departure, with the knaveries said to be practised among the dense cover of the Windmill Wood, that I did not immediately recollect that we had omitted to ask her any particulars about her guests.
Who can Mary be?
asked Milly.
Cousin Monica says she's engaged to be married, and I think I heard the doctor call her Lady Mary, and I intended asking her ever so much about her, but what she told us about cutting down the trees and all that quite put it out of my head. We shall have time enough tomorrow, however, to ask questions. I like her very much, I know.
And I think, said Milly, it is to Mr. Carysbrook she is to be married.
Do you?
said I, remembering that he had sat beside her for more than a quarter of an hour after tea, in very close and low-toned conversation.
And have you any particular reason?
I asked.
Well, I heard her once or twice call him dear, and she called him his Christian name, just like Lady Knollys did. Ilbury, I think, and I saw him give her a sly kiss as she was going upstairs.
I laughed.
Well, Milly, I said, I remarked something myself, I thought, like confidential relations, but if you really saw them kiss on the staircase, the question is pretty well settled.
Ay, lass.
You're not to say lass. Well, Maud, then. I did see them with the corner of my eye and my back turned, when they did not think I could spy anything, as plain as I see you now.
I laughed again, but I felt an odd pang, something of mortification, something of regret. But I smiled very gaily as I stood before the glass, unmaking my toilet preparatory to bed.
Maud, fickle Maud, what, Captain Oakley already superseded, and Mr. Carysbrook, oh, humiliation, engaged!
So I smiled on, very much vexed, and being afraid lest I had listened with too apparent an interest to this impostor, I sang a verse of a gay little chanson, and tried to think of Captain Oakley, who somehow had become rather silly. End of chapter 42. Chapter 43 of Uncle Silas. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to find out how you can volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Uncle Silas by J. Sheridan Le Fanu. Chapter 43. News at Bartram Gate. Milly and I, thanks to our early Bartram hours, were first down next morning, and so soon as Cousin Monica appeared, We attacked her.
So Lady Mary is the fiancée of Mr. Carysbrook,
said I, very cleverly.
and I think it was very wicked of you to try and involve me in a flirtation with him yesterday. And who told you that, pray?
asked Lady Knollys, with a pleasant little laugh.
Milly and I discovered it, simple as we stand here, I answered. But you did not flirt with Mr. Carysbrook, Maud, did you? She asked. No, certainly not. But that was not your doing, wicked woman, but my discretion. And now that we know your secret, you must tell us all about her, and all about him. And in the first place, what is her name? Lady Mary what? I demanded. Who would have thought you so cunning? 2 country misses, 2 little nuns from the cloister of Bartram. Well, I suppose I must answer. It is in vain trying to hide anything from you. But how on earth did you find out? We'll tell you that presently, but you shall first tell us who she is, I persisted. Well, that I will, of course, without compulsion. She is Lady Mary Carysbrook, said Lady Knollys. A relation of Mr. Carysbrook's, I asserted. Yes, a relation. But who told you he was Mr. Carysbrook? Asked Cousin Monica. Milly told me, when we saw him in the Windmill Wood. And who told you, Milly? It was L'Amour, answered Milly, with her blue eyes very wide open. What does the child mean? L'Amour, you don't mean love, exclaimed Lady Knollys, puzzled in her turn. I mean old Wyatt. She told me, and the governor. You're not to say that, I interposed. You mean your father? Suggested Lady Knollys. Well, yes, father told her, and so I knew him. What could he mean? Exclaimed Lady Knollys, laughing, as it were, in soliloquy. And I did not mention his name, I recollect now. He recognized you, and you him, when you came into the room yesterday. And now you must tell me how you discovered that he and Lady Mary were to be married. So Milly restated her evidence, and Lady Knollys laughed unaccountably heartily, and she said, They will be so confounded, but they deserve it, and remember I did not say so. Oh, we acquit you. All I say is, such a deceitful and dangerous pair of girls, all things considered, I never heard of before, exclaimed Lady Knollys. There's no such thing as conspiring in your presence. Good morning. I hope you slept well. She was addressing the lady and gentleman who were just entering the room from the conservatory. You'll hardly sleep so well tonight when you have learned what eyes are upon you. Here are 2 very pretty detectives who have found out your secret, and entirely by your imprudence and their own cleverness have discovered that you are a pair of betrothed lovers, about to ratify your vows at the hymeneal altar. I assure you I did not tell of you. You betrayed yourselves. If you will talk in that confidential way on sofas, and call one another stealthily by your Christian names, and actually kiss at the foot of the stairs, while a clever detective is scaling them, apparently with her back towards you, you must only take the consequences, and be known prematurely as the hero and heroine of the forthcoming paragraph in the Morning Post. Milly and I were horribly confounded, but Cousin Monica was resolved to place us all upon the least formal terms possible, and I believe she had set about it in the right way. And now, girls, I am going to make a counter discovery, which I fear a little conflicts with yours. This Mr. Carysbrook is Lord Ilbury, brother of this Lady Mary, and it is all my fault for not having done my honours better. But you will see what clever matchmaking little creatures they are. You can't think how flattered I am at being made the subject of a theory, even a mistaken one, by Miss Ruthyn. And so, after our modest fit was over, Milly and I were very merry, like the rest, and we all grew a great deal more intimate that morning. I think altogether those were the pleasantest and happiest days of my life, gay,
intelligent, and kindly society at home. Charming excursions, sometimes riding, sometimes by carriage, to distant points of beauty in the county. Evenings varied with music, reading, and spirited conversation. Now and then a visitor for a day or two, and constantly some neighbor from the town, or its dependencies, dropped in. Of these I but remember tall old Mrs. Windletop, most entertaining of rustic old maids, with her nice lace and thick satin, and her small kindly round face, pretty, I dare say, in other days, and now frosty, but kindly, who told us such delightful old stories of the country in her father's and grandfather's time, who knew the lineage of every family in it, and could recount all its duels and elopements, gave us illustrative snatches from old election squibs, and lines from epitaphs, and tell exactly where all the old world highway robberies had been committed, how it fared with the chief delinquents after the assizes, and, above all, where, and of what sort, the goblins and elves of the county had made themselves seen. From the phantom post-boy, who every third night crossed Windale Moor by the old coach road, to the fat old ghost in mulberry velvet, who showed his great face, crutch, and ruffles by moonlight, at the bow window of the old court-house that was taken down in 1803. You cannot imagine what agreeable evenings we passed in this society, or how rapidly my good cousin Milly improved in it. I remember well the intense suspense in which she and I awaited the answer from Bartram Haugh to kind cousin Monica's application for an extension of our leave of absence. It came, and with it a note from Uncle Silas, which was curious, and, therefore, is printed here. My dear Lady Knollys, to your kind letter I say yes, that is for another week, not a fortnight, with all my heart. I am glad to hear that my starlings chatter so pleasantly. At all events, the refrain is not that of Sterns. They can get out, and do get out, and shall get out as much as they please. I am no jailer, and shut up nobody but myself. I have always thought that young people have too little liberty. My principle has been to make little free men and women of them from the first. In morals, altogether, in intellect, more than we allow, self-education is that which abides, and it only begins where constraint ends. Such is my theory. My practice is consistent. Let them remain for a week longer, as you say. The horses shall be at Elverston on Tuesday the 7th. I shall be more than usually sad and solitary till their return, so pray, I selfishly entreat, do not extend their absence. You will smile, remembering how little my health will allow me to see of them even when at home. But as Chaulieu so prettily says, I stupidly forget the words, but the sentiment is this: although concealed by a sylvan wall of leaves impenetrable, he is pursuing his favourite nymphs through the alley and intricacies of a rustic labyrinth. Yet your songs, your prattle, and your laughter, faint and far away, inspire my fancy, and through my ears I see your unseen smiles, your blushes, your floating tresses, and your ivory feet, and so, though sad, am happy, though alone, in company. And such is my case. One only request, and I have done. Pray remind them of a promise made to me. The book of life, the fountain of life, it must be drunk of night and morning, or their spiritual life expires. And now, heaven bless you, and keep you, my dear cousin, and with all assurances of affection to my beloved niece and my child, believe me ever yours affectionately, Silas Ruthyn. Said cousin Monica with a waggish smile. And so, girls, you have Chaulieu and the evangelists, the French rhymester in his alley, and Silas in the valley of the shadow of death, perfect liberty, and a peremptory order to return in a week, all illustrating one another.
Poor Silas, old as he is, I don't think his religion fits him. I really rather liked his letter. I was struggling hard to think well of him, and Cousin Monica knew it. And I really think if I had not been by, she would often have been less severe on him. As we were all sitting pleasantly about the breakfast table a day or two after, the sun shining on the pleasant wintry landscape, Cousin Monica suddenly exclaimed, "I quite forgot to tell you that Charles Oakley has written to say he is coming on Wednesday. I really don't want him, poor Charlie. I wonder how they manage those doctor's certificates. I know nothing ails him, and he'd be much better with his regiment." Wednesday. How odd. Exactly the day after my departure. I tried to look perfectly unconcerned. Lady Knollys had addressed herself more to Lady Mary and Milly than to me, and nobody in particular was looking at me. Notwithstanding, with my usual perversity, I felt myself blushing with a brilliancy that may have been very becoming, but which was also so intolerably provoking that I would have risen and left the room, but that matters would have been so infinitely worse. I could have boxed my odious ears. I could almost have jumped from the window. I felt that Lord Ilbury saw it. I saw Lady Mary's eyes for a moment resting gravely on my tell-tale, my lying cheeks, for I really had begun to think much less celestially of Captain Oakley. I was angry with Cousin Monica, who, knowing my blushing infirmity, had mentioned her nephew so suddenly while I was strapped by etiquette in my chair, with my face to the window, and two pairs of most disconcerting eyes, at least, opposite. I was angry with myself, generally angry, refused more tea rather dryly, and was laconic to Lord Ilbury, all which, of course, was very cross and foolish. And afterwards, from my bedroom window, I saw Cousin Monica and Lady Mary among the flowers, under the drawing-room window, talking, as I instinctively knew, of that little incident. I was standing at the glass. "My odious, stupid, perjured face!" I whispered furiously, at the same time stamping on the floor, and giving myself quite a smart slap on the cheek. "I can't go down. I'm ready to cry. I've a mind to return to Bartram to day. I am always blushing, and I wish that impudent Captain Oakley was at the bottom of the sea." I was, perhaps, thinking more of Lord Ilbury than I was aware, and I am sure if Captain Oakley had arrived that day, I should have treated him with most unjustifiable rudeness. Notwithstanding this unfortunate blush, the remainder of our visit passed very happily for me. No one who has not experienced it can have an idea how intimate a small party, such as ours, will grow in a short time in a country house. Of course, a young lady of a well-regulated mind cannot possibly care a pin about any one of the opposite sex, until she is well assured that he is beginning, at least, to like her better than all the world beside. But I could not deny to myself that I was rather anxious to know more about Lord Ilbury than I actually did know. There was a peerage, in its bright scarlet and gold uniform, corpulent and tempting, upon the little marble table in the drawing-room. I had many opportunities of consulting it, but I never could find courage to do so. For an inexperienced person it would have been a matter of several minutes, and during those minutes what awful risk of surprise and detection! One day, all being quiet, I did venture, and actually, with a beating heart, got so far as to find out the letter I.L., when I heard a step outside the door, which opened a little bit, and I heard Lady Knollys, luckily arrested at the entrance, talk some sentences outside, her hand still upon the door-handle. I shut the book as Mrs. Bluebeard might the door of the chamber of horrors at the sound of her husband's step, and skipped to a remote part of the room, where Cousin Knollys found me in a mysterious state of agitation. On any other subject I would have questioned Cousin Monica unhesitatingly. Upon this, somehow, I was dumb.
I distrusted myself, and dreaded my odious habit of blushing, and knew that I should look so horribly guilty, and become so agitated and awed, that she would have reasonably concluded that I had quite lost my heart to him. After the lesson I had received, and my narrow escape of detection in the very act, you may be sure I never trusted myself in the vicinity of that fat and cruel peerage, which possessed the secret, but would not disclose without compromising me. In this state of tantalizing darkness and conjecture, I should have departed had not Cousin Monica quite spontaneously relieved me. The night before our departure she sat with us in our room, chatting a little farewell gossip. "And what do you think of Ilbury?" she asked. "I think him clever and accomplished, and amusing, but he sometimes appears to me very melancholy, that is, for a few minutes together, and then, I fancy, with an effort, re-engages in our conversation. Yes, poor Ilbury. He lost his brother only about 5 months since, and is only beginning to recover his spirits a little. They were very much attached, and people thought that he would have succeeded to the title, had he lived, because Ilbury is difficile, or a philosopher, or a Saint Kevin, and, in fact, has begun to be treated as a premature old bachelor. What a charming person his sister, Lady Mary, is! She has made me promise to write to her," I said, I suppose, such hypocrites are we, to prove to Cousin Knollys that I did not care particularly to hear anything more about him. "Yes, and so devoted to him. He came down here, and took the Grange for change of scene and solitude, of all things the worse for a man in grief, a morbid whim, as he is beginning to find out, for he is very glad to stay here, and confesses that he is much better since he came. His letters are still addressed to him as Mr. Carysbrook, for he fancied if his rank were known, that the county people would have been calling upon him, and so he would have found himself soon involved in a tiresome round of dinners, and must have gone somewhere else. You saw him, Milly, at Bartram, before Maud came?" Yes, she had, when he recalled there to see his father. He thought, as he had accepted the trusteeship, that he could hardly, residing so near, omit to visit Silas. He was very much struck and interested by him, and he has a better opinion of him. You are not angry, Milly? Than some ill-natured people I could name. And he says that the cutting down of the trees will turn out to have been a mere slip. But these slips don't occur with clever men in other things, and some persons have a way of always making them in their own favour. And, to talk of other things, I suspect that you and Milly will probably see Ilbury at Bartram, for I think he likes you very much. You? Did she mean both, or only me? So our pleasant visit was over. Milly's good little curate had been much thrown in her way by our deep and dangerous Cousin Monica. He was most laudably steady, and his flirtation advanced upon the field of theology, where, happily, Milly's little reading had been concentrated. A mild and earnest interest in poor, pretty Milly's orthodoxy was the leading feature of his case, and I was highly amused at her references to me, when we had retired at night, upon the points which she had disputed with him, and her anxious reports of their low-toned conferences, carried on upon a sequestered ottoman, where he patted and stroked his crossed leg, as he smiled tenderly, and shook his head at her questionable doctrine. Milly's reverence for her instructor, and his admiration, grew daily, and he was known among us as Milly's confessor. He took luncheon with us on the day of our departure, and with an adroit privacy, which in a layman would have been sly, presented her, in right of his holy calling, with a little book, the binding of which was medieval and costly, and whose letterpress dealt in a way which he commended, with some points on which she was not satisfactory. And she found on the fly-leaf this little inscription: "Presented to Miss Millicent Ruthyn, by an earnest well-wisher. 1st December, 1844. A text, very neatly penned, followed this, and the presentation was made unctuously indeed, but with a blush, as well as the accustomed smile, and with eyes that were lowered. The early crimson sun of December had gone down behind the hills before we took our seats in the carriage. Lord Ilbury leaned with his elbow on the carriage window, looking in, and he said to me, "I don't really know what we shall do, Miss Ruthyn. We shall all feel so lonely. For myself, I think I shall run away to Grange." This appeared to me as nearly perfect eloquence as human lips could utter. His hand still rested on the window, and the Reverend Spriggy Biddlepin was standing with a saddened smirk on the doorstep, when the whip smacked, the horses scrambled into motion, and away we rolled down the avenue, leaving behind us the pleasantest house and hostess in the world, and trotting freely into the darkness towards Bartram Haugh. We were both rather silent. Milly had her book in her lap, and I saw her every now and then try to read her earnest well-wishers little inscription, but there was not light to read by. When we reached the great gate of Bartram Haugh it was dark. Old Crowle, who kept the gate, I heard enjoining the postilion to make no avoidable noise at the hall door, for the odd but startling reason that he believed my uncle would be dead by this time. Very much shocked and frightened, we stopped the carriage, and questioned the tremulous old porter. Uncle Silas, it seemed, had been sillyish all yesterday, and could not be woke this morning, and the doctor had been here twice, being now in the house. "Is he better?" I asked, tremblingly. "Not as I am aware on, miss. He lay at God's mercy 2 hours agone. 'Appen he's in heaven be this time." "Drive on, drive fast," I said to the driver. "Don't be frightened, Milly. Please heaven we shall find all going well." After some delay, during which my heart sank, and I quite gave up Uncle Silas, the aged little servant man opened the door, and trotted shakily down the steps to the carriage side. Uncle Silas had been at death's door for hours. The question of life had trembled in the scale, but now the doctor said he might do. "Where was the doctor?" "In the master's room. He blooded him 3 hours agone." I don't think that Milly was so frightened as I. My heart beat, and I was trembling so that I could hardly get upstairs. End of chapter 43. Chapter 44 of Uncle Silas. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to find out how you can volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Uncle Silas by J. Sheridan Le Fanu. Chapter 44. A Friend Arises. At the top of the great staircase I was glad to see the friendly face of Mary Quince, who stood, candle in hand, greeting us with many little courtesies, and a very haggard and pallid smile. "Very welcome, miss. Hoping you are very well." "All well, and you are well, Mary. And oh, tell us quickly, how is Uncle Silas?" "We thought he was gone, miss, this morning, but doing fairly now. Doctor says in a trance like. I was helping old Wyat most of the day, and was there when Doctor blooded him, and he spoke at last, but he must be awful weak. He took a deal of blood from his arm, miss. I held the basin." "And he's better, decidedly better?" I asked. "Well, he's better, Doctor says. He talks some, and Doctor says if he goes off asleep again, and begins a snoring like he did before, we're to lose the bandage, and let him bleed till he comes to hisself again, which, it seems to me and Wyat, is the same thing almost as saying he's to be killed off hand, for I don't believe he has a drop to spare, as you'll say likewise, miss, if you'll please look in the basin." This was not an invitation with which I cared to comply. I thought I was going to faint. I sat on the stairs and sipped a little water, and Quince sprinkled a little in my face, and my strength returned. Milly must have felt her father's danger more than I, for she was affectionate, and loved him from habit and relation, although he was not kind to her. But I was more nervous and more impetuous, and my feelings both stimulated and overpowered me more easily. The moment I was able to stand, I said, thinking of nothing but the one idea, "We must see him. Come, Milly." I entered his sitting room. A common dip candle hanging like a tower of Pisa all to one side, with a dim long wick and a greasy candlestick, profaned the table of the fastidious invalid. The light was a little better than darkness, and I crossed the room swiftly, still transfixed by the one idea of seeing my uncle. His bedroom door beside the fireplace stood partly open, and I looked in. Old Wyatt, a white high-cauled ghost, was pottering in her slippers in the shadow at the far side of the bed. The doctor, a stout little bald man with a paunch and a big bunch of seals, stood with his back to the fireplace, which corresponded with that in the next room, eyeing his patient through the curtains of the bed with a listless sort of importance. The head of the large four-poster rested against the opposite wall. Its foot was presented toward the fireplace, but the curtains at the side, which alone I could see from my position, were closed. The little doctor knew me, and thinking me, I suppose, a person of consequence, removed his hands from behind him, suffering the skirts of his coat to fall forward, and with great celerity and gravity made me a low but important bow. Then, choosing more particularly to make my acquaintance, he further advanced, and with another reverence he introduced himself as Dr. Jolks, in a murmured diapason. He bowed me back again into my uncle's study, in the light of old Wyatt's dreadful candle. Dr. Jolks was suave and pompous. I longed for a fussy practitioner who would have got over the ground in half the time. "Coma, madam, coma. Miss Ruthyn, your uncle, I may tell you, has been in a very critical state, highly so. Coma of the most obstinate type. He would have sunk, he must have gone, in fact, had I not resorted to a very extreme remedy, and bled him freely, which happily told precisely as we could have wished. A wonderful constitution, a marvellous constitution, prodigious nervous fibre. The greatest pity in the world he won't give himself fair play. His habits, you know, are quite, I may say, destructive. We do our best, we do all we can, but if the patient won't cooperate, it can't possibly end satisfactorily." And Jokes accompanied this with an awful shrug. "Is there anything, do you think, change of air? What an awful complaint it is!" I exclaimed. He smiled, mysteriously looking down, and shook his head undertaker-like. "Why, we can hardly call it a complaint, Miss Ruthyn. I look upon it as he has been poisoned. He has had, you understand me," he pursued, observing my startled look, "an overdose of opium. You know he takes opium habitually. He takes it in laudanum. He takes it in water. And most dangerous of all, he takes it solid, in lozenges. I've known people take it moderately. I've known people take it to excess. But they all were particular as to measure, and that is exactly the point I've tried to impress upon him. The habit, of course, you understand, is formed. There's no uprooting that. But he won't measure. He goes by the eye and by sensation, which, I need not tell you, Miss Ruthyn, is going by chance. And opium, as no doubt you are aware, is strictly a poison. A poison, no doubt, which habit will enable you to partake of, I may say, in considerable quantities, without fatal consequences, but still a poison. And to exhibit a poison so, is, I need scarcely to tell you, to trifle with death. He has been so threatened, and for a time he changes his haphazard mode of dealing with it, and then returns. He may escape, of course, that is possible, but he may any day overdo the thing.
I don't think the present crisis will result seriously. I am very glad, independently of the honour of making your acquaintance, Miss Ruthyn, that you and your cousin have returned. For, however zealous, I fear that the servants are deficient in intelligence, and as in the event of a recurrence of the symptoms, which, however, is not probable, I would beg to inform you of their nature, and how exactly best to deal with them."
So upon these points he delivered us a pompous little lecture, and begged that either Milly or I would remain in the room with the patient until his return at 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning. A reappearance of the coma
might be very bad indeed.
Of course, Milly and I did as we were directed. We sat by the fire, scarcely daring to whisper. Uncle Silas, about whom a new and dreadful suspicion began to haunt me, lay still and motionless, as if he were actually dead.
Had he attempted to poison himself?
If he believed his position to be as desperate as Lady Knollys had described it, was this, after all, improbable? There were strange wild theories, I had been told, mixed up in his religion. Sometimes, at an hour's interval, the sign of life would come. A moan from that tall sheeted figure in the bed. A moan and a pattering of the lips. Was it a prayer? What was it? Who could guess what thoughts were passing behind that white filleted forehead? I had peeped at him. A white cloth, steeped in vinegar and water, was folded round his head. His great eyes were closed. So were his marble lips. His figure straight, thin, and long, dressed in a white dressing gown, looked like a corpse laid out in the bed. His gaunt bandaged arm lay outside the sheet that covered his body. With this awful image of death we kept our vigil, until poor Milly grew so sleepy that old Wyatt proposed that she should take her place and watch with me. Little as I liked the crone with the high-cauled cap, she would at all events keep awake, which Milly could not. And so at 1 o'clock this new arrangement began.
"Mr. Dudley Ruthyn is not at home,"
I whispered to old Wyatt.
"He went away with himself yesternight, to Clopperton, miss, to see the wrestling. It was to come off this morning."
"Was he sent for?"
"Not he."
"And why not?"
"He would not leave the sport for this, I'm thinking."
And the old woman grinned uglily.
"When is he to return?"
"When he wants money."
And so we grew silent, and again I thought of suicide, and of the unhappy old man who just then whispered a sentence or two to himself with a sigh. For the next hour he had been quite silent, and old Wyatt informed me that she must go down for candles. Ours were already burnt down to the sockets.
"There's a candle in the next room,"
I suggested, hating the idea of being left alone with the patient.
"Hoot, miss, I dare not set a candle but wax in his presence,"
whispered the old woman scornfully.
"I think if we were to stir the fire and put on a little more coal, we should have a great deal of light."
"He'll have the candles,"
said Dame Wyatt doggedly, and she tottered from the chamber, muttering to herself, and I heard her take her candles from the next room and depart, shutting the outer door after her. Here I was, then, alone, but for this unearthly companion, whom I feared inexpressibly, at 2 o'clock in the vast old house of Bartram. I stirred the fire. It was low, and would not blaze. I stood up, and, with my hand on the mantelpiece, endeavoured to think of cheerful things, but it was a struggle against wind and tide, vain, and so I drifted away into haunted regions. Uncle Silas was perfectly still. I would not suffer myself to think of the number of dark rooms and passages which now separated me from the other living tenants of the house. I awaited with a false composure the return of old Wyatt. Over the mantelpiece was a looking-glass. At another time this might have helped to entertain my solitary moments, but now I did not like to venture a peep. A small thick Bible lay on the chimney-piece, and leaning its back against the mirror, I began to read in it, with a mind as attentively directed as I could. While so engaged in turning over the leaves, I lighted upon 2 or 3 odd-looking papers, which had been folded into it. One was a broad printed thing, with names and dates written into blank spaces, and was about the size of a quarter of yard of very broad ribbon. The others were mere scraps, with Dudley Ruthven pinned in my cousin's vulgar round hand at the foot. While I folded and replaced these, I really don't know what caused me to fancy that something was moving behind me. As I stood with my back toward the bed, I do not recollect any sound whatever, but instinctively I glanced into the mirror, and my eyes were instantly fixed by what I saw. The figure of Uncle Silas rose up, and dressed in a long white morning gown, slid over the end of the bed, and with 2 or 3 swift, noiseless steps, stood behind me, with a death-like scowl and a simper. Preternaturally tall and thin, he stood for a moment almost touching me, with the white bandage pinned across his forehead, his bandaged arm stiffly by his side, and diving over my shoulder. With his long thin hand he snatched the Bible, and whispered over my head, "The serpent beguiled her, and she did eat." And after a momentary pause he glided to the farthest window, and appeared to look out upon the midnight prospect. It was cold, but he did not seem to feel it. With the same inflexible scowl and smile he continued to look out for several minutes, and then with a great sigh he sat down on the side of his bed, his face immovably turned towards me, with the same painful look. It seemed to me an hour before old Wyatt came back, and never was lover made happier at the sight of his mistress than I to behold that withered crone. You may be sure I did not prolong my watch. There was now plainly no risk of my uncle's relapsing into lethargy. I had long hysterical fits of weeping when I got into my room, with honest Mary Quince by my side. Whenever I closed my eyes, the face of Uncle Silas was before me as I had seen it reflected in the glass. The sorceries of Bartram were enveloping me once more. Next morning, the doctor said he was quite out of danger, but very weak. Milly and I saw him, and again, in our afternoon walk, we saw the doctor marching under the trees in the direction of the Windmill Wood. "Going down to see that poor girl there?" he said, when he had made his salutation, prodding with his levelled stick in the direction. "Hawk, or Hawkes, I think." "Beauty sick, Maud," exclaimed Milly. "Hawkes. She's upon my dispensary list." "Yes," said the doctor, looking into his little notebook. "Hawkes. And what is her complaint?" "Rheumatic fever." "Not infectious?" "Not in the least. No more, as we say, Miss Ruthven, than a broken leg." And he laughed obligingly. So soon as the doctor had departed, Milly and I agreed to follow to Hawkes's cottage, and inquire more particularly how she was. To say truth, I am afraid it was rather for the sake of giving our walk a purpose and a point of termination, than for any very charitable interest we might have felt in the patient. Over the inequalities of the upland slope, clumped with trees, we reached the gabled cottage, with its neglected little farmyard. A rheumatic old woman was the only attendant, and, having turned her ear in an attitude of attention, which induced us in gradually exalted keys to inquire how Meg was, she informed us in very loud tones that she had long lost her hearing and was perfectly deaf, and added considerately, "When the man comes in, 'appen he tell ye what ye want." Through the door of a small room at the further end of that in which we were, we could see a portion of the narrow apartment of the patient, and hear her moans and the doctor's voice. "We'll see him, Milly, when he comes out. Let us wait here." So we stood upon the doorstone awaiting him. The sounds of suffering had moved my compassion, and interested us for the sick girl. "Blest if here isn't Pegtop," said Milly. And the weather-stained red coat, the swarthy forbidding face, and the sooty locks of old Hawkes loomed in sight, as he stumped, steadying himself with his stick, over the uneven pavement of the yard. He touched his hat gruffly to me, but did not seem half to like our being where we were. for he looked surlily and scratched his head under his wide awake.
"Your daughter is very ill, I'm afraid," said I. "Aye, she'll be costing me a handful like her mother did," said Pegtop. "I hope her room is comfortable, poor thing." "Aye, that it is. She'll be comfortable enough, I warrant. More nor I. It be all Meg and not a Dickon." "When did her illness commence?" I asked. "Day to mare wore shod. Saturday. I talked a bit with the workus folks, but they won't gie naught. Dang 'em. And how be I to do't? It be always hard bread with Silas, and a deal harder now that she's taken them pains. I won't stand it much longer, gammon. If she keeps on this way, I'll just cut. See how the workus fellows are like that." "The doctor gives his services for nothing," I said. "And does nothing, bless him. Ha ha! No more nor that old deaf gammon there costs me 3 tizzies a week, and hain't worth a ha'porth. No more nor Meg there, till all that's making all she can of them pains. They all be a fooling o' me and thinks I don't know it. Hey, we'll see." All this time he was cutting a bit of tobacco into shreds on the window stone. And with these words, having by this time stuffed his pipe with tobacco, he poked the deaf lady who was pattering about with her back toward him, rather viciously with the point of his stick, and signed for a light. And he raised his pipe an inch or two, with his thumbs on the bowl. "Maybe I can be of some use," I said, thinking. "Maybe," he rejoined. By this time he received from the old deaf Abigail a flaming roll of brown paper, and, touching his hat to me, he withdrew, lighting his pipe, and sending up little white puffs, like the salute of a departing ship. So he did not care to hear how his daughter was, and had only come here to light his pipe. Just then the doctor emerged. "We have been waiting to hear how your poor patient is today," I said. "Very ill indeed, and utterly neglected, I fear. If she were equal to it, but she's not, I think she ought to be removed to the hospital immediately. That poor old woman is quite deaf, and the man is so surly and selfish. Could you recommend a nurse who would stay here till she gets better? I will pay her with pleasure, and anything you think might be good for the poor girl." So this was settled on the spot. Dr. Jokes was kind, like most men of his calling, and undertook to send the nurse from Feltram with a few comforts for the patient. And he called Dickens to the yard gate, and I suppose told him of the arrangement. And Milly and I went to the poor girl's door and asked, "May we come in?" There was no answer. So with the conventional construction of silence, we entered. Her look showed how ill she was. We adjusted her bedclothes, and darkened the room, and did what we could for her, noting, beside, what her comfort chiefly required. She did not answer any questions. She did not thank us. I should have almost fancied that she had not perceived our presence, had I not observed her dark, sunken eyes once or twice turned up towards my face, with a dismal look of wonder and inquiry. The girl was very ill, and we went every day to see her. Sometimes she would answer our questions, sometimes not. Thoughtful, observant, surly, she seemed, and as people liked to be thanked, I sometimes wondered that we continued to throw our bread upon these ungrateful waters. Milly was specially impatient under this treatment, and protested against it, and finally refused to accompany me into poor Beauty's bedroom. "I think, my good Meg," said I, one day, as I stood by her bed, she was now recovering with the sure reascent of youth, "that you ought to thank Miss Milly." "I'll not thank her," said Beauty doggedly. "Very well, Meg. I only thought I'd ask you, for I think you ought." As I spoke, she very gently took just the tip of my finger, which hung close to her coverlet in her fingers, and drew it beneath, and before I was aware, burying her head in the clothes, she suddenly clasped my hand in both hers to her lips,
and kissed it passionately, again and again, sobbing. I felt her tears. I tried to withdraw my hand, but she held it with an angry pull, continuing to weep and kiss it. "Do you wish to say anything, my poor Meg?" I asked. "Not, miss," she sobbed gently, and she continued to kiss my hand and weep. But suddenly she said, "I won't thank Milly, for it's a you, it bain't her. She hadn't the thought. No, no, it's a you, miss. I cried hearty in the dark last night, thinking of the apples, and the way I knocked them away with the purr of my foot, the day father rapped me over the head with the stick. It was kind of you, and very bad of me. I wish you'd beat me, miss. You're better to me than father or mother, better to me than that. And I wish I could die for you, miss, for I'm not fit to look at you." I was surprised. I began to cry. I could have hugged poor Meg. I did not know her history. I have never learned it since. She used to talk with the most utter self-abasement before me. It was no religious feeling, it was a kind of expression of her love and worship of me. All the more strange that she was naturally very proud. There was nothing she would not have borne from me except the slightest suspicion of her entire devotion, or that she could in the most trifling way wrong or deceive me. I am not young now. I have had my sorrows, and with them all that wealth, virtually unlimited, can command. And through the retrospect, a few bright and pure lights quiver along my life's dark stream. Dark, but for them. And these are shed not by the splendor of a splendid fortune, but by 2 or 3 of the simplest and kindest remembrances, such as the poorest and homeliest life may count up, and besides which, in the quiet hours of memory, all artificial triumphs pale and disappear, for they are never quenched by time or distance, being founded on the affections, and so far heavenly. End of chapter 44. Chapter 45 of Uncle Silas. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to find out how you can volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Uncle Silas by J. Sheridan Le Fanu. Chapter 45. A chapter full of lovers. We had about this time a pleasant and quite unexpected visit from Lord Ilbury. He had come to pay his respects, understanding that my Uncle Silas was sufficiently recovered to see visitors. And I think I'll run upstairs first, and see him, if he admits me, and then I'll have ever so long a message from my sister, Mary, for you and Miss Millicent. But I had better dispose of my business first, don't you think so? And I shall return in a few minutes. And as he spoke, our tremulous old butler returned to say that Uncle Silas would be happy to see him. So he departed. And you can't think how pleasant our homely sitting-room looked, with his coat and stick in it, guarantees of his return. "Do you think, Milly, he is going to speak about the timber, you know, that Cousin Knollys spoke of? I do hope not." "So do I," said Milly. "I wish he'd stay a bit longer with us first, for if he does, father will sure to turn him out of doors, and we'll see no more of him." "Exactly, my dear Milly, and he's so pleasant and good-natured." "And he likes you awful well, he does." "I'm sure he likes us both equally, Milly. He talked a great deal to you at Elverston, and he used to ask you so often to sing those 2 pretty Lancashire ballads," I said. "But you know when you were at your controversies and religious exercises in the window, with that pillar of the church, the Reverend Spriggs Biddlepin—" "Get away with your nonsense, Maud. How could I help answering when he dodged me up and down my Testament and Catechism? And I most hate him, I tell you. And Cousin Knollys, you're such fools, I do. And whatever you say, the Lord likes you uncommon. And well you know it, ye hussy." "I know no such thing. And you don't think it, you hussy. And I really don't care who likes me, or who doesn't.
except my relations, and I make the Lord a present to you, if you'll have him." In this strain we were talking when he re-entered the room, a little sooner than we had expected to see him. Milly, who you are to recollect, was only in the process of reformation, and still retained something of the Derbyshire dairymaid, gave me a little clandestine pinch on the arm just as he made his appearance. "I just refused a present from her," said odious Milly, in answer to his inquiring look, "because I knew she could not spare it." The effect of all this was that I blushed one of my overpowering blushes. People told me they became me very much. I hope so, for the misfortune was frequent, and I think nature owed me that compensation. "It places you both in a most becoming light," said Lord Ilbury, quite innocently. "I really don't know which to most admire, the generosity of the offer, or of the refusal." "Well, it was kind, if you but knew. I'm most tempted to tell him," said Milly. I checked her with a really angry look, and said, "Perhaps you have not observed it, but I really think, for a sensible person, my cousin Milly here talks more nonsense than any 20 girls." "A 20-girl power! That's an immense compliment. I have the greatest respect for nonsense, I owe it so much; and I really think if nonsense were banished, the earth would grow insupportable." "Thank you, Lord Ilbury," said Milly, who had grown quite easy in his company during our long visit to Elverston. "And I tell you, Miss Maud, if you grow saucy, I'll accept your present, and what will you say then?" "I really don't know, but just now I want to ask Lord Ilbury how he thinks my uncle looks. Neither I nor Milly have seen him since his illness." "Very much weaker, I think, but he may be gaining strength. Still, as my business was not quite pleasant, I thought it better to postpone it; and if you think it would be right, I'll write to Dr. Bryerly and ask him to postpone the discussion for a little time." I at once assented, and thanked him. Indeed, if I had had my way, the subject should never have been mentioned. I felt so hard-hearted and rapacious. But Lord Ilbury explained that the trustees were constrained by the provision of the will, and that I really had no power to release them; and I hoped that Uncle Silas also understood all this. "And now," said he, "we've returned to Grange, my sister and I, and it is nearer than Elverston, so that we are really neighbours; and Mary wants Lady Knollys to fix a time she owes us a visit, you know, and you really must come at the same time. It will be so very pleasant, the same party exactly meeting in a new scene; and we have not half explored our new neighbourhood, and I've got down all those Spanish engravings I told you of, and the Venetian missals, and all the rest. I think I remember very accurately the things you were most interested by, and they are all there, and you really must promise, you and Miss Millicent Ruthyn. And I forgot to mention, you know you complained that you were ill supplied with books, so Mary thought you would allow her to share her supply. They are the new books, you know, and when you have read yours, you and she can exchange." What girl was ever quite frank about her likings? I don't think I was more of a cheat than others, but I never could tell of myself. It is quite true that this duplicity and reserve seldom deceives. Our hypocrisies are forced upon some of our sex by the acuteness and vigilance of all in this field of inquiry. But if we are sly, we are also lynx-eyed, capital detectives, most ingenious in fitting together the bits and dovetails of a cumulative case; and in those affairs of love and liking have a terrible exploratory instinct, and so, for the most part, when detected, we are found out not only to be in love, but to be rogues moreover. Lady Mary was very kind, but had Lady Mary of her own mere motion taken all this trouble, was there no more energetic influence at the bottom of all that welcome chest of books, which arrived only half an hour later? The circulating library of those days was not the epidemic and ubiquitous influence to which it has grown, and there were many places where it could not find you out.
Altogether, that evening at Bartram had acquired a particular beauty, a bright and mellow glow in which even its gate-posts and wheelbarrows were interesting. And the next day came a little cloud. Dudley appeared. "You may be sure he wants money," said Milly. "He and father had words this morning. He took a chair at our luncheon, found fault with everything in his own laconic dialect, ate a good deal notwithstanding, and was sulky, and with Milly snappish. To me, on the contrary, when Milly went into the hall, he was mild and whimpering, and disposed to be confidential. 'There's the governor says he hasn't a bob. Danged if I know how an old feller in his bedroom muddles away money at that rate. I don't suppose he thinks I can get along without un, and he knows them trustees won't give me a tizzy till they get what they calls an opinion. Dang 'em! Brierly says he doubts it must all go under settlement. They'll settle me nicely if they do. And governor knows all about it, and won't give me a danged brass farlin'. And me with bills to pay, and lawyers, dang 'em, writing letters. He knows some of that himself, does governor. And he might have some consideration a bit for his own flesh and blood, I say. But he never does naught for none but himself. I'll sell his books and his jewels next fit he takes. That's how I'll fit him." This amiable young man, glowering, with his elbows on the table and his fingers in his great whiskers, followed his homily, where clergymen appended the blessing, with a muttered variety of very different matter. "Now, Maud," said he, pathetically, leaning back suddenly in his chair, with all his conscious beauty and misfortunes in his face, "is not it hard lines?" I thought the appeal was going to shape itself into an application for money, but it did not. "I never knowed a real beauty, first chop, of course I mean, that wasn't kind along of it. And I'm a fella as can't get along without sympathy. That's why I say it. And isn't it hard lines? Now, say it's hard lines, hain't it, Maud?" I did not know exactly what hard lines meant, but I said, "I suppose it is very disagreeable." And with this concession, not caring to hear any more in the same vein, I rose, intending to take my departure. "No, that's just it. I knew ye'd say it, Maud. You're a kind lass, ye be, 'tis in your pretty face. I like ye awful, I do. There's not a handsomer lass in Liverpool, nor London itself, nowhere." He had seized my hand, and, trying to place his arm about my waist, essayed that salute which I had so narrowly escaped on my first introduction. "Don't, sir!" I exclaimed in high indignation, escaping at the same moment from his grasp. "No offence, lass, no harm, Maud. You must not be so shy. We're cousins, you know, and I wouldn't hurt ye, Maud, no more nor I'd knock my head off. I wouldn't." I did not wait to hear the rest of his tender protestations, but, without showing how nervous I was, I glided out of the room quietly, making an orderly retreat, the more meritorious as I heard him call after me, persuasively, "Come back, Maud. What are ye afraid on, lass? Come back, I say. Do now, there's a good wench." As Milly and I were taking our walk that day in the direction of the Windmill Wood, to which, in consequence perhaps of some secret order, we now had free access, we saw Beauty, for the first time since her illness, in the little yard, throwing grains to the poultry. "How do you find yourself to day, Meg? I am very glad to see you able to be about again, but I hope it is not too soon." We were standing at the barred gate of the little enclosure, and quite close to Meg, who, however, did not choose to raise her head, but, continuing to shower her grain and potato skins among her hens and chickens, said in a low tone, "Father bain't in sight? Look just round a bit and say if you see him." But Dickon's dusky red costume was nowhere visible. So Meg looked up, pale and thin, and, with her old grave, observant eyes, she said quietly, "'Tisn't that I'm not glad to see ye, but if father was to spy me talking friendly with ye, now that I'm hearty, and you having no more call to me,
He'd be always a watchin' and thinkin' I was tellin' o' tales, and 'appen he'd want me to worry ye for money, Miss Maud, and 'tisn't here he'd spend it, but in the Feltram potases, he would, and we want for nothing that's good for us, but that's how 'twould be, and he'd always be a jawin' and a lickin' of I, so don't mind me, Miss Maud, and happen I might do ye a good turn some day.' A few days after this little interview with Meg, as Milly and I were walking briskly, for it was a clear frosty day, along the pleasant slopes of the sheep walk, we were overtaken by Dudley Ruthyn. It was not a pleasant surprise. There was this mitigation, however: we were on foot, and he driving in a dog cart along the track leading to the moor, with his dogs and gun. He brought his horse for a moment to a walk, and with a careless nod to me, removing his short pipe from his mouth, he said, 'Governor's calling for ye, Milly, and he told me to send you slick home to him if I saw you, and I think he'll give you some money. But you better take him while he's in a humour, lass, or mayhap you'll go long without.' And with those words, apparently intent on his game, he nodded again, and, pipe in mouth, drove at a quick trot over the slope of the hill and disappeared. So I agreed to await Milly's return while she ran home, and rejoined me where I was. Away she ran in high spirits, and I wandered listlessly about in search of some convenient spot to sit down upon, for I was a little tired. She had not been gone 5 minutes when I heard a step approaching, and looked around, saw the dog cart close by, the horse browsing on the short grass, and Dudley Ruthyn within a few paces of me. 'You see, Maud, I've been thinking why you're so vexed with me, and I thought I'd just come back and ask ye what I may have done to anger ye so. There's no sin in that, I think, is there?' 'I'm not angry. I did not say so. I hope that's enough,' I said, startled, and, notwithstanding my speech, very angry, for I felt instinctively that Milly's dispatch homeward was a mere trick, and I the dupe of this coarse stratagem. 'Well, then, if ye bain't angry, so much the better, Maud. I only want to know why you're afeard of me. I never struck a man foul, much less hurt a girl, in my days. Besides, Maud, I likes ye too well to hurt ye. Dang it, lass, you're my cousin, ye know, and cousins is always together and lovin', and none says against it.' 'I've nothing to explain. There is nothing to explain. I've been quite friendly,' I said, hurriedly. 'Friendly! Well, if there bain't a cram! And how can ye think it friendly, Maud, when ye won't a'most shake hands with me? It's enough to make a fellow swear, or cry a'most. Why do ye like aggravating a poor devil? Now bain't ye an ill-natured little puss, Maud, and I liken ye so well? You're the prettiest lass in Derbyshire. There's nothing I wouldn't do for ye.' And he backed his declaration with an oath. 'Be so good, then, as to re-enter your dog cart and drive away,' I replied, very much incensed. 'Now, there it is again. Ye can't speak me civil. Another fellow'd fly out and maybe kiss ye for spite, but I bain't that sort. I'm all for coaxing and kindness, and ye won't let me. What be you driving at, Maud?' 'I think I've said very plainly, sir, that I wish to be alone. You've nothing to say, except utter nonsense, and I've heard quite enough. Once for all, I beg, sir, that you will be so good as to leave me.' 'Well, now, look here, Maud, I'll do anything you like, burn me if I don't, if you'll only just be kind to me like cousins should. What did I ever do to vex you? If you think I like any lass better than you, some fella at Elverston's been talking, maybe. It's not but lies and nonsense. Not but there's lots of wenches likes me well enough, though I be a plain lad and speaks my mind straight out.' 'I can't see that you are so frank, sir, as you describe. You have just played a shabby trick to bring about this absurd and most disagreeable interview.' 'And supposing I did send that fool Milly out of the way, to talk a bit with you, where's the harm? Dang it, lass, ye mustn't be too hard. Didn't I say I'd do whatever ye wished?' 'And you won't,' said I. 'Ye mean to get along out of this? Well, now, I will. There, no use, of course, asking you to kiss and be friends, before I go, as cousins should. Well, don't be riled, lass. I'm not asking it. Only mind, I do like you awful, and happen I'll find ye in better humour another time. Goodbye, Maud. I'll make ye like me at last. And with these words, to my comfort, he addressed himself to his horse and pipe, and was soon honestly on his way to the moor. End of chapter 45. Chapter 46 of Uncle Silas. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to find out how you can volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Uncle Silas by J. Sheridan Le Fanu. Chapter 46. The Rivals. All the time that Dudley chose to persecute me with his odious society, I continued to walk at a brisk pace towards home, so that I had nearly reached the house when Milly met me, with a note which had arrived for me by the post, in her hand. Here, Milly, are more verses. He is a very persevering poet, whoever he is. So I broke the seal. But this time it was prose, and the first words were, Captain Oakley! I confess to an odd sensation as these remarkable words met my eye. It might possibly be a proposal. I did not wait to speculate, however, but read these sentences traced in the identical handwriting which had copied the lines with which I had been twice favoured. Captain Oakley presents his compliments to Miss Ruthyn, and trusts she will excuse his venturing to ask whether, during his short stay in Feltram, he might be permitted to pay his respects at Bartram Haugh. He has been making a short visit to his aunt, and could not find himself so near without at least attempting to renew an acquaintance which he has never ceased to cherish in memory. If Miss Ruthyn would be so very good as to favour him with ever so short a reply to the question he ventures most respectfully to ask, her decision would reach him at the Hall Hotel, Feltram. Well, he's a roundabout fella anyhow. Couldn't he come up and see you if he wanted to? They poeters, they do love writing long yarns, don't they? And with this reflection, Milly took the note and read it through again. It's jolly polite, anyhow, isn't it, Maud? Said Milly, who had conned it over and accepted it as a model composition. I must have been, I think, naturally a rather shrewd girl, and considering how very little I had seen of the world, nothing in fact, I often wonder now at the sage conclusions at which I arrived. Were I to answer this handsome and cunning fool according to his folly, in what position should I find myself? No doubt my reply would induce a rejoinder, and that compel another note from me, and that invite yet another from him. And however his might improve in warmth, they were sure not to abate. Was it his impertinent plan, with this show of respect and ceremony, to drag me into a clandestine correspondence? Inexperienced girl as I was fired at the idea of becoming his dupe, and fancying, perhaps, that there was more in merely answering his note than it would have amounted to. I said, that kind of thing may answer very well with button makers, but ladies don't like it. What would your papa think if he found that I had been writing to him, and seeing him without his permission? If he wanted to see me, he could have. I really did not know exactly what he could have done. He could have timed his visit to Lady Knollys differently. At all events, he has no right to place me in an embarrassing situation, and I am certain Cousin Knollys would say so. And I think his note both shabby and impertinent. Decision was not, with me, an intellectual process. When quite cool, I was the most undecided of mortals, but once my feelings were excited, I was prompt and bold. I'll give the note to Uncle Silas, I said, quickening my pace toward home. He'll know what to do. But Milly, who, I fancy, had no objection to the little romance which the young officer proposed, told me that she could not see her father, that he was ill, and not speaking to anyone. And aren't ye making a plaguey row about nothing? I lay a guinea if ye had never set eyes on Lord Ilbury, you'd have told him to come, and see, and welcome. Don't talk like a fool, Milly. You never knew me do anything deceitful. Lord Ilbury has no more to do with it, you know very well, than the man in the moon. I was altogether very indignant. I did not speak another word to Milly. The proportions of the house are so great that it is a much longer walk than you would suppose from the hall door to Uncle Silas's room. But I did not cool all that way, and it was not till I had just reached the lobby and saw the sour, jealous face and high call of old Wyat, and felt the influence of that neighbourhood, that I paused to reconsider. I had fancied there was a cool consciousness of success behind all the deferential phraseology of Captain Oakley, which nettled me extremely. No, there could be no doubt. I tapped softly at the door.
What is it now, miss?
Snarled the querulous old woman, with her shrivelled fingers on the door handle. Can I see my uncle for a moment?
He's tired, and not a word from him all day long.
Not ill, though?
Awful bad in the night,
said the old crone, with a sudden savage glare in my face, as if I had brought it about. Oh, I am very sorry. I had not heard a word of it.
No one does, but old Wyatt. There's Milly there never asked neither. His own child.
Weakness? Or what?
One of them fits. He'll slide away in one of 'em some day, and no one but old Wyatt to know nor ask a word about it. That's how 'twill be.
Will you please hand him this note, if he is well enough to look at it, and say I am at the door? She took it with a peevish nod and a grunt, closing the door in my face, and in a few minutes returned.
Come in with ye,
said Dame Wyat, and I appeared. Uncle Silas, who, after his nightly horror or vision, lay extended on a sofa, with his faded yellow silk dressing gown about him, his long white hair hanging toward the ground, and that wild, feeble smile lighting his face, a glimmer I feared to look upon. His long, thin arms lay by his sides, with hands and fingers that stirred not, except when, now and then, with a feeble motion, he wet his temples and forehead with eau de cologne from a glass saucer placed beside him.
Excellent girl, dutiful ward and niece,
murmured the oracle.
Heaven reward you. Your frank dealing is your own safety and my peace. Sit you down, and say, who is this Captain Oakley? When you made his acquaintance, what his age, fortune, and expectations, and who the aunt he mentions?
Upon all these points I satisfied him as fully as I was able.
Wyatt, the white drops,
he called, in a thin, stern tone.
I'll write a line presently. I can't see visitors, and, of course, you can't receive young captains before you've come out. Farewell. God bless you, dear.
Wyatt was dropping the white restorative into a wine-glass, and the room was redolent of ether. I was glad to escape. The figures and the whole mise-en-scène were unearthly. "Well, Milly," I said, as I met her in the hall, "your papa is going to write to him." I sometimes wonder whether Milly was right, and how I should have acted a few months earlier. The next day, whom should we meet in the Windmill Wood but Captain Oakley? The spot where this interesting rencontre occurred was near that ruinous bridge on my sketch of which I had received so many compliments. It was so great a surprise that I had not time to recollect my indignation, and, having received him very affably, I found it impossible, during our brief interview, to recover my lost altitude. After our greetings were over and some compliments neatly made, he said, "I had such a curious note from Mr. Silas Ruthyn. I am sure he thinks me a very impertinent fellow, for it was really anything but inviting, extremely rude, in fact. But I could not quite see that, because he does not want me to invade his bedroom, an incursion I never dreamed of. I was not to present myself to you, who had already honoured me with your acquaintance, with the sanction of those who were most interested in your welfare, and who were just as well qualified as he, I fancy, to say who were qualified for such an honour. My uncle, Mr. Silas Ruthyn, you are aware, is my guardian, and this is my cousin, his daughter." This was an opportunity of becoming a little lofty, and I improved it. He raised his hat and bowed to Milly. I'm afraid I have been very rude and stupid. Mr. Ruthven, of course, has a perfect right to... In fact, I was not the least aware that I had the honour of so near relations. And what exquisite scenery you have! I think this country round Feltram particularly fine. And this Bartram Haugh is, I venture to say, about the very most beautiful spot in this beautiful region. I do assure you I am tempted beyond measure to make Feltram and the Hall Hotel my headquarters for at least a week. I only regret the foliage, but your trees show wonderfully even in winter. So many of them have got that ivy about them. They say it spoils trees, but it certainly beautifies them. I have just 10 days' leave unexpired. I wish I could induce you to advise me how to apply them. What shall I do, Miss Ruthven? I am the worst person in the world to make plans, even for myself. I find it so troublesome. What do you say? Suppose you try Wales or Scotland, and climb up some of those fine mountains that look so well in winter. I should much prefer Feltram. I so wish you would recommend it. What is this pretty plant? We call that Maud's myrtle. She planted it, and it's very pretty when it's in full blow, said Milly. Our visit to Elverston had been of immense use to us both. Oh, planted by you, he said, very softly, with a momentary corresponding glance. May I, ever so little, just a leaf? And without waiting for permission, he held a sprig of it next to his waistcoat. Yes, it goes very prettily with those buttons. They are very pretty buttons, are they not, Milly? A present, a souvenir, I dare say. This was a terrible hit at the button maker, and I thought he looked a little oddly at me, but my countenance was so bewitchingly simple that I suppose his suspicions were allayed. Now it was very odd of me, I confess, to talk in this way, and to receive all those tender allusions from a gentleman about whom I had spoken and felt so sharply only the evening before. But Bartram was abominably lonely. A civilized person was a valuable waif for stray in that region of the picturesque and the brutal. And to my lady reader, especially because she will probably be hardest upon me, I put it, can you not recollect any such folly in your own past life? Can you not, in as many minutes, call to mind at least 6 similar inconsistencies of your own practising? For my part, I really can't see the advantage of being the weaker sex if we are always to be as strong as our masculine neighbours. There was indeed no revival of the little sentiment which I had once experienced. When these things once expire, I do believe they are as hard to revive as are dead lapdogs, guinea pigs, and parrots. And it was my perfect coolness which enabled me to chat, I flatter myself, so agreeably with the refined captain, who plainly thought me his captive, and was probably now and then thinking what was to be done to utilize that little bit of Bartram, or to beautify some other when he should see fit to become its master, as we rambled over these wild but beautiful grounds. It was just about then that Milly nudged me rather vehemently, and whispered, "Look there!" I followed with mine the direction of her eyes, and saw my odious cousin Dudley, in a flagrant pair of cross-barred peg-tops, and what Milly, before her reformation, used to call other slops of corresponding atrocity, approaching our refined little party with great strides. I really think that Milly was very nearly ashamed of him. I certainly was. I had no apprehension, however, of the scene which was imminent. The charming captain mistook him probably for some rustic servant of the place, for he continued his agreeable remarks up to the very moment when Dudley, whose face was pale with anger, and whose rapid advance had not served to cool him, without recollecting to salute either Milly or me, accosted our elegant companion as follows: "By your leave, master, bain't you summat in the wrong box here, don't you think?" He had planted himself directly in his front, and looked unmistakably menacing.
May I speak to him? Will you excuse me? Said the captain blandly.
Oh, they'll excuse ye ready enough, I dare say. You're to deal with me, though. Bain't ye in the wrong box now?
I'm not conscious, sir, of being in a box at all, replied the captain with severe disdain. It strikes me you are disposed to get up a row. Let us, if you please, get a little apart from the ladies, if that is your purpose.
I mean to turn you out of this the way ye came. If ye make it a row, so much the worse for you, for I'll lick ye to fits. Tell him not to fight, whispered Milly. He'll a no chance with Dudley.
I saw Dickon Hawkes grinning over the paling on which he leaned.
Mr. Hawkes,
I said, drawing Milly toward me with that unpromising mediator.
Pray prevent unpleasantness and go between them.
And get licked o' both sides.
Rather not, miss, thank ye,
grinned Dickon tranquilly. Who are you, sir? Demanded our romantic acquaintance with military sternness.
I'll tell you who you are. You're Oakley, as stops at the hall that governor wrote overnight not to dare show your nose inside the grounds. You're a half-starved cap'n, come down here to look for a wife, and...
Before Dudley could finish his sentence, Captain Oakley, than whose face no regimentals could possibly have been more scarlet, at that moment struck with his switch at Dudley's handsome features. I don't know how it was done, by some devilish cantrip sleight. A smack was heard, and the captain lay on his back on the ground, with his mouth full of blood.
How do you like the taste of that?
Roared Dickon from his post of observation. In an instant Captain Oakley was on his feet again, hatless, looking quite frantic and striking out at Dudley, who was ducking and dipping quite coolly, and again the same horrid sound, only this time it was double, like a quick postman's knock, and Captain Oakley was on the grass again.
Tap this smeller, by...
thundered Dickon with a roar of laughter.
Come away, Milly. I'm growing ill,
said I.
Drop it, Dudley. I tell you, you'll kill him,
screamed Milly. But the devoted captain, whose nose and mouth and shirt front formed now but one great patch of blood, and who was bleeding beside over one eye, dashed at him again. I turned away. I felt quite faint, and on the point of crying with mere horror.
Hammer away at his knocker,
bellowed Dickon, in a frenzy of delight.
He'll break it now if he ain't already,
cried Milly, alluding, as I afterward understood, to Captain Grecian's nose.
Bravo, little un!
The captain was considerably the taller. Another smack, and I suppose Captain Oakley fell once more.
Hurrah! The dinner service again, by God!
Roared Dickon.
Stick to that! Over the same ground, subsoil, I say. He ain't out enough yet.
In a perfect tremor of disgust, I was making as quick a retreat as I could, and as I did, I heard Captain Oakley shriek hoarsely,
You're a damned prize fighter! I can't box you! I told ye I'd lick you to fits!
hooted Dudley.
But you're the son of a gentleman, and by God you shall fight me as a gentleman!
A yell of hooting laughter from Dudley and Dickon followed this sally.
Give my love to the colonel, and think of me when you look in the glass, won't ye? And so you're going arter all. Well, follow what's left of ye nose. Ye forgot some of your ivories, didn't ye, on the grass?
These and many similar jibes followed the mangled captain in his retreat. End of chapter 46.